Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Fem Naruto Fell in Love with Ino Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Asuma said bluntly, scary. She took out those mercs faster than Kakashi could, if he wanted to, Asuma replied. Her moves were flawless. Her youthful fire burned far too dimly at the end though, Guy continued. I am just glad I didn't teach her the Chidori when I was still Anbu, said Kakashi. Guy and Asuma gazed at him. You what? They exclaimed. Kakashi just carried on with his book. Tsunade grinned and remarked, he was assigned to teach her ninjutsu whenever that specific teacher was away on missions. Back to matter at hand. Gaara-san has had most of the Biju chakra extracted from him. From what he said in the message that Kitsune delivered, he said that he and his tenant have begun coming to an agreement of sorts, the details of which haven't been figured out yet. The three Jonin were staring at her. At least the two of them are finally making peace with each other, said Kakashi. The castle Naruko was stretching herself after taking off her Anbu uniform, giving her four tails some much-needed space. Ah, this feels much better. She had received her fourth tail a year ago while Jiraiya was training them, and her third tail approximately 2.5 years ago during an ambush by multiple Iwa Nuke Nin while he was conducting research, thus the ban on his research. Ino's switch was flipped when she was struck by a strong Doton ninjutsu during the battle. Let's just say that after she calmed down, not much, if anything, remained of the Iwa shinobi who used the Doton. Soon after, as her third tail grew, she fell in agony. N. You can probably guess what happened next. Ino replied, sure does, Naruko. She questioned, hey girls, why don't we go take a bath? They were now in a room next to the armory that they had reserved for the storage of their Anbu equipment. They all said, definitely. After a few minutes, they were lounging in the outdoor bath with the Kitsune sisters, their bathing towels dangling from a railing. So, I hear that the three of you have been officially accepted as a shinobi squad of Konoha. Naruko replied. All three Kitsune gave a nod. Meigetsu leaned into Suzume's shoulder and remarked, yeah. We were ranked Chunin level, meaning we didn't exactly need a Jonin leader. Congratulations. Naruko said, oblivious to the jealous looks she was getting from them. Umi pointed to Naruko's breasts, which were the biggest in their group, and said, no fair. Naruko stumbled, Wah, what do you mean? Adding. Abruptly, Ino firmly grasped her from behind. Ino koi? Inquired Naruko. With a hint of mischief in her voice, she declared, this is punishment for making us look small. The next thing Naruko knew, 6 pairs of hands were either tickling her or groping her in a playful manner. Naruko didn't last long because she was laughing so much that she passed out from lack of breath. A new voice said, Oi, brats. What are you doing? They looked at a fresh source of jealousy. She said, would you mind if I joined you? After 2 minutes. The younger girls were groping her breasts, not believing them to be real, and Anko asked smugly, clearly enjoying their jealousy. Like what you feel? She asked. Suzume inquired, how do you and Naruko-san get such nice breasts? Anko grinned and said, the same way you are. It is in our blood. Or it was from having several partners suck on them, she replied. They cried, several partners? Anko clarified, I used to be a bit of a nymphomaniac. The others exchanged glances before saying, and I gunned for both teams. Naruko regained consciousness and asked, what is going on? Ino didn't even try to respond. She simply took Naruko by the head and drew her to her breasts. Scene from Lime. If you don't want to read, don't. She whispered into Naruko's ears, please, Naruko. Naruko simply had no idea what was happening, but finally started gnawing on Ino's nipples. Ino frowned slightly. Anko said, Kit, she wants you to suck them, hard. When Naruko did, Ino gasped in both pleasure and pain. The 3 other couples were doing the same thing all over the bath. Anko merely watched with a chuckle. While the original started making out with Ino, who was massaging Naruko's breasts in her ecstasy, Ino squeaked when Naruko created 2 shadow clones to attack her breasts. Kuroka took a sharp breath. Lime scene conclusion. She questioned, Naruko, what the hell happened? Everyone halted their activities and turned to gaze at Naruko in an attempt to understand what Kuroka had witnessed. Ino started to perspire after noticing that she had removed the fake skin that had been covering Naruko's breasts, exposing the scars that were visible due to the pink skin. Naruko also came to this realization and started to feel depressed right away. Ino placed Naruko's head on her chest in an attempt to assist her. Anko let out a wave of ki, and the other Sox females froze. That bastard of Uchiha. After their fight, he placed her under a brutal genjutsu that effectively turned her into a ragdoll, then raped and brutalized her. I swear, when I get my hands on him, I shall make him suffer dearly for what he did, she said. As she rocked Naruko gently and hummed a low tune, Ino was sobbing silently at the memory. Ino. Why don't you take her to your room? I think you could use the rest after having to remember that. Anko stated to her. Ignoring that they were wearing their birthday suits, Ino nodded and picked up a still depressed Naruko in her arms before carrying her to their room. The master bedroom. After gently placing Naruko on their bed, Ino turned to go, but Naruko seized her and drew her into an embrace. Sobbing into Ino's shoulder, Naruko began. She said, please. Stay with me. Unsure of what to do, Ino ended up giving Naruko another hug with one arm while petting her hair with the other. They both lay down on the bed with Naruko on top of them as he abruptly leaned forward. When Naruko shifted her head and used Ino's breasts as a pillow, Ino let out a happy squeak. Naruko was in a deep sleep in a matter of seconds, her mouth hovering suspiciously near Ino's nipple. But Ino didn't mind. They had been sleeping together for so long that they felt calmed by each other's company. Abruptly, she experienced a tickling sensation that traveled down the inside of her cleavage. When Ino saw that Naruko was drooling on her breasts, she gave a half smile, half scowl. Ino decided to sleep too and kissed the top of her head. After 25 minutes, the castle's main entrance. Meigetsu bowed to the head of the Uchiha clan and said, I apologize, Fugaku-sama. But Naruko-sama is currently recuperating from an unexpected memory lapse from the battle she fought at the Valley of the End. Well, please let her know when she recovers that I came by. Also, my condolences. I cannot even imagine what she is going through right now. Also, tell her that I have called for a meeting between the clan heads at the Hyuga compound in 2 days' time. Heishi-san has already given his consent to it, he replied with a bow. Time jump. 2 days later, the main gate of Hyuga. The two elderly individuals attempting to enter were informed by a Hyuga guard, sorry, but no civilians are allowed at this meeting. Heishi yelled as the two were about to grumble. The guard nodded and let the two pass, saying, let them in. As long as they don't interfere in the discussion, they can stay. Homura-san, Utatane-san. I'll say this only once. This is strictly a meeting between clan heads. We will allow your presence so you can see that we do not plan anything that will affect the civilian side of Konoha. You will however keep your mouths shut and take no part in the discussions. Am I clear? He growled. Both elders gave a nod. During the meeting, I would like to welcome you all here to this clan head meeting. As I am sure you are all wondering as to why you are all here, I shall get to the point. Heishi exhaled deeply. I propose a unified task force made from members from most of the present clan, aside from the Uzumaki clan who unfortunately is a bit low on members. The purpose of this task force is to prove that we can indeed work together and set aside any differences. This task force will also act like a rapid response unit in case of emergencies. The others started thinking about that when Homura interrupted. Not to be rude or anything. Personally, I support this idea, however, wouldn't it be better if you also include at most 2 civilian shinobi? That way, you would also create a bridge between the civilians and the shinobi. He responded. It is just a personal opinion. You don't have to accept it if you don't want it, he said. Naruko raised his voice. For once, I agree with Homura-san. However, I believe that we cannot just make a list of people to join. I suggest the task force should only contain people who want to be in it. If possible, there should actually be 2 task forces, so one can be on standby while the other is doing missions with other shinobi. That way, none of them will get rusty on their skills and they still have a decent income. She paused for a moment. That is if we have enough volunteers. She continued. The heads of several clans nodded in agreement. Everyone was aware that finding many shinobi who could put aside their differences would be challenging. Before we continue, we should first see if Konoha has the resources to support such a unit. Even if they aren't included, the civilians will feel the effects made by the team, said Akamichi Choza. A murmur of conversation resulted from this. That is true. However, it is possible to lessen the strain on the village's resources, said Nara Shikaku. If each clan were to contribute somehow, that will help with the unity. Naruko said, agreed. The Uzumaki clan could provide superior fuinjutsu for the task force. I hope they aren't the ones used during the mission to rescue the Cage, said Asuma. With a deadpan tone, she inquired, Did Kitsune use the Skinku Kabaku Fuda? Asuma shivered and nodded, recalling the consequences. The news made the prominent clan heads a little pale. Don't worry. I'll only provide standard Uzumaki Kabaku Fuda, albeit only a small number, and a Synology Uzu Kabaku Fuda. The Vortex variant uses a lot more stable sealing matrix and is only half as powerful as the Shinku variant. Just be careful though not to accidentally channel any chakra into it, Naruko replied. At that, Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Anything else you could provide? He said mockingly in a whisper. Actually yes there are, but it would be better if I don't, Naruko replied. When someone said, why not, because of the chakra requirements and the possibility of misuse, replied Naruko. Look, I know I made it sound like I don't trust you, but would you willingly give away some of your greatest clan jutsu, techniques or secrets? Naruko looked at each of them. The seals I am going to provide require someone of Ero-sen, forgive me, Jiraiya-sama's level of seal mastery to copy. Any higher, and the seal might just activate by accident if someone tries to study it. I will not take that risk, she said. Shikaku gave a head nod. It seems you have come a long way in the last 3 years, he concluded. The two civilians in attendance turned pale as Naruko remarked, meh. I was actually thinking of pranking the civilian council after they tried to send Ino off to an unhappy marriage. To continue, said Heishi. Shikaku offered to share some of his clan's medications as the conversation went on. A number of smaller clans also volunteered. Following the conference, the castle exhausted, Naruko sat back on the couch. Ino sat beside her and rested her head on Naruko's shoulder. Sometimes I wonder why I don't just use the blood adoption seal to increase the number of members in my clan. She breathed deeply. Everyone in the room was looking at this. Iruka inquired, blood adoption seal? Naruko let out a sigh. It is a seal that uses my blood and chakra to forcefully change a person into a full-blooded Uzumaki, complete with the chakra reserves and the hair. It just doesn't grant the talents of the original clan. Also, it requires some rather drastic actions and a ton of chakra. Even I would be left drained if I used just my human chakra. She continued. Also, the person who I am going to use it will suffer extreme pain as the seal will forcibly change the body to adapt to the changes, Umi said right away. In a tone that left little opportunity for debate, she stated, a small price to pay for the honor of joining your clan, Naruko-san. I'd be willing to join your clan. Suzume and Kuroka also concurred, which caused Ino to perspire. Iruka grinned. With great care to conceal any hints of the lie she had just told, she said, I heard that Uzumaki women weren't very gifted. Are you sure you still want to undergo the change? Naturally, Naruko figured it out. After staring at her, the three girls turned to face their breasts and debated whether or not to take the chance. At the test, the three Kitsune siblings simply grinned. The three girls concluded by saying they were still interested in having the change. Anko merely chuckled. Naruko chose not to inform them that she could use the seal to change their appearances. When Naruko saw their faces, she rolled around on the ground and said, seems you'd do well in my clan. You just showed your determination with your answer to the lie Anko just said. Ino was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. Iruka was also giggling a little. Naruko asked Umi to follow her after she had calmed down. Umi was guided to an empty room close to the building's top floor, where she found a sizable ceiling array covering the entire floor and even some of the walls. Naruko informed her that, you would need to be naked, Umi-san, for this to work. With some hesitation, but without question, Umi undressed and lay down in the middle of the ceiling array. Naruko started drawing many symbols on Umi's body while biting her thumb, causing her to tremble as she approached some extremely delicate areas. Naruko carefully drew for 10 minutes or so before getting up. She said, last chance to turn back, Umi-san. Umi gave a headshake. Naruko went through several hand seals and said, very well. Naruko remarked, Uzumaki Fuin, Keto Henken no Sayo. The seals on the floor and on Umi's body suddenly started to glow brightly, causing her body to convulse in pain. Umi opened her mouth, feeling her body starting to change, but the pain prevented her from screaming. Umi was in excruciating pain for the next hour, but she resisted fainting. She was painfully aware of every muscle in her body, and even her private parts hurt a lot. She and Naruko were both drenched in sweat when the pain eventually stopped. Naruko held out her hand and said, welcome, cousin. Unaccustomed to her new body, Umi took it and staggered a little. She was assisted by Naruko to a different room where she examined herself in a mirror. She was stunned by what she saw. Her short blonde hair had turned deep red and reached her shoulder blades, and her eyes had turned a vivid blue-violet. Her waist was fuller and her chest had grown from a small B cup to a mid-C cup. She turned and, without realizing it, kissed Naruko on the lips in appreciation. Naruko smiled and said, "Enough with that. Why don't we go introduce you to the others, Uzumaki Umi?" Before she realized she had nothing on, Umi had left the room. Dropping perspiration, Naruko brought a clothed Umi back to the others. After one incomplete introduction when Umi was bombarded with inquiries about how things were and how she felt, Naruko hardly spoke. She didn't say anything about the former, but she did respond to the latter. Aside from that, she was showered with praise from the others for her newfound beauty. Naruko grinned. She told Suzuma and Kuroka, "I need to rest for now. I will be able to adopt one of you two tomorrow." That evening, the master bedroom Naruko and Ino were lying in bed together, holding each other. Ino inquired, "How are you feeling?" Naruko gave her a look. Naruko smiled and said, "About finally not being the only one in my clan or about right now?" "Both." Ino snapped back. As if gazing off into space, Naruko remarked, "Well, it feels different, knowing that the Uzumaki clan now has a chance to expand again. In some ways the news still hasn't sunk in yet." Ino gave a nod. "And now?" she questioned. Naruko flipped her over so she was on top of her after turning to face her. A mischievous smile filled her face as she said, "Now I feel like having round two." As Naruko kissed her all the way to her thighs, Ino laughed. For the two of them, the evening was filled with passion. The following day, the Hyuga meeting space, the chairman announced the agenda at the start of the meeting, just like any other. Naruko raised his voice at the conclusion of the meeting. She aimed the final statement at the two civilians present who obstinately refused to leave. "Before we end the meeting, there is something I would like to mention to the clan heads, in private." That is, until Naruko said she wanted to talk about a venue change. The two elders nodded and departed at this point. Naruko created multiple clones and erected a sound barrier as soon as the door closed. "Forgive me for this, but what I am going to mention here is to stay with you and only you. Understood?" replied Naruko. Everyone in the room nodded, and Naruko went on. "Last night I have used a powerful Uzumaki sealing array to adopt someone into my clan in more than just name. She now carries most to the traits of the original Uzumaki. Violet blue eyes, red hair and tremendous chakra reserves." She continued, letting the news sink in. Inoichi questioned, "And this is relevant, why?" Deeply considering the ramifications, Shikaku remarked, "She is saying that she had found a way to alter a person's DNA, physique, and chakra nature." Naruko confirmed his statement with a nod. However, the Uzumaki Fuin, Keto Henkin no Sayo, is not something just anyone can do. Once a person had gone through it, he or she will never be able to revert to his or her old self. The change is permanent, and once it has been used on a person, that person can never use it again. She clarified. "I wish to tell you this because when the civilian council members, especially the two relics, find out about it, they will undoubtedly try and force me to hand the secrets over to them. And will then try it out on you, thereby destroying your Uzumaki side, thereby enabling them to force you to become their puppet." Shikaku said. "And by telling us, you made sure that when they find out, they will be unable to press charges against you for keeping a potentially valuable fuinjutsu from them." He turned to the other clan leaders. "I am certain that if Uzumaki-san hadn't told us about this particular seal, many here would back the council in the claim, and probably still would." A few people raised their heads. Naruko regained their attention by saying, "There is something I forgot to mention, and that is the amount of chakra required. Only one who holds the amount of chakra equivalent to 2 Jonin-class shinobi can begin to consider using the seal. If that person wants to be on the safe side, he or she needs to hold at least an amount comparable to 3 Jonin-class shinobi." "What do you mean, on the safe side?" Naruko replied. "I mean, guaranteed not to die. Also, the Uzumaki Fuin, Keto Henkin no Sayo, can only be used by one person. If more than one person uses it at a time, the resulting conflict in chakra will spell death to both the caster and the target via chakra backlash." Heishi looked at Naruko and said, "Now, we told the elders we would choose a new venue, so let us do that. Uzumaki-san, are you willing to offer your own residence as the future venue?" asked he. "Well, seeing as I was the one who proposed it, I guess I have to accept," Naruko replied. She then grinned vulpinely, sending chills up many people's spines. She stated clearly what she meant when she said, "While I can allow access for shinobi, whether or not I can open the barrier around my estate for civilians is another matter." When they realized, the majority of the shinobi, if not all of them, smiled evilly. "As to the date, let us make it in a week's time, giving each one of you the opportunity to make a list of those willing to become a member of the task force. Heishi responded. As the Uzumaki estate is outside of Konoha, I shall allow you to bring an escort of 2 shinobi of your choosing. They will remain at your side during the meeting. Naruko responded. The castle in the evening, gazing at the brunette's nude body in the center of the ceiling array, Naruko remarked, last chance to change your mind, Suzume-san. Naruko, like Umi, had drawn seals all over her body with her blood. According to Suzume, I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to be here. With a nod, Naruko turned on the seal. It is essentially the same procedure as with Umi. Skip ahead 1 hour. Suzume muttered, fuck me, that hurt like a bitch. Your face told me just how much. Why don't we go next door so you can see yourself in a mirror? Replied Naruko. Suzume gasped at what she saw in the mirror as she assisted her new cousin in getting to the other room. Her red hair reached her thighs, and her violet eyes grew dimmer as the irises got closer to her pupils. She had mid-C cup breasts now, just like Umi, but her thighs weren't as full. She also noticed that her face was more angular and that she had grown a little longer. All in all, she thought her new appearance was even more stunning than her previous one. She had left her clothes in the room she shared with Meigetsu, Kuroka had moved in with Guren, and Umi had moved in with Asatsuyu. So this time she would greet the others naked. That evening, the master bedroom, Narukoi, do you think it would be possible for you to use that fun on me? Ino responded. Naruko gave her a look. Not to become a full-blooded Uzumaki. Just wanted to know if you could work on my chakra reserves, Ino clarified. I cannot do that, Ino. The seal doesn't allow for just the increase in chakra reserves. It only delivers entire packages. Replied Naruko. Ino let out a sorrowful sigh. Naruko stroked the inside of her thighs and said, however, I know of a way in which you can increase your stamina. After kissing Naruko tenderly, Ino remarked, and I am sure that I would enjoy it very much. But I am going to work on some family jutsu tomorrow with my dad, so unfortunately I cannot do the exercise tonight. She reciprocated with a kiss. Naruko kissed him back. Training Field 11 the following morning, while Hyuga and Anko were teaching the 2 newest Uzumakis and the soon-to-be Uzumaki close-quarters combat skills, the sound of swords striking each other reverberated throughout the field. Read. Hyuga giving sparring lessons and Anko being a sadist. Meanwhile, Ino and Naruko were sparring close by. Using techniques they had acquired and honed during their training trip, they had discovered in a previous training session that they had outperformed Hyuga in swordsmanship. Naruko was just starting to breathe noticeably, while Ino was perspiring profusely. Naruko-san wasn't joking when she said you'd turn into an Uzumaki in both body and chakra, Kuroka murmured. She was struggling to stay up with the other 2. At least you still have complete control over your muscles, Umi came back. She and Suzume had to start over with chakra control because they were still getting used to the new bodies. I see now why the Uzumaki clan doesn't have any genjutsu in their arsenal. They had too much chakra, said Kuroka. She complained, I'd like to see you do better than us tomorrow. Naruko yelled, incoming. By mistake, she had sent a savage wind their way. The warning arrived at the perfect moment. Light laughter followed the shout, sorry. I sneeze. Sweat dropped from Kuroka, Suzume, and Umi. Really? They pondered. Evening, following Naruko's use of Kuroka's Fuin. Kuroka exclaimed, wow. At the moment, she was examining herself in the mirror. Her eyes were light purple, not violet. Her dark red hair was longer than Naruko's, which at the moment fell just below her knees, and ended at her feet. Her hips matched her large C-cup breasts. In addition, she had a noticeable amount more muscle than the other 2, though not enough to qualify as a macho woman. The only thing Naruko could say when she heard Kuroka running down the stairs was, welcome. With perspiration streaming down her face, Naruko concluded, to the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kuroka. She heard shouts of embarrassment, jealousy, and welcome coming from downstairs a short while later. The castle's outdoor bath the following night. With a sigh, Ino and Naruko dipped into the warm outdoor bath they had reserved for themselves. While the Kitsune sisters were on a C-rank mission, Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume were on a B-rank mission. Anko had been summoned to be questioned in the field. The young couple was left alone in the estate as a result. Naruko felt a little hotter as she turned to face Ino. She walked over to Ino and took a seat beside her lover. Ino rested her head on Naruko's shoulder, as she always does. Ino squeaked as Naruko abruptly reached around her and lightly squeezed her breasts. She turned to look at Naruko and saw her vulpine grin, but there was love in her eyes. A lengthy, passionate kiss brought the 2 together. Lemon. If you'd like, skip the arms of Naruko and Ino and circled one another, pressing their breasts together. Naruko lowered one of her hands and stroked the fold of Ino's snatch, causing Ino to squeak in her mouth. Ino groaned at the attendants and broke off the kiss. She took Naruko's hand and pushed her fingers inside her, then swiveled so that she was sitting on her leg. She let out a deep groan as she climaxed as both of their fingers went inside her. Even while she was still in the bath, she could feel her love fluids leaking out. She leaned into Naruko, suddenly exhausted. She was abruptly lifted from the water and placed on the cool, rough sand. She then felt Naruko's weight resting on top of her as they rubbed their snatches together and gave her long, tender kisses. They got some between them as they rolled around in the coarse sand on their way to their climax. As the coarse particles entered their snatches and between their breasts, they increased the pleasure and pain. Ino moved their legs and started cutting Naruko's hair, breaking the kiss. Ino picked up a handful of the coarse sand and let it drop slowly from her hand at the point where they met. Both girls groaned aloud as Naruko and Ino grabbed handfuls of sand and used them to touch each other's breasts, adding to the friction and pain. They finally climaxed, dousing each other with coarse sand and a concoction of love juices. Both girls were still in the scissoring position and could not muster the strength to move a muscle, much less walk to their room. Rather, they both experienced fatigue and immediately dozed off. The following morning, Naruko took some sand and pushed it past Ino's grasp as they resumed their lovemaking. Naruko inserted 2 fingers and started massaging the sandy walls, causing Ino to writhe in both pleasure and agony. Ino was about to climax when Naruko pulled her fingers away. Ino chose to take revenge by kneeling between Naruko's legs and flipping her over on her back. Using her thumbs to hold Naruko's fold apart, Ino raised Naruko's hips until her thighs were resting on her shoulders. Giving her a gentle lick, she sensed Naruko shuddering. Ino grinned. Ino took 2 handfuls of sand, holding the snatch open with one hand, and let it drop slowly into Naruko's depths. Ino started rubbing the spot directly above the snatch, where Naruko's triangle of flaming hair was located, while holding the snatch closed with the same hand. Naruko was writhing and groaning by this point. Suddenly, Ino sensed Naruko pressing her fingers into her snatch once more. Soon after, both girls climaxed again, with Naruko's arm covered in the same mixture and Ino's face covered in sand and love juices. Naruko and Ino decided that enough was enough and returned to the bathhouse, where they first hosed their bodies clean of sand and dried love juice. After getting Naruko to sit with her legs spread apart against the wall, Ino carefully pushed the hose into her opening, causing a mixture of water and coarse sand to flow out, along with a moan from Naruko. As the water sprayed against the entrance to her womb, Naruko gasped as she slowly pushed deeper, but by this point, all of the sand had been washed out of her. Naruko let out a disappointed groan as she felt Ino extract the hose. Ino spread her own legs and purred sensuously, "Naruko, please wash me as well." Naruko followed Ino's lead and inserted the hose slowly and gently into Ino's snatch. The sensation of having her insides washed out made Ino shudder violently. When Naruko sensed a barrier, she halted and started to slowly back away, but Ino caught her by the wrists. She begged, "Please, Naruko, make me a woman." Naruko questioned, "Are you sure?" Ino gave a nod. She felt Naruko hesitate as she threw her head back and felt the water pressure against the barrier once more. She cried out, "Please, Naruko." As she felt the barrier stretch and then tear, seconds turned into minutes. As Ino screamed in agony, she experienced a surge of contentment. Meanwhile, Naruko witnessed a stream of water and blood. She asked Ino if she was okay, worried. With tears in her eyes, Ino looked at Naruko joyfully and grinned, saying, "It hurts a bit, Naruko, but I am fine now. Please, continue." As she pushed through the last sections of the barrier, Ino screamed with delight because she had never felt anything strike her womb's doors before. Ino reached over to turn off the tap so she wouldn't be the only one enjoying it. She pulled off the hose, walked slowly up to Naruko, and inserted the other end into her body. Ino was reminded that Naruko's first time wasn't as enjoyable as hers when she saw her fight the urge to punch her, but fortunately, she was able to relax after some time. Before long, they were kissing and pumping the hoses in and out of each other's snatches before they finally climaxed together once more. Still connected by the hose, they fell together onto the sandy and wet floor and struggled to catch their breath. End of lemon. Between gasps, Ino uttered, "Ha. Ha. We should do that again with something a bit more solid." Beside her, she sensed Naruko becoming tense. Ino reached out and took her hand in a comforting manner while gazing lovingly into Naruko's eyes. Seeing Naruko relax a little, she remarked, "It doesn't have to be that shape though." When Ino and Naruko finally caught their breath again, they pulled the hose away from them and noticed that one end was partially covered in blood. After examining it, Ino grinned and remarked that it would be a great memento of the day she became a woman. Ino put her hand on Naruko's shoulder as she noticed her expression darken. After that, Ino bit Naruko's thumb, causing the blood to fall onto the hose's unblooded end. Ino let the blood dry and said, "Now we both can remember the day we both made women out of each other." Naruko suddenly embraced Ino while crying. Naruko sobbed into Ino's shoulder. Thank you." She must have unintentionally lifted a lot of Naruko's weight, Ino realized. She hugged him back. A voice next to them said, "I think that you two should either get a room, or you should find a priest to tie the knot for you." Naruko and Ino instantly jumped back in fear and assumed a defensive position until they realized that Anko was only wearing a towel. Naruko embraced her and said, "Welcome back, Ka-san." Anko, accidentally, dropped the towel before they connected, causing Ino to freeze when she saw Naruko's breasts being gulped down by breasts nearly twice their size. Then Naruko walked inside. Anko turned to Ino as the door closed. With a bow to an astonished Ino, she said, "Thank you for lifting that weight of her shoulders." Then, blushing, Ino questioned Anko. Chapter 14 Time Jump. 3 weeks later, in Kusagakure, close to the Tenchi Bridge. Naruko was studying a map of the area surrounding Kusagakure no Sato when Ino asked, "Are you sure that this is the place?" Rewind when the Anbu showed up with the summons from the Hokage. Anko was busy preparing breakfast. Menu: minced dango, rice dango, and vegetable dango. For herself, the 3 Kitsune sisters, the blonde soon-to-be Uzumaki, and the 4 Uzumakis. Unfortunately, Anko was only wearing a nude apron at the time, and her arms were over the preparation table, exposing the side of her breasts to him at a nearly 90 degrees angle. Anko caught a glimpse of him as he bounded back, a nosebleed oozing from beneath his mask. Anko deadpanned, finished creating the dango, and then asked, "Why are you even here? You are going to clean that up." After an hour, the Hokage office Tsunade's eyebrows were wildly moving. In addition to sending the Anbu an hour and 8 minutes ago, she discovered that Anko, who was only wearing a cooking apron, had KO'd the Anbu. Tsunade mentally noted that the Anbu curriculum should include strict anti-pervert instruction and discipline. Although her gloomy aura betrayed her emotions, she said in a level voice, "You are late." Umi shrugged and said, "We were having breakfast." It was deadpan, at 10:30 in the morning. Tsunade said. Her aura grew larger, and the whole Gonin retreated. "How were we to know that the Anbu carried a message from you when he was out cold?" Naruko inquired. A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead. "After a beating and 1 broken table." "Well, now that you are all here," Tsunade remarked, glancing at the team in front of her, who had all grown 4 inches thanks to the knuckles of one of the blondes. "Gonin, I am giving you a B-class mission. You are to aid the Grass in solving several abductions, mostly civilians, but also several of their shinobi. You will begin your search at the Tenchi Bridge, where the most recent kidnapping took place. Unfortunately, the Grass won't be sending a team of their own as they are currently short on manpower. You are to leave as soon as you can." Dismissed. Tsunade concluded. The Gonin burst through the gate a minute later. The end of the flashback. "This is definitely the right area. The Tenchi Bridge must be just up ahead," replied Naruko. The 5 of them soon came upon a bridge, but the 2 individuals standing on the bridge startled them the most. A wave of rage swept through Naruko. She would never forget the scent of the 2, even though she didn't recognize them by sight. The snake Sanin turned toward them and yelled at them before they could hide. Naruko and her group emerged from the trees with the words, "Come on out, I know you were there." Orochimaru's eyebrow went up. He hissed, "You." She was even known to Kabuto, his companion. Kabuto remarked, "Well, long time no see, Naruko-kun." A vein bulged on Naruko's head. Orochimaru hissed and licked his lips like a snake, saying, "Ah yes, the one with that bitch of a summon. I still owe you for making Manda end his contract with me." Naruko whispered, "Watch out girls. The fucker has use of his arms back." She and her teammates went on the defensive. He hissed and said, "Oh yeah, I heard Sasuke left his seed with you. Tell me, has that seed grown into a plant yet?" Naruko moved in front of him faster than the eye could follow and punched him in the face with great force. Everyone was shocked when a thin layer of red chakra spread across her, gradually destroying her clothing. The chakra created some bone armor in their stead, revealing the majority of her stomach and cleavage. She had armor plates on the outside of her thighs and some armored mini pants. Think cross between pants and underwear. She was barefoot and had shin guards on her lower legs. Armor plates resembling those on her thighs and shins were placed on her shoulders and arms, respectively. Her tails were flapping freely behind her, and the kunai in her hair braids also transformed into sly-looking barbs. Consider some harpoons with lots of spikes pointing in the other direction. Smash! With a vicious backhand, she sent Kabuto flying before he could react, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. She turned back to Orochimaru after hearing a malevolent chuckle. You have indeed become powerful, Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. He chuckled. His face was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and he flew through the forest. Naruko drew her two swords, Himiko and Arashi, which started to glow red and blue-white, respectively, and yelled to her team, "Take care of Kabuto. I have a score to settle with this one." She hurried through the path of devastation she had created by hurling Orochimaru a few moments later. Alongside Kuroka, Suzume, Umi, and Ino, Kabuto and three creatures attacked Ino and the other three before they could flee after her. The trio glared at Ino as he joked, "Hey Kuroka, Umi, Suzume. You like monsters, don't you?" Drawing her own sword, Nenshoha, burning blade, she concluded, "How about you get to know those three while I take on four eyes here?" The blade started to glow red-white and emit smoke as she directed her chakra into it. Kabuto grinned and assumed that the fight would be simple, but he quickly regretted his statement after Ino launched a flurry of enraged blows at him. A monster that appeared to be made of rock was attacking slowly but powerfully as Umi flew around it. Think of a golem from Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Suzume was battling a nude woman with eagle-like lower legs and fingers that ended in razor-sharp claws, while Kuroka was protecting herself from the swift attacks of a human-goat hybrid, Satyr, brandishing a sword. A pair of raven-black wings, at least 3 meters long, grew from her back. The harpy didn't care to show herself, but when Suzume brought up the fact that she was smaller than her, she became enraged. The harpy yelled, "Fucking bitch," and tore at Suzume. Alongside Umi was gradually growing tired of evading the golem's slow attacks. In contrast to Anko, the movements appeared to be motionless. Stopping his attacks, the golem said, "Lady, I have a request for you." Umi questioned defensively, "And that would be?" With a roar, the golem launched another assault, saying, "Just stand still and let me fuck you up." The slow movement caused Umi to yawn. Umi pulled out some of the Uzumaki Kabaku Fuda she was carrying while ducking under the throw. "And I have a request for you, since you won't surrender," Umi replied. The golem growled, "Oh, so you want me to fuck you?" On Umi's head, a big tick mark appeared. She snapped her fingers and said in a monotone, "No, just die." A few seconds later, hundreds of rock fragments from an explosion rained down on the surrounding area. Kuroka was in trouble when Umi turned to look around. Alongside Kuroka was being mistreated by the satyr. She was barely able to avoid or parry its attacks because it was much faster than she was. The fine work was making the satyr laugh. Kuroka's clothing was already ripped. A log with explosive tags took the place of the satyr when she became sidetracked by another explosion. The satyr kicked the log, seemingly out of instinct, toward Kuroka. The Uzumaki was flung against a tree by the ensuing explosion. The satyr roared, extending its hands and grabbing the cloths covering her breasts, saying, "Worthy effort, but futile." Yep. Even here, satyrs are the horny brutes they're portrayed as in myths. Kuroka's arm shot forward, forcing as much chakra into it as she could, impaling her tanto through the eyeball of the satyr's head. The satyr's rough fingernails sliced Kuroka's skin between her breasts, causing a spasm to shoot through it. Umi arrived and began to examine the wound just as the satyr fell back dead. The deepest part of the cut was about 1/4 inch deep and 3.5 inches long. Umi pulled out her first aid kit and said, "Sorry, gotta stitch you up. No anesthetics though." Kuroka gasped in agony as a loud shriek ripped through the room, "Just get on with it." Alongside Suzume the harpy screamed, "Just die already." "Nope." Suzume deadpanned, striking the harpy, who was covered in bruises and wounds, once more. They were momentarily distracted by 2 explosions. The two were fighting again in a matter of seconds. Harpy screamed, "Just stay still already." Suzume, growing weary of the harpy's voice, declared, "Time to end this." The last thing the harpy experienced was being torn apart from head to toe by a kunai. Suzume said, "Let's go see how the others are doing." Alongside Ino, to say that Ino was struggling would be an understatement. They were playing with her. Kabuto had been using his chakra scalpels the entire time, and he had already painfully cut many tendons in her body. However, Ino persisted. They clashed once more, but this time the result was different. A huge explosion rocked the terrain. Both competitors had been fighting on the bridge, but the shockwave itself destroyed it, forcing them to jump to the opposite side of the gorge. Umi yelled, "Ino." She gestured to the big cloud of smoke rising from the forest and asked, "Wasn't Naruko Taicho over there?" Ino went pale. She yelled, "Naruko." Her leg wounds began to flare up, almost causing her to tumble over the gorge's edge. Taking her arm, Umi said, "Got you." With a desperate tone, Ino said, "We have to get over there." The ground trembled with another explosion. Over the commotion, Kuroka yelled, "Are you nuts? If we go there, we will be caught between two monsters." Ino growled, "Naruko isn't a monster." As the earth trembled violently, Suzume exclaimed, "No, she isn't. She just has power rivaling one." All four of the girls began to fall into the gorge as the ground beneath them began to give way. Someone yelled, "Mokaton. Mokase no te." Suddenly, the four girls were being hoisted to safety by wooden hands. When Ino was safe, one of her best friends, Sakura, a certain pink-haired banshee, embraced her. Sakura hugged Ino like a bear while she winced in agony. Ino mumbled, "Ouch. Forehead. Go easy, will you?" The pain quickly subsided as Sakura Bagan used her mystic palm jutsu to treat her wounds. A man said, "Kino. Where is Sai?" Kuroka asked, forcing the man to look at her. "Tenzo senpai?" He went over a number of hand signals right away. He chanted, "Mokaton. Kenkiona Anzen." Kuroka felt a sudden chill run up her back and legs. It quickly expanded and encircled her upper torso entirely. She noticed that she now had a wooden chest plate that nearly lined up with her curves when she looked down. The man said, "I go by Yamato now, Kuroka." Sakura smiled and added, "And unlike his role model, he is not a perv. He is also pointedly on time." "Good to know that he will provide us with some cover," Suzume replied. A panicked Kino yelled, "Yamato Taicho. Sai has crossed the ravine." Kuromaru and she were sprinting in their direction. "Who?" Suzume started as something smashed into the earth close to them. After the smoke cleared, they saw a five-tailed Naruko being restrained to the ground by an absurdly long blade that was attempting to pierce her armor. Like in the anime, but with the following changes. Armor instead of the blood chakra mixture, and 5 tails instead of 4. Upon impact, her chakra sword, Himiko, broke, and Arashi flew into a nearby tree, embedding itself up to the hilt. The impact caused Naruko to cough up blood. Sakura wasn't finished healing her, so Ino tried to run to her and yelled, "Naruko." The sword quickly withdrew, leaving Naruko with minor wounds. Now everyone could clearly see Naruko's appearance. Her armor was slightly cracked, her hair was frizzed out, she was slightly burned, and she was breathing heavily. She heard Ino call, "Naruko." Naruko vanished as he looked at her, then reappeared in front of them, snatching Ino away from Sakura. Naruko sobbed into her shoulders as she said, "Ino-koi. Are you alright?" She was thrown to the ground via Knuckle Express a few moments later. Sakura yelled, "I am still healing here, Baka." Everyone else started to perspire. With his hand slamming to the floor, Yamato uttered, "Mokaton. Mokase no hashi." Wooden pillars formed a bridge, arching over the chasm. While Ino was busy kissing Naruko awake, "It works. Sweat drop." Sakura had finished with him. Until they reached a huge crater, they all ran across the bridge and through the forest. Most of them gasped, "The fuck?" The back of Naruko's head was scratched. "I think I went a little too far," Naruko said sheepishly. Sweat dropped from everyone who wasn't a part of the Gonin. They deadpanned, a bit. During their training trip, Naruko went overboard and almost killed Jiraiya, destroying an entire mountain, as the other Gonin recalled. Yamato, Naruko, and Ino were talking while Sakura was tending to Kuroka's wound, after tearing the chest plate off. "After you left, we received word from Kusa that they had discovered the person behind the abductions," he continued. In a monotone, Naruko replied, "Orochimaru." Yamato gave a nod. "Therefore she assigned me to act as a temporary replacement for Kakashi, who is currently on a solo operation," he continued. "What about this Sai, whoever the heck he is?" Ino responded. Yamato let out a sigh. "The council called for Danzo's release from prison. Of course he had the Sharingan removed and a seal was placed over his right eyehole preventing anything to be implanted there ever again. Of course that didn't stop him from reforming his root operation. Yamato grumbled as he recalled his time en route. Naruko added, and Sai is one of Danzo's lackeys. Yamato gave a nod. He has been trained as an ANBU, same as the two of you and the other Gonin. Yamato went on. Then he turned to face the rest of their group. After tending to Kuroka's wound, Sakura was occupied with covering her modesty by wrapping her breasts. They departed shortly after to pursue Orochimaru. A half-day later, time has passed. Yamato had constructed a tunnel entrance, and the Konoha group stood before it. Then he said, "Let's go." They continued walking until they reached a wall in the tunnel. Yamato made an opening by using a flaw in the wall and his wood release. They were in a lengthy hallway a few moments later. Yamato informed them that Sai was present by pointing in a single direction. Naruko suggested that they divide up and conduct a search when they reached a fork. After that, Team Yamato went to the left, leaving the Gonin to go to the right. A.N. Although Kino and Kuromaru replaced Naruto, Team 7 plus Yamato's actions mostly follow the anime's plot. After 2 minutes, one of the girls screamed, "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me," the Gonin heard. The voice sounded strangely familiar to Naruko. Then there was a roar. The 5 figures rushed into what looked like an arena after hearing the noises. A girl with tanned skin and dark red hair sat against one wall. She wore almost no clothing at all. There were a few monsters all around her, and there were at least 100 more on the terraces that surrounded the arena. The majority of them were applauding the sport, which is another word for slaughter. But when the Gonin charged in and destroyed the monsters encircling the girl, that all changed. The spectator monsters leapt at them, roaring with indignation. One vicious, gory, and fierce battle later Kuroka asked, "Are you all right?" to the girl. She simply gazed at Naruko, or more precisely, at them. She said, "You?" with a hint of fear in her voice. Naruko gave her a perplexed look. She screamed, "Wait, it's you. You were amongst those who kidnapped Sasuke." "All right. I am so royally fucked," the redhead thought. She waited for her demise while closing her eyes. As Ino started to say, "So you are partially to blame for the death of the Sandaime as well as," the girl cut him off. "Yes and no. Yes, I was there at both events. Yes, I helped create and maintain the barrier preventing the Hokage and Kazekage from escaping. Yes, I was a member of the Sound Four. Yes, I fought against that lazy pineapple. In Konoha, somewhere Shikamaru let Asuma win, for once, by sneezing and moving the shogi pieces in front of him. Returning to the Gonin, and the blonde cactus head. A location in Sanagakure and Kankuro sent Temari home to lie down after she sneezed. Once more, back with the Gonin, and nearly fucking died. But no, I wasn't in control of my actions back then. Orochi fucking Maru's fucking cursed seals have an obedience seal incorporated into them. After being brought back here by some auto nin, that fucking snake bastard murdered my mother and younger sister in front of me for failing my mission. Of course that was before that fucking Uchiha walked in. He also removed the fucking seal, thanked Kami, and threw me into this hellhole." The little girl continued with her ranting, most of them aimed at Orochimaru. "Just yesterday one of those fuckers managed to knock me unconscious. When I came to, I found them using me as a fuck toy. I managed to get them to move away from me. That is when you lot appeared. I still have their shit flowing out of me." Suddenly, ki filled the entire room. They all turned to see Naruko, who was radiating a deadly aura, her tail swinging menacingly and her barbed braids swinging like snakes. To the girl's confusion, however, the ki wasn't aimed at them. She turned to see a number of new monsters emerge from the cages around them. After the girl objected, Ino grabbed her and they all leapt to the upper terrace. She put the girl down when she arrived. Unfortunately, as soon as she placed weight on one leg, the girl fell to the ground. She uttered in agony, "Fuck. Those bastards must have broken it." She started to say, "Oi, flame brain. Don't hold back. Give," but stopped when she saw that the fight was already over. She only saw 20 identical figures moving around the room to check for survivors. "What the fuck?" inquired the girl. Suzume remarked, "She didn't hold back. By the way, what is your name?" Tayuya spat. "Tayuya. Wait, why do you care?" Ino's voice was sickly sweet as she said, "Because, Tayuya-kun, the fact that you were raped and went through hell makes us even." Tayuya gave her a perplexed look. Naruko landed beside them and said, "Sasuke raped and brutalized me 3 years ago." Her armor appeared more cracked than usual, but she had hardly been scratched, after putting me under a genjutsu that turned me into a ragdoll. She continued. They noticed an unexpected explosion. We'll continue this conversation later. Ino. You and Umi get her out of here. Kuroka. Suzume. You are with me. Let's find out what that was, Naruko replied. A few minutes later, outside Tayuya mumbled, I am feeling jealous. Umi and Ino gazed at her. Tayuya went on, holding her own mid-B cup breasts in her hands. How can she have such a perfect body? I mean, I am a girl, yet I feel like a boy compared to Flame Brain. Umi said to her, join the club. Near the explosion site, Naruko's group. Naruko let out a sneeze. She reasoned, it must be the dust. She emerged into the light a few moments later, just in time to witness Sasuke attempt to cut Sakura. Naruko parried Arashi's sword, focusing wind chakra on him. Sasuke grinned and said, ah, the breeding sow is here. Tell me, how is my child? With a growl, Naruko kicked him, causing him to crash into a wall. Fortunately, I never carried your child. And secondly, I am not a breeding sow. She was screaming. Sasuke took off from the debris. You what? He bellowed aloud. You crazy bitch. I left you like that so you could feel my love and have the honor of fathering a Uchiha. He tilted his head. He laughed malevolently and said, and I see you have come prepared for a second time. Naruko roared at him, causing him to enter his second state of release. Naruko started to smile as he gradually started to overwhelm her. What are you grinning for? Finally accepting the fact that you will carry one of my children, he growled. Nope. Just that this time, I am not alone, she replied. Kuroka and Suzume severed both of Sasuke's wings from his back, causing him to cry out in agony. With a furious roar, Sasuke leapt out of the pit and landed on its edge. His hand arched like lightning as he growled, all right. Have it your way, and die. Kabuto and Orochimaru suddenly materialized beside him. The snake Sannin said, Sasuke. You will not use that jutsu here. Without lowering his arm. Sasuke glared at him. If you attack them now, then Akatsuki will become a hindrance to your plans in the future. Let them live and they may be able to kill a few more of them. Orochimaru clarified. Sasuke lowered his arm and grumbled. He began, at least let me seed her. Orochimaru remarked, no, Sasuke. We have to go now. Don't push your luck. Sasuke nodded despite his growl. When next we see each other again, breeding sow, I expect you to be ready to spread your legs. Might as well train your two companions as well, get them ready to be blessed by me. He grumbled to Naruko. Then, in a cloud of smoke, the three of them vanished. A cracking and shattering sound caught everyone's attention just as Naruko was about to roar a retort. Naruko looked down to see that her armor was now totally broken, the pieces vanishing as they hit the ground, exposing her glory to the world. Naruko stretched and thought, that feels much better, less restricting. The next thing she knew, a humiliated Sakura had sent her flying. After 10 minutes while Yamato watched Naruko finish a seal detection seal, he questioned, you think we can trust her? As Naruko activated the seal, Ino informed him, she hasn't tried anything suspicious since we saved her. In fact, she tried to help on numerous occasions, only her leg is broken, and we cannot find anything suitable for a splint. When her armor appeared, she was dressed exactly like the one that had been destroyed. After the girls persuaded Yamato to make a small rock pool where Tayuya could wash herself, Naruko also gave her something to wear from one of her storage scrolls. Tayuya let out a mental sigh of relief when Naruko applied an anti-pregnancy seal to her after she had washed. When she was done, Naruko remarked, well, she spoke the truth when she said the cursed seal is gone. Tayuya let out a sigh of relief. But there are traces of several smaller seals on several parts of her body. I need to run a much more sophisticated diagnostic seal to make out what they are. She continued. Yamato-senpai, I need a flat square area 6 meters wide surrounded by high walls. She replied. Unsealing a large jar of ink, the pale boy asked, Sai, how much ink do you have? After giving a nod of gratitude, Naruko asked Ino to carry Tayuya to the level space Yamato had set up. Yamato shook his head when she said, Yamato-senpai, you go on back to Konoha. This will take a while and my team will be able to manage from here. I'll need to make a splint later on for her. What we can do though is set up camp down in the valley, he replied. You won't be able to miss it. With a nod, Naruko raised walls on all 4 sides of the level space, enclosing Tayuya and himself. Naruko wasted no time in creating 4 clones and starting to sketch the diagnostic seal matrix. By the time she finished, the sun had already set. Tayuya looked suspiciously at the array and asked, "What does this seal do?" Naruko approached her and explained, "It detects any seals that may be hidden on your body, as well as concentrations of foreign chakra." Tayuya attempted to distance himself from her. She questioned, "What the fuck are you planning now?" Naruko stated plainly, "You'd need to be naked for maximum efficiency." Tayuya gave a snort. "Fine. But I'll undress only if you do as well," he barked. Naruko started to undress, much to her surprise. "Happy now?" inquired Naruko. Tayuya nodded and assisted the redhead in taking off her clothes, putting them aside neatly. After that, Naruko placed her down in the center of the ceiling array and made a number of hand gestures. She said, "Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Fukai Shinden." Tayuya felt as though thousands of ants were crawling all over her body as soon as the array lit up. The sensation eventually subsided. Naruko swore under her breath, and she heard it. Tayuya questioned, "What is wrong, flame brain?" The response was, "You have a sterility seal." Tayuya's gaze expanded. She cried, "The fuck?" Naruko gestured to her lower body and asked, "Where?" "Inside your..." Naruko started. Tayuya growled, "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me." Snatch, just past the folds. It looked like a simple seal, but with Fuinjutsu, looks are deceptive, Naruko said. "So, why, you are," made Tayuya stammer. Naruko gave a nod. "Yes. I am going to have to do just that," she replied. Chapter 15. Beyond the wall. Tayuya's loud moan was heard by the other girls. "Ino-senpai, you sure you are going to allow this?" replied Kuroka. Ino let out a sigh. The faces of the other three girls glowed brightly as they recalled the moments immediately following their initial meeting with Akatsuki. You all know just how far Naruko will go to remove a seal from someone. A sigh of relief replaced the previous moan that they heard. Umi remarked, "I guess she is finished." After 20 minutes, the camp of Team Yamato. Suzune muttered, raising an eyebrow, he wasn't kidding when he said we'd recognize it instantly." Above the main entrance of the large wooden building they were standing in front of was the leaf symbol. The other girls were twitching their eyebrows beside her. As they entered, Sakura from the second story called out, "Ah, you are finally here. Bring her up to my room. I will see if I can't fix her leg up a bit." Naruko complained, but after removing her heeled sandals, she complied. Sakura's room did not resemble a bedroom at all, but rather an infirmary. Sakura was making Tayuya a bed to lie on. Tayuya turned to Sakura after Naruko put her down on the bed. She said, "Anything I need to do or you to work?" After responding, Sakura started her healing jutsu, saying, "Just remain as still as possible." Feeling her bones return to their normal position, Tayuya gritted her teeth. "Fuck. This hurts almost as much as actually breaking them," she grumbled. Sakura complimented him, saying, "Suck it up. I must say though, you are healing much faster than normal people." Tayuya cursed, probably because of what that fucker did to me. She was not particularly interested in finding out what had occurred. "Anyway, if we stay here and I give you 2 more treatments, tomorrow in the morning and in the evening, you should be able to walk again in the following morning, and run 3 days later," Sakura replied. Tayuya said, "Please call that bimbo and blondie here." But the word, bimbo, made Sakura stiffen. Sakura yelled, "Naruko, Ino Buddha. Tayuya-san wants to talk to you." Her voice made Tayuya wince. "Did you have to fucking yell so loudly, you fucking banshee?" she inquired. Naruko entered and twisted her finger inside her ear, saying, "That was her not even trying to be loud." Ino walked behind her. After completing her jutsu, Sakura stood up to go. Sakura said, "I'll let you 3 talk," and walked out of the room. She felt a hand grab her collar and a pair of lips slam into hers as soon as she shut the door. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise as she realized it was Kino. The Inuzuka grinned and said, "I just felt like doing that for some reason." Sakura simply stood there, stunned and perplexed by what had transpired. Naruko, Ino, and Tayuya were discussing the next course of action back inside the room. They concluded that the best course of action was to keep her at the Uzumaki estate until they were able to resolve her predicament. She would be immediately put to death as someone who unwittingly contributed to the deaths of 2 cages. Time jump. 2 weeks later, the main gate of Konoha. The 2 eternal Chunin informed the shinobi group in front of them, "You are not permitted to enter." The leader had a huge butcher's knife draped across his back. The person next to the man asked, "Can you at least then send a message to Uzumaki Naruko? We are friends of hers," and a new voice interrupted. The two-leaf Chunin and the whole group of foreign shinobi turned to face the approaching blonde. I never expected to see you guys here, Zabuza-san, Haku-san. Ino blushed as Haku bowed to her and said, Ino-ne-san, it is good to see you again. Zabuza said, long time no see. How is the brat doing? Reminiscent of the days in Nami no Kuni following Gato's passing. Ino laughed into her hand. Then she faced the Chunin. The two Chunin relaxed when she said, it's okay. I'll take care of them. I'm going back to the Uzumaki estate anyhow, so they can just join me. Ino looked back at the Wave shinobi group. Please follow me. The Uzumaki estate is outside of Konoha, she replied. She sensed that some of the shinobi were watching her. She grinned as she recalled the day that Naruko created Keto Henkin no Sayo, the idea that would allow her to undergo the Uzumaki Fuin. She had done so by drawing the seals with Ino's own blood, making her a hybrid of Yamanaka and Uzumaki. Rewind. How do you feel, Ino-koi? Naruko asked, with a changed Ino pressed to her bare chest. Naruko was waiting for Ino to respond after she and Ino had both completed the ritual nude. Better. Ino's response. She stood up and paused to catch her breath. She was thrilled to discover that her chest had shrunk to a low D cup size. She also felt a little fuller in the hips. The end of the flashback. So, Ino-ne-san, how are things between you and Naruko Oni-san? Haku inquired. Ino responded by raising her hand to reveal the ring to them. Ino replied, very well, thank you. Beneath the bandages, Zabuza grinned. And to think just how low you were during the battle. You did well, kid. He concluded. That made Ino laugh. Wait till you see what Naruko has managed. Ino replied. The group soon arrived at a gate that revealed a grassy field behind it. After approaching the gate, Ino wiped one of the bars with her finger after biting it. The click of the lock was audible. According to Ino, blood seals. She simply vanished as she passed beneath the gate arch. She reappeared a few moments later. She said and vanished once more, saying, I forgot to mention that there is a powerful barrier surrounding the estate and another that hides it. Just follow me. Zabuza, initially skeptical, proceeded to the point where Ino abruptly vanished. Extending his arm, he was astounded when it vanished as well. He inhaled and moved forward, feeling the bandages on his face strain to hold his jaw in place. His friends gradually joined him on the opposite side, all of them almost gawking at the sight of the beauty that met their eyes. There were well-kept flower gardens on either side of the path, each with flowers arranged in different patterns. A well-kept grass field with a few trees scattered across it was located on one side, beyond the flower beds. To their surprise, a horde of redheads and blondes were practicing various taijutsu stances and styles on the opposite side. In addition to those, there was another army that was being trained to wield two katanas. The blondes were identified by Zabuza and Haku as Ino's shadow clones, but none of the redheads were familiar to them. To get their attention, Ino giggled and said, if Naruko were to see you now, she'd be rolling around the floor. Before they could move, both groups of clones began to scatter. Ino said, please follow me. I have already sent a clone to tell Naruko about your arrival. Ino face-palmed and led them to the side of the training field, where 4 figures were locked in a 3-on-1 spar. Oh, boy. Follow me please. When Zabuza finally identified the person chasing the other 3, he said, is that, Naruko? One of the Nami shinobi remarked, can't be. Naruko Ne-chan only has one tail. With wide eyes, Ino jerked her head around. She half-shouted, Inari? The 3 red-haired figures were flying toward them, but neither of them saw them. Yep. That is me UFFF. Umi smashed into Inari and landed. Suzume and Kuroka weren't as fortunate. They barely missed the group when they landed. Together, the 3 redheads said, note to self. All 3 of the girls passed out after hearing the words, never make jokes about her during a spar or battle. Really now, you'd think they'd know better by now, Ino murmured. Jogging over, Naruko exclaimed, Zabuza-san, Haku-san. What a pleasant surprise. Warmly greeting her old friends, she quickly gave Ino a quick peck on the cheeks and received one in return. The majority of Nami shinobi simply gazed at their idol. She was dressed in a black bodysuit with a tight-fitting orange kimono top. Her fire-like hair was arranged in 9 different braids that hung down to her knees and all ended in a kunai. At the moment, she was going barefoot. She inquired, how is Inari-kun? They pointed, and she went in that direction. She said, oops. She noticed the boy's eyes were spiraling as she lifted Umi from him. Naruko's perspiration fell. Sorry about that. Naruko apologized. Umi complained and turned to face the guests, saying, "Sorry, doesn't cover the cost of injuries you inflict whenever we tease you during our spars." The other two joined them quickly. With some blood trickling from his nose, one of the men muttered, "Man, what I wouldn't do to live here." He took a side punch from the girl next to him. Zabuza chuckled at the teasing. "Forgive them, Naruko-san. They don't really have much experience in the way of respect," Zabuza replied. Ino and Naruko laughed. Ino said, "Must have come from their teacher." Zabuza winced. Inari sat up and said, "Ow, my head. Why did you hit me, Zaba-sensei?" Zabuza snarled, "Gaki, how many times have I told you not to call me that?" That made everyone in the group laugh. "Anyway, let's go inside where we can introduce ourselves." "I'll have," Naruko said, trailing off as a seal on her arm started to glow. She muttered, "Great, more visitors." She recognized them as the three elderly, senile remnants of the civilian council. They all heard an elderly woman yell, "We are from the civilian council and we wish to speak with the clan head of the Uzumaki clan." The gate was given the finger by Naruko. Kuroka, Suzume, and Umi made the decision to go get Yuya and proceed to one of the safe rooms. In the meantime, Ino was followed into the main building by Zabuza and the other Nami shinobi. Naruko inhaled deeply before creating a shadow clone that passed through the barrier. The shadow clone said, although Naruko could hear the underlying annoyance, "Forgive me, counselors, but I currently have visitors from Nami no Kuni. So please keep this discussion short. We demand that you hand over the secrets of the Uzumaki Fuin. Kedo Henkin no Sayo to us immediately," Homura responded. Utatane insisted, "as well as the secret for the Uzumaki Kabaku Fuda that you make. And finally the formulae for the removal of any and all Fuin and Juinjutsu," Danzo concluded. Naruko snarled from the other side of the barrier. The shadow clone inquired, "On what grounds do you place these demands?" "On the grounds that you are keeping vital information from your allies," Utatane yelled. Naruko hoped Tsunade was observing everything. This is unmistakable proof that the civilian council was attempting to coerce her into paying them. "I have not kept the fact that I possess the blood adoption seal a secret, elders. In fact, most of the clan heads know about it, how it works and what it does. Therefore the basis of ground of your demand for that seal is voided. Also, the Uzumaki Kabaku Fuda are exactly that. They are Uzumaki, meaning they belong to my clan. So you shove your demand for them down your throat. Next, the seal removal formulae is an S-class secret amongst the Uzumaki clan. Lastly, as the Uzumaki clan is not registered as a clan from Konohagakure, none of you have the right to make such demands from me. And besides, Danzo, why are you trying to use a genjutsu on me?" the shadow clone replied. Office of the Hokage Tsunade and a few clan heads yelled, "What the fuck?" "Thankfully we now stand witness to the corruption within the civilian council," Fugaku stated. At that, several others nodded. Front gate of the Uzumaki clan estate. Danzo went pale. He didn't think Naruko would have been able to detect his genjutsu, much less resist. "And on what ground do you place that accusation?" asked the man. "I have modified the barrier to resonate with my own chakra. When you tried to place me under that genjutsu, the different wave chakra wavelengths caused a disturbance within my body, both warning me as well as dispelling it. And before you make any requests, there is no point in me handing it over as there are over 50 individual seals required for it to work for one person. Homura and Utatane here are far too proud in their status as civilians to resort to cheap tricks such as genjutsu. You on the other hand have a reputation of stabbing people in the back to get what you deserved." The shadow clone went on. When the clone said, "Now if you'd excuse me, I believe I have let my guests wait for long enough. Good day." Homura was pounding on the barrier behind it, demanding entry. Dispelling the clone, Naruko once again gave the unseen the finger. As Naruko entered the living room where the others were, she complained, "I am seriously contemplating using the Uzumaki proximity mind seal on those three. There were also the three Uzumakis and Yuya. Can't you just kill the F?" Ino made Yuya's mouth shut with her hand. Naruko sighed, "I wish I could, Yuya." With an evil smirk split across her face, Naruko trailed off, "There is nothing I can do to stop them from interfering." Everyone stared at Naruko in bewilderment as she said, "They have just signed their resignation papers." Naruko swiftly informed them of the agreement between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure. Most of their faces lit up with understanding as she did that. Yuya quickly corrected herself, saying, "They're llly screwed." Her aura seemed to resonate with Haku's as they sat side by side. Indeed, but for now, Naruko-san, there is a request that brings me here to you. Zabuza responded. Most of the fledglings in Nami have primary wind nature chakra. Now I know that Haku has as well, but unfortunately he doesn't have the experience or the knowledge to teach it. I myself only use water release. You are pretty much the only person outside of Nami that would be able to help us with this. Naruko gave him a sorrowful glance. I am afraid that although I myself have wind nature chakra, I cannot help you. The only futon jutsu that I know revolve around gathering chakra and air in my lungs and then blowing it all out at once. Naruko paused for a moment. But there is a chance that one of the Jonin might know. Probably Kakashi or Yamato-san could help us. Zabuza laughed. Now there is a name to remember, he replied. At that moment, Naruko's arm began to glow with the same seal as before. Naruko grinned after he nearly cursed. She looked around at the others. She said, "Want to come and watch?" Front gate, 1 minute later. As they went through the barrier, Naruko's clone said, "Ah, Haishi-san, Fugaku-san, Inoichi-san, Shikaku-san, Choza-san," to the various clan heads. The genuine one, on the other hand, informed the clan leaders and their entourage about the existence of a former A-rank missing nin. She also asked them to observe her teasing the members of the civilian council. "Why do you allow them access onto your grounds and not us?" Homura asked. According to Naruko's clone, it's simple really. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome. "I don't trust you, and this is a meeting strictly for clan heads concerning the task force that will be serving under the Hokage's direct command, not under the council." The shadow clone replied bluntly. The clone then turned and walked through the barrier, but not before Naruko noticed Danzo's hand move slightly. "In addition, there is something I would like to point out at tomorrow's council meeting. Until then, please stop bugging me." Naruko picked off the bug Danzo had placed on it as the clone passed. She said into the microphone, "You are not as subtle as you used to be, Danzo." She then crushed it between her fingers. When Inuzuka Sume asked, "What was that about?" Naruko led them into the meeting room after saying, "Danzo tried planting a radio bug on my clone. There is one more thing I wish to discuss with you besides the task force." Suzune and Kuroka were in the room with her. Umi had already been introduced to the other clan leaders following her blood adoption. Naruko pointed to the two, who each bowed, and said, "Before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to the other two members of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kuroka and Uzumaki Suzune." The greetings were reciprocated by the clan leaders and their entourages. Naruko threw a paper tag, which exploded in a cloud of electrified chakra that filled the room, and said, "Also, there is something else I'd like to mention, but first, there is a certain seal I quickly need to release. I swear that none of you will come to harm." As soon as they heard something sizzle and pop on their clothing, a few people in the room yelled. The identical devices they were holding appeared to have shorted out. The cloud vanished a short while later. "Sorry about that. I had to make sure that what I am about to show you is kept secret. Would the escorts please step outside of the room?" Naruko replied. They all left the room except for hers. As soon as that fact was brought up, Naruko said. Naruko got up and released her 5 tails from under her kimono, saying, "They already know what I am going to show you, and I'll need them to bring them all back in later. I assume you are aware of my position as the Kyuubi no Kitsune's Jinchuriki." They all nodded when she said, "Well, that information was untrue." It took a moment for the message to sink in, but before they could yell in disapproval, Naruko raised her hand. "The truth is I am the Kyuubi. I would appreciate it if you would listen to me before accusing me and such. I am not the same Kyuubi who almost destroyed Konoha 18 years ago, to start. I only have 5 tails, and the other 4 won't grow for a while. Thirdly, you shouldn't be afraid of me because I remain faithful to Konoha." Naruko gave them some time to consider this. After a number of people refused to accept her, he added, "You just need to keep the secret, you don't need to trust me." They all nodded when she said, "In exchange, I'll assist in getting rid of those obnoxious old fools on the council." However, some questioned how she intended to accomplish this. Naruko said, "The treaty." Shikaku interrupted her before she could elaborate. The members of the Shinobi Council, who were all aware of the conversation between Naruko and the 3 council members, widened their eyes when he said, "You intend to call for a vote of no confidence." They were impressed. Naruko read out the part of the agreement that gave her the authority to call for a vote of no confidence, and by the time she was done, everyone in the room was grinning. Subsequently, they concluded the establishment of Task Force Hashirama, named for the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. While most clans had found 1 or 2 volunteers, none more so than the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans, which formed the core of the new task force with 6 volunteers each. They all agreed that the Hokage should designate a leader. They concluded the meeting by having several, if not all, of the clan heads visit Naruko. They all said, in a different way, but in the same way, get rid of those 3, and you will have our trust. The following day, the council chamber. You what? When Naruko called for no confidence in the 3 elders, Homura yelled indignantly, you no right to, before Tsunade cut him off. She does, in fact. The majority of civilians' eyes widened when Tsunade remarked, I happen to recall a certain section in the treaty with the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade and the shinobi side of the council grinned as Utatane stated, but we haven't done anything to warrant her invoking that part of the treaty. Naruko, on the other hand. While I was speaking with guests from Nami no Kuni, you attempted to coerce me into giving up clan secrets and jutsu. So don't fucking say you weren't trying to interfere with my life. Naruko yelled at them after one of you attempted to subdue me with genjutsu in order to control my behavior. After inhaling deeply, Naruko said, I understand your desire for the Uzumaki Kabaku Fuda, but the other 2 you requested are clan secrets. The formula won't leave the Uzumaki clan, even though I don't deny their existence. How about the 3 you have accepted into the clan, though? I am sure you changed them against, Utatane inquired. Just then, the doors opened and 3 girls with red hair entered. Even though I did apply the Uzumaki Fuin, Keto Henkin no Sayo to them, they all acknowledged the potential outcomes. Additionally, they met the stringent requirements I set in order to approve their adoption, Naruko stated. And what criteria are those? Danzo uttered those words. Speaking, Naruko said, the following. 1. They must have a mindset similar to the Uzumaki clan. Loyal to the end, short temper, placing family above all else, friendly and honest. 2. They must accept the possibility that they might undergo physical changes, possibly even a gender change. 3. They must choose for themselves whether or not they wish to join my clan and stick to their choice to the end. 4. If they were to be from a clan with a bloodline limit, they must be willing to give up on that power to keep it within the original clan. 5. If they have family, they must get the blessing of its members, or in the case of a clan, they must get the approval of the clan head. If they are orphans, they will have an undisclosed period of time to think about the decision. One of the civilian council members questioned, why must the clan heads give their approval? Because she'd be taking one of their clan members from the clan, even in blood, Inoichi replied. When Uzumaki-san confided in us the details of the blood adoption seal, he told us that the effects are irreversible. Also, the Keto Henkin no Sayo is a once-of deal. Once it's been used on a person, it can never be used by said person again, Heishi continued. Naruko gave a nod. She beckoned the 3 to come forward and said, now, let me formally introduce my newest clan members to you. Umi bowed and said, my name is Uzumaki Umi, proud member of the Uzumaki clan. I was born an orphan. My name is Uzumaki Kuroka, proud member of the Uzumaki clan. I too was born an orphan. Kuroka bowed as well. My name is Uzumaki Suzune, proud member of the Uzumaki clan. Like the others, I was born an orphan. I will be forever grateful to Naruko-sama for granting me a family, Suzune said with a bow. Homura inquired, what about Yamanaka Ino? She is still a Yamanaka. I cannot use the seal on her because it would change who she is. Also, when we marry, I want it to be a sign that the Uzumaki clan will remain friends to Konohagakure no Sato, even when we rebuild Uzushiogakure no Sato. Naruko replied. That made Inoichi smile. Tsunade stated, now back to the matter at hand. She and every member of the Shinobi Council raised their hands in agreement, saying, all those who support the notion of no confidence in the elders' membership, raise your hands. A couple of the civilian members even joined. No hand was raised by Naruko. All those opposed. Naruko was the only one who did not raise their hands. Tsunade's eyebrow went up. Uzumaki-san. Why didn't you call a vote? She inquired. While I may be a clan head, I am not a member of this council. If I had voted, I would have been exceeding the limits of my ambassadorial rights. If you would like me to cast my vote, Naruko replied. Aburame Shibi, the head of the Aburame clan, broke his custom of remaining silent and stated, you are the one who called for the vote of no confidence, Uzumaki-san. Yes, that may be true, Aburame-san. However, the treaty only allows me to partake in the Konoha Council's voting sessions if it directly involves my clan, which it doesn't this time. Even if I added my vote, it wouldn't change the outcome, Naruko replied. Tsunade stifled a smile as she nodded. By majority in favor, Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu and Shimura Danzo are hereby relieved of their status as council members. Tsunade stated. After giving a nod, Naruko turned to go. Tsunade remarked, "A minute, Naruko." Telling his escort to wait outside, Naruko gestured. In light of your recent actions in recent missions, the Shinobi Council has voted for a change in your rank. Tsunade responded. The civilians and Naruko gazed at her. Tokubetsu Jonin Uzumaki, I am granting you the rank of Jonin. Tsunade replied. And I accept the responsibilities that come with it, other than having to babysit brats. If you do, I must warn you that I will be sending them through the Uzumaki training regime. Naruko replied. Tsunade trembled. She recalled that Kushina had previously informed her about the Uzumaki training. Tsunade said, please don't. Fugaku inquired, what is the Uzumaki training regime like? Tsunade deadpanned, hell. Everyone stared at her, but Naruko was the one who gave the explanation. Gai-sensei's training would compare to the taijutsu aspect of the Uzumaki training regime. There is still the fuinjutsu, ninjutsu. Fugaku got excited about that. Kenjutsu, chakra control and last daily team building exercises. In short, what is considered heavy training here in Konoha would be called a light warm-up by the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade and the shinobi side appeared pale. The civilians, well. They requested it. In a language we can understand, please. Naruko let out a sigh. The Uzumaki training is around 10 to 20 times harder and more brutal than that of Konoha. Naruko stated bluntly. The civilians were the next to turn pale. How? One inquired. For the greater part of my journey I had arrow senin. Somewhere near some hot springs, away from Konoha. Farmers on the opposite side of town heard a man with long white hair scream in agony as he peered at the women loudly enough for the woman to hear him. Naruko is back. Send me through that training. At first it was hell, but after 3 months I got used to it. Well, it is designed specifically for an Uzumaki thanks to their abnormal large chakra reserves as well as their accelerated healing. Anyone else would be lucky to survive the initial training, or at least become disabled. Only one person managed to survive the training without permanent damage. Tsunade reminisced about a diary belonging to. Who? Inquired Fugaku. Tsunade responded, recalling what she had read in her grandfather's diary. My grandfather, Senju Hashirama, the Shodem Hokage. He had found it challenging as well. One of the few times the Nara was awake, Shikaku said, wait, you said that the Shodai Hokage was the only non-Uzumaki to complete the training without issues, what about the others? Naruko remarked, the lucky ones died. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Naruko gave them the straightforward explanation of the training. The individual wore a special harness on their head that was fastened to a big boulder. The training includes the neck muscles. After that, the individual would rotate their head to work on their neck muscles. Returning to the starting position was the risk. Aburame Shibi broke his typically reserved demeanor to remark, makes you almost pity the Uzumaki trainees. That is just the basic training all Uzumaki go through, civilian and shinobi alike. The shinobi go to the second stage when they become genin, and the third stage when they become jonin. Whilst they are genin and shunin they need to either learn or create suitable combat styles. Naruko clarified. In comparison to us, how strong was the average Uzumaki? Asked Choza. I'd say the everyday civilian is about as strong as a Kumo Chunin, replied Naruko. Naruko said courteously, now, if I am no longer needed, I shall go back to training my team. Tsunade gave a nod. The rest of the group was too shocked by what was said. Tsunade thought aloud after Naruko had gone. I think I have a new punishment for people. All of the other council members and former council members, including Danzo, gave a collective gulp. After 10 minutes, Ichiraku's Ramen Tuchi glanced up at his favorite client and grinned. He said, ah, Naruko-chan. Welcome. Naruko was about to return the greeting when she discovered herself clutched tightly in Ayame's arms, or the iron clamps. Ayame held onto a now blue Naruko and said, Naruko-chan, where have you been? It has been a while since you last came here. Naruko eventually fainted from exhaustion. Notwithstanding the fact that Naruko had already fainted, Tuchi laughed and said, now, Ayame. Give your Imoto, literally, little sister, some air. Ayame let go of Naruko with a yelp as soon as she realized she was unconscious. Because of the forceful inhalation of air into her screaming lungs, Naruko managed to stay upright for a brief moment before collapsing backwards as soon as her lungs were full. Fortunately, Ino caught her before she hit her head. Ino gave her a mock dagger glare as Ayame hurried to the other side of the counter. After glancing at them, Umi yelled, "Naruko-san! If you wake up, someone else is going to eat your ramen." But before she could finish, Naruko leapt to his feet and began scanning the area. She yelled, "Where is the bastard?" as everyone else, including those who had already arrived, burst out laughing. Seeking an explanation, Naruko turned to Ino. Unfortunately, the blonde was laughing so hard that she was unable to explain. After 10 minutes of intense laughter, Naruko was bringing her unconscious team of teammates home from Ichiraku's with a few of her clones. Naruko's requests for ramen caused everyone to remember to vent and start laughing again whenever it appeared to be quieting down. An embarrassed Naruko had to create some clones to transport Ino, Umi, Suzume, and Kuroka home after they eventually passed out from laughter. After 10 minutes, the castle Naruko whispered, "Sweden, Moningakuru, water release. Wake-up call," and poured copious amounts of water in their faces. The three Kitsune sisters stood off to the side, watching the spectacle unfold. The four girls looked around, momentarily confused and spluttering. Naruko said, "I was hoping to have some of Ichiraku's ramen as my promotion celebration," in a tone that left the four girls speechless. The girls turned their heads slowly, as though on rusty hinges, and instantly regretted doing so. Despite her typical smile, Naruko exuded an aura that seemed to absorb all the light. "Welcome to Uzumaki Naruko's I didn't get to eat ramen boot camp." Haruka saw Anko shivering from her spot at one of the windows. He said, "What is it, An-chan?" He had been keeping an eye on the girls as well, but he had no idea why she was so anxious. "Just remembered the time when I prevented Naruko from eating ramen, just to find out what she'd do to me," she informed him. Haruka's eyebrow went up. "And?" he inquired. "Her boot camps make my sadism seem like child's play in comparison. Honestly, even Ibiki would be intimidated by her." Anko continued to shiver. Haruka was startled to feel goosebumps when he touched her arm. He thought, note to self, never deny Naruko her ramen. After 6 hours, Naruko smiled as she called out, "Okay, that is enough. For the time being," she thought. The four girls fell to the ground. Unbeknownst to them at the time, Naruko's boot camps were merely the first phase of the Uzumaki training regimen, neck training excluded. "How can she smile like that even though she did everything we did and then some?" Ino was asking Kuroka. Between wheezing breaths, Umi added, "In fact, I am beginning to feel sorry for you, Ino. You are engaged to a demon." Suzume simply nodded without saying anything. Ino couldn't believe she lived as long as the others. Typically, they had neglected her ever since they were adopted. After listening to Umi, Naruko made the decision to continue having fun. "All right, that was enough of a break after our warm-up. Let's continue to the proper." She didn't finish because, with the exception of Ino, who had other ideas, the girls literally vanished from their seats. Batting her eyelids, she said softly, "Narukoi." She whispered the remaining words into Naruko's ear, "If you let me out of here, I will." It seemed to Ino that Naruko's aura vanished entirely. A.N. Keywords here. To Ino, and they exchanged a long, passionate kiss. Haruka turned teasingly to Anko from where they were standing in the building. He said, "Want to share in the action?" and instantly regretted the subject of his joke when Anko leapt up and began to have a private moment with him while they were standing there. Haruka would always be silenced by Anko's kisses or the occasional aphrodisiac-coated senbon to the neck when he attempted to complain. With the exception of Zabuza and Haku, the Wave group was thanking Kami on the opposite side of the training field that Naruko wasn't their teacher. Those two were reconsidering their decision to allow Naruko to teach the children anything. Following dinner, Ino and Naruko stood facing one another in their birthday suits, also known as bedclothes. "You ready?" Ino asked in a whisper. Naruko gave a nod. "Rewind," Ino muttered into her ear, "If you let me out of here, I will help you prank the other three for running away from the training." The end of the flashback. The transmission seals are ready and their rooms are soundproofed and the one-way barrier seals are active. Naruko said quietly. Both of them smiled. Ino because it would be her first time masterminding a prank, and Naruko because she would like it. They moved slowly toward one another and started making out while groaning loudly. Moans and screams of pleasure and ecstasy filled their rooms, keeping the three redheads awake all night. Haruka and Anko were too preoccupied with their own pursuits to give a damn. The following day, Naruko received an immediate apology from the three redheads for the previous day. When Naruko informed them that this would be their regular training going forward, Ino joined in their shock. "What I sent you guys through yesterday was just the initial stage of the old Uzumaki training regime, well, except for one part, but who cares? Just be happy I didn't use the proper boot camp on you. Naruko told them, and then quietly inquired, how are you feeling by the way? The redheads, who had barely slept the night before, said together, in need of a rest. Ino yawned and nodded. Not letting them go just yet, Naruko questioned, and your muscles and chakra? They looked like you after you were injured in Nami, Ne-chan. Inari replied. Nearly everyone gazed at him, with the exception of Naruko, Ino, and Anko. He was interrupted by a low, loud growl, and it wasn't from Anko, who had been by her side. What? She looked like she had been through hell and back. Yes, maybe she didn't play with. In a low, threatening voice, Naruko said, Gaki, be careful what you say next. She pointed to Ino and her clanmates and said, otherwise I'll send you through the same training as these guys. The idea of having to carry his groaning ass back to Nami made even Zabuza go pale. Inari was now obscured by a thick film of perspiration. The other Nami group members gazed at them, their heads clearly marked with questions. Regretfully, Inari wasn't totally sensible. As she gave Inari what quickly became known as the Uzumaki Bootcamp of Hell MK.1. You can guess what MK.2 and MK.3 are. Naruko gave the rest of her team the day off. Naruko sent Inari through a series of training exercises, but only one of the Nami team's raven-haired girls was paying attention. Fast forward when Inari woke up the following morning, Zabuza reassured him, don't worry, kid. Inari felt the impulse to go back to sleep after hearing, she left the most dangerous parts out of her training. He hoped that what he had just heard was a nightmare. End of flashback forward. After an hour, Naruko gazed down at the boy's unconscious body. She was surprised at how well he had performed. The girl with the raven hair, who had been observing them the whole time, ran between them with her arms outstretched as she bent down to pick him up. She half shouted at Naruko, no, don't hurt Nari-kun. The girl trembled visibly and began to perspire profusely as Naruko's face darkened, but she refused to back down. To the surprise of her teammates, Naruko pulled the girl into an embrace after a few seconds of stopping her ki release. Well done, little one. You will one day make an outstanding kunoichi. Naruko stated to her. The girl gazed at her, teary-eyed. What do you expect? The girl was just thoroughly frightened by her idol, and shortly after, she received praise from said idol. Naruko stroked the girl's head tenderly and remarked, those who disobey orders are trash. Naruko pulled the girl into an embrace so she could weep on her shoulder and went on, but those who desert their comrades are even worse than trash. In the meantime, Ino and Haku were checking on Inari. Naruko said, well, it seems the word has spread and some people wish to give me a party are here. He then smiled brightly at the girl once more. She and Ino had almost arrived at the gate when they heard a shouting voice. An abrupt sound cut off the yelling. Yosh! If I cannot complete 50 push-ups by the time Naruko-chan opens this gate, I shall run around Kono. Everyone in earshot perspired, and the majority of them thought, what the hell? Naruko remarked, that sounded like a frying pan. Probably Tenten. She has learned to cook and now carries around enough utensils to outfit a 3-star hotel. Ino was deadpanned. Sighing, Naruko said, poor Neji. Neji and Tenten sneezed simultaneously on the other side of the barrier. At least Tenten had found a way to rein Lee in. Ino replied. After nodding and taking a step forward, Naruko was alarmed by a particular seal's behavior. With a shout, Naruko rushed into the building and made her way directly to the library. Fuck. Someone breached the barrier. Ino let them in. Suzume, stay with Ino. Umi and Kuroka, with me. Not that they could have, but the three of them charged directly into a group of Anbu who were attempting to break the seals on the library doors. Naruko had taken care to install seals on the library's walls, floor, and roof, preventing entry from any other location save the door, which was sealed with an Uzumaki seal. Umi yelled, gesturing to the 6 masked figures, root Anbu. Using a scroll she carried, Naruko instinctively called forth a group of swords, arming herself and her friends. Naruko killed the Anbu by impaling him with one of her swords before he could finish, saying, continue breaking the seal. We'll hold them off. For a brief period, the others persisted, but the outcomes remained unchanged. Before long, the seal worker was the only one remaining. Naruko strode forward and said, give it up. You won't be able to break the seal I placed on that door. A seal on the man's throat illuminated as she said, now tell me. Why did Danzo send you here? Naruko was still covered in brain and head matter even after traveling back in time. It would be an understatement to say Naruko was furious. As she descended to the others, Naruko said, Umi, go fetch Inoichi. Tell him to bring an investigative unit here ASAP. Kuroka, go inform Ba-chan about what happened here. Suzume, you go and secure the top floors, especially that room. Use lethal force if you have to. Ino, search the lower rooms. I'll make a sweep of the perimeter, Naruko said as she fled. As expected, there were indications of tampering on a few of the barrier seals, and another Root Anbu team was present. With chakra pouring into her swords, she roared as she charged into the group. The previous group was not like this one. They succeeded in forcing Naruko to concede. Until Lee made an adamant, dynamic entry, and Neji and Tenten arrived. Naruko used her shadow clones to overwhelm those who weren't fighting Team Guy in the brief battle that followed. Later, Tenten informed Naruko. You are fortunate that you sent your team to search the house. Suzume encountered another team of these guys on the 3rd level while Ino encountered one trying to enter your armory. Teams 7 and 8 went to back up Suzume-san while Team 10 went and helped Ino. Neji saw you fighting this group and well, you know the rest, she continued. Naruko swiftly created a team of clones and dispatched them to see how the others were doing. In the meantime, she started to fix the barrier, which was quick. She also created 2 groups of clones, one of which went to inspect the remaining barrier seals and the other to guard the library. She then proceeded to the main gate, where the Hokage and the inspection team were waiting. After an hour after examining the masks, Inoichi declared, definitely Root Anbu. They had just finished their initial examination when one of Tsunade's ANBUs showed up. Reporting in. Shimura Danzo has fled. We cannot find him. A team is being put together to storm the Root HQ, she stated. Tsunade yelled, what do you mean, you cannot find him? He can't just have disappeared into thin air. Does Konoha have an underground? Something like a tunnel system? Naruko inquired. Tsunade questioned her. No, as far as I know there isn't one. Why do you ask? I have never trusted Danzo. He almost always did as he pleased. Has he ever talked to you about an underground? Naruko inquired. Tsunade gave a headshake. Tsunade replied, he never did to me at least. Her eyes then grew wide. Naruko nodded, saying, you don't think. It would explain a lot of things, such as why he was able to have access to so much classified information on numerous clans. Most barriers of clan residences don't run underneath the ground, do they? Replied Naruko. Inoichi, listening in, let out a gasp. He cursed, Sanofa, Hokage-sama. I suggest that all the Doten users perform a deep earth check for any tunnels under the village, he inquired. Meanwhile, I request teams 7 through 11 as support. I have a feeling that one of their secret exits may be near this estate. Naruko said quietly. The eyes of Tsunade and Inoichi grew wide. She questioned, what do you mean? Even if they were Anbu, a group of 15 shinobi leaving Konoha would be reported, wouldn't it? Added to the fact that the barrier seals that were damaged over an extended period of time. If they left via the gates, there would be a log on who it was. I bet if you go through the lists, you will not find a name that stands out. Naruko clarified. Danzo meanwhile has his cronies enter and leave the village at will almost. If we can follow their scent from the point where they breached the barrier, we may be able to find something. Tsunade turned to face another Anbu and said, unfortunately, I cannot allow the teams you requested. I agree, they are a bunch of talented brats, but they are no match for a Root Anbu. I will however authorize Team Kitsune to go investigate. I'll send Team Neko as backup. The other Konoha 14 members had already departed by this point. Naruko went to the Anbu room and gathered the other Gonin. 5 minutes later, they were wearing masks and in their Anbu gear. After 15 minutes, the woodland close to the castle. Kitsune heard through her earpiece, Neko to Kitsune, we have found an entrance. Kitsune spoke into the microphone, all units, meet up at Neko's position. The others clicked a lot in response. Kitsune said to the Anbu with the purple hair, many thanks, Neko-senpai. Thank Washi. He found it. Neko gestured to the Anbu with the eagle mask beside her. He has a Hyuga-like scent, thoughtful, Naruko thanked him. At the same time, 25 kilometers from Konoha, Danzo-sama. The teams you sent to the Uzumaki estate have all disappeared from the register. A member of the Root noticed. Danzo cursed in his head. He had dispatched a quarter of his remaining Root members, including his best Fuin specialist and Hyuga members, to raid the Uzumaki estate in search of their seals. Recalling the triple trap seal he had personally installed at the archive's entrance, Danzo informed him, then they will undoubtedly send their agents to Root HQ. It is doubtful they will find the tunnels. They also won't be able to access the archives we left behind. He hadn't bothered to install security seals inside the archives because doing so would have destroyed a number of jutsu scrolls that they hadn't been able to take with them, along with years of research. He had already made up his mind to later send his men back to empty the archives. They won't even be able to see half of the traps and seals he had set up unless they sent Team Kitsune. He smiled to himself inwardly. Returning to teams Neko and Kitsune speaking into her comlink, Kitsune muttered, "This place is a bloody trap exhibition." By this point, she couldn't remember how many traps she had broken. "What lies at the other end of this tunnel had better be worth it," she stated. "Just don't use these traps as ideas for your pranks, you sly fox." Neko replied. Her words were followed by a little laugh. Kitsune deserves credit for joining in, even though no one seemed to notice that her laughter was hollow. The thing Danzo had dared to do still made her angry inside. Later, many traps at last the Anbu came out into a huge round room with many bridges across the diameter above it. Washi swiftly used his Byakugan to scan the room. He gave the signal, "All clear." Kitsune walked slowly around the room. There were a number of doors, one with a big seal on it and the majority locked. Naruko made his way to the latter one. Her danger sense flared up like a spotlight when she was around 2 meters away. She leapt back right away, drawing Arashi in the process. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kuma's question, "Kitsune, what is wrong?" "This door is guarded by numerous trap seals. I cannot get a clear view of it. There is something there that feels dangerous." Kitsune glanced over to Washi. "Do you see anything on the floor or surrounding the door here?" she inquired. He said, "Not that hang on. Kami, you are right." He swore after saying that. Then Naruko nodded in comprehension. "Unfortunately, I am unable to describe what I am seeing." That was typically the case for those who were not trained in Fuinjutsu. She said into her comlink, "Tori." The answer was, "Yes, Taicho." Naruko waited for Tori to arrive after saying, "I need you over here." She came a short time later. "Do you think you can connect me to Washi-san's visual network so I can have a look at the seals?" Kitsune inquired. Tori gave a nod. She said, "Can do." Tori giggled under the mask as Washi muttered something about recruiting a Yamanaka to join his team. She swiftly went over a few hand signals and put one on the back of Washi's head and one over Naruko's eyes. She was in an alien world with various shades of blue and gray a few moments later. She said, "This is cool." The seal on the floor caught her attention. It was a double trap, and she knew it by instinct. The trap on the floor would burn her alive if she broke the seal on the door. After examining the seal surrounding the door, she let out a curse. She was back in her own body a few moments later. She stated, "This is going to be difficult." "What is it?" inquired Washi. She noticed a number of other teams entering the chamber from the top and gradually making their way down, while he and the other members of their strike team stood around her. Kitsune created a small army of clones and sent them to remove the seals that the Anbu teams might have discovered, telling him to tell the other teams to stop searching. "There are traps underneath the tiles and in the wall." She heard her words being transmitted over the radio a few moments later. "Have all Hyuga search the area carefully. Search for the smallest chakra signatures you can find. If you find a seal, wait for either me or one of my clones to arrive. Don't try to remove them by yourselves. They may be booby-trapped." She continued and turned to Neko. "It is a triple-layered trap. The first is laid over the locking seal on the door. The second is set to activate if the first is removed without the proper procedure. The third will activate if the second one is removed. It appears to be one that will release poison gas," Kitsune informed her. Then, Neko's Inu said, "Why don't you remove the third then?" "Because of the sealing array that connects the 3 traps. Whoever made this seal was on par with Ero Sennin in Fuinjutsu," Naruko stated to him. "How do you know it wasn't Jiraiya Sama himself who created this seal?" asked Kuma. "Because he wouldn't ever create a seal for Danzo. Besides, I have seen this seal connection array before. It is an S-class array that can be found in the library. It is difficult to create because it requires a steady hand, master calligraphy skill, and you need to be able to write extremely small letters." "Letters?" inquired Neko. Kiddens replied, "I don't see any letters." He then inquired as to whether anyone had a magnifying glass on hand. Washi moved forward. "The Byakugan has a magnification vision," he stated. Naruko instructed him to examine the lines more closely. He gasped a few moments later. He asked out loud, "She isn't kidding. Who created this thing?" "It is based on an Uzumaki design," Kitsune said. creating a circle around the trap with half of the shadow clones on the wall and the other half on the floor. She and her clones started making a number of hand signals together, most of which the other Anbu had never seen before. The seals in their circle started to glow as they went along, then started to flow toward one spot like water before blowing up, driving the clones away and sending Kitsune flying across the room. Naruko wheezed, "Damn it. I didn't compress it fast enough." Tsunade's voice said, "Someone take off her mask. She is having trouble breathing." After running to her fiancé, Tori followed instructions and put Naruko's head in her lap. Naruko's breathing gradually stabilized. She was still in pain when she opened her eyes again, but she was able to carry on with her work. She entered the root archives first because she knew the most about seals and had one of the best senses of danger. Once she had walked through the entire archive, she motioned for the other Anbu to come in. If there is one good thing that can be said about Danzo, it is that he sure liked to keep his stuff neat. A member of the Anbu whistled. Tsunade even gave a nod of agreement. Meanwhile, Naruko froze. She was shocked to read the labels on one of the shelves when Tori approached her to find out what was wrong. Scrolls from Uzushigekure, scrolls from the Uzumaki clan. Naruko growled, "We are lucky he couldn't open these scrolls." Everyone looked at her, including Ino, who had taken off her mask. Several of these scrolls contain Uzumaki clan secrets. It would explain why he constantly wanted to have the council put you under his wing. Tsunade responded. Tsunade gave the order, "Team Kitsune, take them to the Uzumaki estate. Keep them safe." Together, they said, "We intend to." Teams Neko and Tatsu, sort through this place. The rest, continue exploring the tunnels in this base. I want to know everything there is to know about it. Tsunade yelled. Chapter 17. As she read the scroll's titles, Naruko cursed, "I am going to kill that bastard." The root archives had contained more scrolls about the Uzumaki clan than even the personal library of the third Hokage. Umi whispered, "Be sure to leave some for us. How about you seal these away somewhere and we look at them tomorrow?" Ino replied. "I still want to get some training done before we go to sleep." Someone said, "Would you mind if we joined you for training?" With the exception of Naruko, everyone leapt, kunai in hand, prepared to use them. Naruko asked as she sealed the scrolls in a big scroll, "How did you get in?" A certain lavender-eyed, flushed brunette remarked, Well, Hokage-sama G, gave us the B, blood key F, for your gate, N, Naruko-kun. Forgive us if we are not comforted by that. We were just invaded by some people who were after clan secrets." Ino burst into tears. She bowed and continued, "Pardon me. Everyone here is a little on edge. About that, Naruko Gaki. I think it is time for me and my pupils to return to Nami. If you have time, why don't you come there to train them there?" a stern voice replied. Naruko turned to her friends after telling him, "As much as it pains me to say it, I must agree. I have quite enjoyed your company, Zabuza-san. How about you ask Tazuna-san to send Ba-chan a mission regarding that?" Read. Konoha 14, she growled, "And you," which caused them to back off. "Get ready for hell." A malevolent chuckle ensued. Ino touched the shoulder of Naruko. In an attempt to spare the other Konoha shinobi from a world of suffering, she said, "Naruko, why don't you leave them to train for themselves while you join us for the UTR?" With a groan, Naruko nodded slowly. Kiba was the one who exploded, saying, "Screw that. I want some proper training." In the meantime, Akamaru moved aside and joined Sakura, Kino, and Kuromaru in standing. Naruko charged at Lee and put a seal tag on his throat, causing him to erupt once more. She stated, "Fuin. Hikui Koa, seal." Low voice, Lee's voice rose just above a whisper, much to the relief of the others. Tenten grabbed Naruko's collar right away. She said, "Teach me that seal." Tenten created the puppy eyes jutsu when Naruko appeared to deny it. To the surprise of all, Neji joined her. "Let me ask you this first, Tenten, how good is your Fuinjutsu?" Naruko responded. The girl said, "Low journeyman level." "Why? For this seal, you'd need to be at least advanced journeyman level," replied Naruko. Then Naruko turned to Kiba and grinned evilly. "I'll have a clone tech you more in Fuinjutsu." Kiba started to perspire and regretted his previous outburst, "And you, get ready for the first circle of hell." In Konoha, somewhere with a start, Inuzuka Hana felt the need to locate her younger siblings, Kino and Kiba. In the compound of Inuzuka suddenly, Inuzuka Sume felt as though she was losing out on something positive. "Estate of Uzumaki, training area." The Kiba roared, "Fuck me." At the moment, He was busy performing hanging sit-ups while strapped to a branch by his feet and holding a rope to a boulder the size of his torso with his hands. Naruko, who was bound to a different branch like the other Gonin, yelled at him, "Shut up. You wanted real training. Now you must deal with it." Kiba glanced at her and said, "I am letting you off easy here." The enormity of the boulder attached to her arms made him go pale. It was at least 6 times his size. The other Gonin caught his attention. Umi's, Suzumi's, Kuroka's and Ino's boulders all seemed to be roughly half as large as Naruko's. Kuroka questioned, "Why are you slacking?" From the opposite side of the estate, where Naruko's clone was training Tenten in Fuinjutsu while attempting to ignore Lee's cries for her to take off the seal on his voice, Kiba's groan could be heard. "You still have 185 to go." Kino chuckled at Akamaru's skillful face palm imitation. The same boulder was strapped to Kiba's back when he was done, and Naruko started pursuing the others around the estate. While she was chasing Kiba around, Naruko said, "Come on, is this really all you have got?" The other group broke out in perspiration. Sakura started, "If this is her letting him off easy." With a face as pale as his name, Shiro questioned, "What will happen if she decides to take the training seriously?" The sympathy of the non-Uzumaki grew as Naruko guided Kiba through the remainder of the first phase of the UTR. Kiba collapsed to the ground, unable to continue, as the training came to an end and he was freed of the boulder. Before he passed out from exhaustion, he gasped, "You demon." Naruko grinned and remarked, "And proud of it. But I will be an angel for now and call it a day for you, unless you wish to continue." Kiba simply passed out, looking like he was sound asleep based on his snoring. "By joining us for supper," Naruko concluded, "you guys are also invited." Those who were still conscious exchanged wide-eyed glances, not expecting Naruko to extend the invitation, with the exception of Lee. After embracing Naruko, he said, "Yosh. I will gladly accept your youthful invitation, Naru," and was nearly instantly buried halfway upside down in the floor. Ino appeared worried, and Naruko was shivering a little. She was aware that this had been one of Naruko's most violent outbursts. Softly, she gave her fiancé a warm embrace and said, "Narukoi." Being Sai misunderstood the situation entirely. In his monotone, he questioned, could he have been struck by love? The painter was confused as those around him stared at him as if he had a death wish before backing away a few paces. "What?" he inquired. "N. Let it be known that the others made room so they wouldn't be caught in the combined ki of those two." The answer appeared in the form of 2 girls with glowing eyes and tick marks covering their heads. Sakura spoke to him in a funeral-appropriate tone, saying, "It was nice meeting you, Sai. We hope to meet you again in the next life." "It has been a short life for him," Kino uttered, echoing her surrogate's tone. Sai was perplexed by this. He said, "What do you mean? I am not dead yet." When Ino and Naruko were done, he wished he had said nothing out loud. The castle's common living area, Naruko chose to have the friendlier, more casual supper around a hearth rather than at a table. Everyone enjoyed the 3 courses that she had sent her clones to prepare, either because they didn't remember what had happened the last time Naruko cooked for them or because they didn't care because the food was so good. Tenten was, regrettably, one of the former. "This is great, Naruko. What did you put in this?" she inquired. Naruko created a few clones who began giving out earplugs before she responded. Ino, the Kitsune sisters, Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume were already accustomed to the ingredients. In fact, they frequently added some of the ingredients Naruko listed to an increasingly pale Tenten when they prepared their own meals. When Tenten fainted and her head fell onto Neji's shoulder, who still didn't think that said girl had a crush on him, Naruko reached item 14. Indecisive, Neji slowly raised his hand and patted her head a couple of times. Imagine the head pats used when someone says, "There, there." Anko, who had joined them with Iruka, raised her cup and said, "Here's to an eventful day. Kampai." "Kampai," yelled the others back. Ino exclaimed, and to her promotion to Jonin. "Kampai," and got the same response as before, along with a kiss from the fire. To their astonishment, Hinata didn't blush. At least not in the manner that she usually does. Then they discovered she was intoxicated. Anko started, but was cut off when Hinata and Neji passed out from the alcohol. Never take a Hyuga to a bar. Anko made fun of them by saying, they can't control their alcohol. Naruko made fun of her by saying, compared to me, neither can you. When she recalled the time she had invited her to a bar and attempted to get her to participate in a drinking competition, Anko quickly shut her mouth after opening it. The hard way taught her lesson. Meh. I doubt anyone can come anywhere close to your level of holding their liquor, damn kid. She grumbled. The room's temperature abruptly dropped as Naruko maintained a particular smile, one that indicated she had devised a scheme for a blatantly malevolent practical joke. Anyone want to help me and prank the Hyuga clan? She said. Everywhere in Konoha, all of Konoha's Hyuga felt compelled to bolt like hell. Office of the Hokage Tsunade tried to stifle the sudden migraine she was experiencing in her office by raising her hand to pinch her nose. Something tells me I am going to receive a lot more paperwork soon, she was thinking. After 10 minutes, the castle she was informed by Ino that is outright evil, I'm in. Anko started to say, meh, it won't be as bad as the pink underwear prank. But Iruka gave her a fierce look. Anko concluded, I wish I could join, but we have other plans. Iruka blushed as Naruko deadpanned, make sure you activate the silence seals. In addition, the 3 new Uzumaki wanted to join. Only Shiro chose to join the others. Naruko explained her plan after forcing the others to promise not to alert the Hyuga clan. As much alcohol as they could would be collected and sealed in scrolls. After that, Naruko would sneak into the Hyuga estate and mix it with their drinking supplies, bottles, barrels, etc. When they learned that they would be helping to gather the necessary supplies, nearly everyone else chose to join in during the explanation. Tenten, Kiba, and Kino were the only ones who chose not to join. The first did so because she didn't want to harm Neji's family, and the other 2 did so because their mother and older sister would send them to hell if they came back to their clan compound smelling like a brewery. The following day, the Inuzuka compound Kino stretched and yawned as she woke up. She had spent the night in some of Naruko's spare rooms with Kiba, Tenten, and the 2 unconscious Hyuga. Kuromaru stretched and yawned next to her. It had taken Naruko less than 2 hours to pull off his prank, so the group continued to party for a long time. During the night, a specific memory made her smile. Rewind an hour or so had passed since Naruko and the others had come back from their practical joke. They were greeted with hugs and open arms by Kino and the Kitsune sisters. She slipped a folded piece of paper into the girl's pants as she hugged her secret crush, causing her to jump a little, not that anyone saw. Without moving her lips, Kino whispered to her, read it later in privacy, only she could hear. The end of the flashback, she was startled out of her reverie by a knock on the door. To Kino's surprise, Sakura was standing there, looking uncomfortable, when he opened the door. She stumbled in a low voice, mind if I come in? If Kino had been taken aback, she was now completely taken aback. Sakura's low voice and stammering were about as different from Hinata's, and she didn't faint or blush around Naruko, unless she was intoxicated. After some time, Kino moved aside to let the pinkette enter the room and said, sure. Sakura trailed off, your note stated that you wanted to talk, and to be honest, so did I. Kino waited for her to continue while standing across from her. She sensed a great deal of unease from Sakura. I don't know how to express it, Sakura went on. When Kuromaru said, you feel conflicted about your feelings, don't you? Sakura and Kino were taken aback. You have a lingering attachment to someone you loved in the past and those feelings are in conflict with others, making them unreadable to you. Am I correct? She inquired. Sakura nodded but remained silent. Sakura said, wait, how am I understanding you? Kino let out a sigh. A ninkin jutsu usable only by our ninkin. It revolves around the basis of mutual understanding. Just don't think you can understand all ninkin now. She stated to the pinkette. Sakura faced Kuromaru once more. You were right. When Sasuke left, I felt my heart break. When I heard about what he had done, I felt both my hurt and my feelings shatter. In order for me not to have a mental breakdown, I buried my feelings and my pain. Sakura started to cry as she said that. A realization dawned on Kino. And since my confession, those feelings have been steadily digging their way up, making themselves known again. She concluded for her. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Sakura nodded. Once more, Kino was relieved that her clan tended to follow their gut feelings. She approached Sakura and embraced her. With a sigh, Kuromaru walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Kino broke the embrace and gave Sakura a direct look. Still with tears in her eyes, Sakura exchanged the glance. Kino started slowly bringing their faces together. Sakura leaned forward and quickly closed the gap when they were only 3 inches apart. Both girls felt their dams breaking and closed their eyes. Sakura and Kino lay down on the bed and began a lengthy and intense makeout session, continuing to hold hands over clothes without breaking their kiss. Later that day, an unidentified training area when Anko, Ino, Kuroka, Umi, and Suzume realized how powerful Naruko's wind nature was. They all started to perspire. Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Yamato, and Kakashi just stood there, staring. The meaning was unknown to the other members of the Rookie 12. Lee was in his own world, running laps around the field on his arms, while Neji and Tenten simply looked shocked. Rewind. Kakashi questioned, Naruko, do you know your chakra nature? Naruko gave a headshake. I know I have wind chakra, but I don't know how to control it nor if I have any secondary natures. Naruko responded. Kakashi pulled out a piece of paper and sighed. It was identified by Naruko as chakra paper. She took it in her hand and poured some of her chakra into it while holding it in the palm of her hand. It broke in two, as was to be expected. The fact that one side became slightly wet and the other side caught fire was unexpected. A strong wind nature with slightly weaker fire secondary and a weak water nature mixed in. Didn't expect that. Kakashi stated. Let us start with your wind nature, shall we? Asked he. Naruko instructed her to create multiple shadow clones after he nodded. When he gestured toward a tree, the onlookers gawked at him. He said, about that many. While making the well-known hand gesture, Naruko questioned, only? A few minutes later, Kakashi, Guy, and Yamato were standing beneath a tree that appeared to be dead and completely leafless. They were surrounded by ranks and ranks of Narukos, all of whom were watching them for orders. Kakashi instructed the lone leafless clone, now hold the leaf between your hands and use your chakra to cut it. The army followed his instructions, but first they held off on using the chakra until the clone dispelled itself. The original Naruko put her hands to her chest and swore, ow. Fuck it. She didn't cut the leaf, but she had used her chakra first. Kakashi approached and examined her hands. He interrupted all of the conversations that Chunin and the other Jonin were having when he said, holy crap. It was the first time they had ever heard him swear. In the meantime, Kakashi was examining two severely cut hands that had blood mixed with fragments of the leaf Naruko was holding. Over his shoulder, he heard Asuma remark, well, this is interesting. She needs something sturdier to cut. The end of the flashback. Sakura rushed forward and started tending to Naruko's wounds. Sakura questioned, did you have to do that? Do what? Replied Naruko. Sakura instructed her to shred your hands like that. Naruko examined her wounded hands. Asuma moved forward before she could respond. He inquired, what exactly did you do there? Well, I have read up on the different chakra natures and remembered something about wind being a sharp nature. So I just imagined my chakra being as sharp as possible, and this happened. It felt like a ball of razor winds in my hand, she clarified. Kakashi gave Yamato the thumbs up and remarked, Naruko, I think we can jump past this exercise then and move on to the next level. The man in question ran through hand signals, forming a massive cliff that he later transformed into a waterfall. Kakashi informed her, the next step, cut this waterfall. Naruko chuckled. Seeing the seriousness in his face, she swore, haha. Nice joke. Now really, what is the next step? When she didn't see any change in his expression, she muttered, fuck. He's not joking. So I have to. Please tell me you are joking. Kakashi gave nod. Yes. You have to cut the waterfall. Time skip, training area. Asuma and Kakashi began Naruko's chakra nature training a week ago, and her progress has been nothing short of terrifying. At least to the Jonin senseis. Yamato whispered, after just 1 week, she is already capable of this. With their chakra alone, he, Asuma, Kakashi, and any other onlookers were gazing at the line of Naruko's slicing through the waterfall. One of these occasions was when a messenger for Asuma appeared. Then he called out to her, sorry Naruko. Tsunade-sama has called me for a mission. After bidding him goodbye, the girl went back to work. Ino whispered, I feel bad about this. Kiba, Hinata, and Sakura gave her a curious look. I just feel happy that I have a fire affinity with secondary lightning and not wind, at least now that I am seeing the damn wind training and all, but seeing Narukoi training her assive, I feel like I am not doing enough. She elaborated. They returned their focus to the topic of discussion when they heard the sound of clones being dispelled. Alongside Naruko unsealing enough ramen to feed 20 normal people, or one hungry Uzumaki Naruko, Naruko muttered, I'm starving. She felt someone grab her breasts from behind while she was occupied with her 6th cup of ramen. In mock rage, she heard her favorite blonde ask, seriously, does all that ramen go here, or do you have a black hole in your stomach? With her hands still in the same position as before, Naruko turned to face Ino, who leaned forward to kiss her. With her trademark foxy smile, Naruko said, I really don't now, Ino Koi. However, could it be that I am growing, there because you always grope me? In that case we should change roles. However, I wanted to ask. Could you help me with training? Ino responded. Alongside Asuma Tsunade pointed to squad 10 members and 3 additional individuals, saying, Asuma, I am assigning you 2 teams of Chunin. She saw his eyes enlarge and said, the fire temple has been attacked. He inquired, what about Chiriku? A somewhat battered priest responded, his face displaying a mixture of pain, grief, and rage. Chiriku Sensei Sama was killed, defending the temple. The young man, who was on the verge of tears, said. Asuma's eyes grew as big as they could get. Who? He started. An army of bandits equipped like mercenaries led by a pair of men wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. The priest responded. Tsunade's eyes grew as large as Asuma's. Then she growled, Akatsuki. The smoking man grunted but agreed when she told him, Asuma. You are not to hunt down those men, yet. First find out everything you can at the fire temple and report back to me. After they vanished, Tsunade sent the priest back to the hospital and gestured for Shizune to come forward. He turned to his group and said, get ready to leave within half an hour. Her expression conveyed her mood. I hope I won't regret this. Have the available members of Team Kitsune brought here. I have a mission for them. Returning to the training field, once more, cried Naruko. She continued to attempt to cut the waterfall with her clones, putting as much chakra into their subsequent attempts as they could. The entire waterfall split, shocking everyone who watched. The guy instantly had a dark mini rain cloud over his head when Kakashi said, I win. He said, as punishment, aloud so that everyone could hear him, but Guy cut him off. Guy said at a normal volume, by his standards, I know. I will have to pay for one of her ramen sessions. Might just compete against her. At the waterfall, there was a sudden commotion. Naruko had fallen. As she sped to her side, Anko was a blur. She checked her entire body quickly, but she stopped when she heard Naruko speaking. Saint, A.R.V. Ing, summoned Naruko. Anko shook her head and grinned. With a sly smile, she called over, Oi, Domehead. Get your ass over to Ichiraku's ramen. This one here is hungry. Ichiraku's ramen as Tucci and Ayame hurried to make enough ramen. There, Naruko is coming. Mentality went haywire, causing them to triple their activity. They simply pondered whether a new record would be set. After 30 minutes and 38 bowls of ramen, Guy was feeling the exact opposite of his youth, as he gazed at the bill he was holding and then at the pile of empty ramen bowls. Just before Shizune discovered them, Naruko had consumed 2 months' worth of A-rank mission pay. She informed them, Naruko-san. Ino-san. Tsunade wants to see you. She exhaled and walked away, saying, please bring Umi-san, Suzume-san, and Kuroka-san as well. She was ranting under her breath, and Naruko heard it. Naruko had to hold back a laugh as she recalled the good old days. Is this how it felt for the people hunting Naruko after her pranks? She asked herself. As she turned around, she saw Tucci writing down the new number and widening the record board's first place clean. 1. Uzumaki Naruko. 38 bowls. 2. Akamichi Choji. 33 bowls. 3. Akamichi Choza. 31 bowls. 4. Yamato. 12 bowls. 20. Hyuga Hinata. 6 bowls. At the last name, Naruko and Ino turned pale. It was unexpected for them to see Hinata's name there. She and her father came here little over a week ago. It turned into a bit of an eating competition. Tucci informed them. What? Guy was taken aback as well. Tucci chuckled. Ino blushed, recalling her role in the prank, while Naruko smiled like a Cheshire cat. He was drunk, but only lasted for 5 bowls. One later learned that almost the entire Hyuga clan was drunk that day. The day after I heard that their drinks had been spiked with sake. The normally stoic Hyuga clan was acting jovial that day, and the whole village laughed heartily. The only Hyuga to be spotted outside the compound during the following few days were Hinata and Neji. Heishi sent those 2 as representatives even when Tsunade called for a council meeting. Well, he sent Neji in case Hinata pulled her well-known stunt again and Naruko was present. Tucci said to Naruko, well, at least they didn't chase you down like they did after the pink thong incident. Naruko's smile simply grew. After a few minutes, the Hokage office Naruko started, Joe, Ba-chan. Shizune Ne-chan said you, before avoiding a barrage of quick juken blows from Hyuga Heishi. Well, she avoided the majority of them. Tsunade ultimately prevented Heishi from murdering the young Kitsune. Naruko clarified that she was unable to resist when Enko informed her about the Hyuga and their intolerant drinking habits while she was recovering. Tsunade questioned, Naruko, aren't you supposed to be training? Naruko informed her, I just finished the second stage. Tsunade's gaze expanded. Then continue with creating your own unique jutsu. I have a scouting mission for your team. Tsunade concluded. Naruko understood and nodded. Naruko informed her, there is also something I wish to talk to you about, Ba-chan. Naruko said, call me when you are done here. After giving Ino a final hug and kiss, which she returned, Naruko walked out of the room. Heishi complained, I need to return to my compound. Tsunade looked at the 4 kunoichi that were positioned in front of her desk. Before giving them their instructions, she explained, as I have said, this is a scouting mission. Alongside Naruko left the office and returned to the training field, where she was met by Yamato and Kakashi. The Kakashi eyes smiled and said, now Naruko, let us see you combine your chakra nature with the Rasengan. Naruko gave him a puzzled look. The Rasengan is an uncompleted jutsu. The Yondaime, the creator of the technique, tried to combine it with his own chakra nature, but failed due to the difficulty in the event 17 years ago. Kakashi exhaled. Naruko prayed to her father, who had passed away, in silence. At last, she said, okay. Let's get this over with. Unconsciously, she attempted to incorporate both of her primary natures into a Rasengan. As the Rasengan started to glow crimson red and then exploded, leaving a sizable crater where Naruko had been standing, Kakashi gaped. The girl had been launched into the air. Naruko, do you realize just what you have tried to do there? Kakashi responded. Naruko whispered, using my nature transformation on the Rasengan. Her attempt at an unconscious Shikuden, scorch release. Rasengan caused Kakashi and Yamato to perspire. Without revealing her potential for an extremely rare Kekkei Genkei, Kakashi told her, you didn't keep your jutsu stable. Naruko complained, got to his feet, and tried again, this time with explosive results. Yamato held the bridge of Kakashi's nose as he sighed. Time jump. 4 days later, following their scouting trip to Konoha, Ino and her teammates went straight to Tsunade to report. Ino stated, Team 11 reporting in. Tsunade raised her gaze from the stack of papers before her. She muttered, finally. Something other than paperwork, which caused the girls to start laughing. Tsunade asked them, so, what is the news? A middle-sized group of bandits have taken up residence just inside the land of vegetables. There was something different about them though, Ino continued. What? Inquired Tsunade. Ino's response was, it looked like they were on the run from something or someone. Umi responded. Most of their equipment was barely in any form of usable condition and they looked as though they just returned from a battle. Suzume said, also, the numbers don't add up. There were more tents than needed. They would have only needed half as many tents as they had there. Tsunade then turned to face Kuroka. She was told by Kuroka, I have nothing to add. Having anticipated that she would contribute to the report, Tsunade sighed and waved them away. She yelled, Ino. Better check up on Naruko. She had been training non-stop while you were on your mission. As Ino hurried to the door, the response quickly became quieter. Don't need to tell me twice. Tsunade grinned. Rewind. Naruko returned to the Hokage office an hour after Ino had left on her mission. Tsunade asked, so, Naruko, what did you want to talk to me about? Trying to get over her embarrassment, Naruko balled her fists. She said, you know that I have proposed to Ino? Tsunade nodded, recognizing the direction of this. She asked, half delighted by the news, half appalled, more work, the paper kind. You want to ask me to plan your wedding? Naruko fainted from embarrassment after somehow pulling off a Hinata stunt. Tsunade gazed at the girl who was unconscious. Naruko awoke after about a minute. With a cheeky smile concealed behind her hands, Tsunade said, let me ask you something. Why should I plan your wedding when you could plan it yourself? N. Picture the anime's Tsunade holding her hands in front of her mouth. Because in return, I'll help you with the paperwork and I'll tell you the secret for handling paperwork. Naruko glanced at her. She went on, I have made the decision not to become a Hokage. With the group of Ino when Tsunade yelled, you what? Ino and her group were approximately an hour away from Konoha. Kuroka looked over at Ino. She exclaimed, the hell? Returning to Konoha? Naruko was occupied with recuperating from Tsunade's boisterous outburst. The shout was so loud that even the sound-suppressing seals she had put over her ears didn't help. She yelled and complained, you didn't let me finish. When I adopted Umi, Suzume and Kuroka into my clan, my dreams began to change from becoming Hokage to becoming the Azukage and rebuilding Uzushigakure. She stated. She caught Tsunade's attention. I really don't know how to run a village, so I thought about asking you to train me in that aspect. Also, I have been approached by several other shinobi and some civilians, all of them orphans and not from a clan, as far as I can tell. They wish to join my clan. I am hesitant to do so, as they are your subjects and your family. I have already assessed about 10 of them, but only 2 of them showed the trademark characteristics about from the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade questioned, and they are a married couple who specialize in masonry. Their names are Iwa, rock, and Ishi, stone. Naruko informed her. Finish your inspection first. I will make a decision afterwards. As for your offer to your marriage, I accept. I'll also teach you as much as I know about the Uzumaki clan leadership as I know. Tsunade replied after a moment's reflection. Now, about the secret. After giving her a smile, Naruko created 4 clones. Together, they questioned, the boss will be happy about this. When do we start? Tsunade's realization came like a train. 1. She had been conversing with a shadow clone of Naruko. 2. The peculiarities of the shadow clones had slipped her mind entirely. After complaining, Tsunade created 3 of her own shadow clones and instructed the Naruko clones to follow her. At the training ground for the battle, the jaws of Ino, Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume struck the ground with such force that tiny craters were created. What they were observing could only be characterized as a battlefield. There were craters everywhere, ranging in size from tiny 3-meter ones to enormous 10-meter ones. As usual, Kakashi was reading his book while perched on a bench on the clearing's lone remaining patch of green. They were brought back to the present by a loud explosion. When Kakashi looked up from his book, he saw Naruko approaching him with a victorious smile. She informed him, I have figured out the trick. Then, from behind them, Ino felt a breeze blow into the field. Naruko recognized the scent of flowers and sniffed them. Kakashi was sent flying with a sonic boom as Naruko briefly attained the speed of sound, before he could get ready. Ino and Naruko were on each other's lips and in each other's arms in less than a heartbeat. They heard Kakashi call out to them. Ino and Naruko looked at one another and quickly agreed. Naruko, why don't you go home and rest for today? I am sure that the 2 of you have a lot of catching up to do. After half an hour, the castle's master bedroom. When Naruko and Ino started making out angrily, she had just time to shut the door and turn on the seals. Scene of the mass lemon. If you want, skip while sharing a kiss. Ino and Naruko started removing each other's clothing and flinging it to the ground. After they were fully nude, they reunited and gave each other a tight hug, pressing their breasts against one another. When Ino felt Naruko's leg slide up between her thighs, she gasped in surprise. As the leg brushed against her snatch, she groaned into the kiss. Naruko soon noticed that Ino's fluids were all over her leg. Naruko licked her lips and pushed Ino against the wall, breaking the kiss. Naruko kneeled in front of Ino, who gave a little giggle. As Naruko started licking her folds, her giggle turned into a loud moan. Ino quickly reached her peak and poured her love fluids over Naruko's face. Naruko had partially recovered when Ino seized her and threw her onto her back. Naruko spread her legs wide, exposing her own moist snatch. Ino jumped right in, playing with the inside with a finger while licking the deliciously moist folds. Naruko was only marginally longer than Ino. Her climax poured her love fluids over Ino's hand and face. Ino moved up beside Naruko and kissed her for a long time, enjoying the taste of their love juices blending together. She reached to her pack and pulled out a scroll, whispering, Anata, shall we try connecting again? Although Naruko nodded, she flinched as she watched Ino open a flexible latex rod that was 1.5 feet long. As she carefully took Naruko's hands off her snatch, Ino whispered to her, I made this myself in secret. Ino waited for Naruko's approval while gently pressing the rod's tip against her lover's snatch. Naruko nodded after forcing herself to ignore the object that brought back unpleasant memories. A scream of pain and pleasure escaped her lips as she felt the rod enter her, causing her body to arch. When Ino knelt over her and planted a kiss on her, she stopped flailing around. As Ino whispered to her, It is all right, Anata. As she inserted the other end into her own snatch, she screamed with pleasure. After pushing herself as far as she could, Ino turned to face her lover and started to slowly move her hips. She slowed her movements to allow Naruko to adjust to the sensation of her tense body beneath her. She felt Naruko seal a seal between her breasts all of a sudden. She said, Naruko, but gasped when Naruko made a shadow clone and clamped her mouth on one of her tits. sucking on it. The clone started sucking and clamped down on the other nipple. Ino groaned in ecstasy and threw back her head. She glanced again and noticed that milk was streaming down to her snatch, which squelched when she moved, and between her breasts. She said, "Naruko, what did you do?" Naruko informed her, "Lactation seal. Anko Ka-chan taught it to me." Naruko laughed as Ino pouted, "You are mean. Why can't I have a drink as well?" After she sat up, Naruko made another clone and had it draw the same seal above her own breasts, changing their position to a scissoring one while maintaining the latex rod. The clone then started sucking, and Ino grinned. Eventually, the clone bent down to give Ino a kiss, allowing Naruko's milk to trickle into the blonde's mouth. The clone attempted to return to the original after the kiss ended, but Ino stopped her by creating a few shadow clones of her own. When Ino felt the original Naruko fingering her snatch, the second Naruko clone stopped sucking on her empty breast and turned around. The clone said, "That is mean, boss." Following their laughter, Naruko and Ino created additional clones, who then gently pushed the two originals onto their backs. Two of Ino's clones took her hands and put them on their breasts, while one sat down on her face, letting Naruko lick its snatch. They both groped and fingered their breasts as Naruko started to play with one of them. With the exception of having to finger the two clones on her hands, Ino received the same treatment. As the clones milked Ino, the clones themselves were reaching for each other's tits. Milk was leaking or spraying everywhere, soaking everyone in it as the two face-sitting clones played with their own breasts. The room was splattered with milk and love juices when Naruko and Ino finally reached their climax, which occurred after 5 minutes. As their clones exploded as well, bringing their memories back to the original, Ino and Naruko both experienced further ecstasy. After gathering sufficient strength, Naruko leaned forward and landed on Ino, slipping slightly as their damp bodies touched. As the movement affected the rod inside their snatched, both girls let out a final moan. Naruko whispered, "I have asked Tsunade Ba-chan to plan our wedding for us," as she kissed Ino milkily. Ino gave her a kiss. She said, "Finally, should we go wash up?" Naruko gave a headshake. After responding, "Let's just soak in each other's presence, shall we?" She dozed off on top of Ino, who tenderly removed the rod from their sore snatched. As it left her, Naruko let out an unconscious sigh of relief and relaxed even more. Ino grinned before dozing off as well. Alongside the others in the living room, Asatsuyu, Guren, and Meigetsu were met by Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume. They all undressed and started making out with their partner, Kuroka with Guren, Suzume with Meigetsu, and Umi with Asatsuyu. As they started playing together, licking snatched breasts, sucking breasts, or simply caressing each other's bodies, this quickly developed into a full-fledged orgy. Soon after, the girls repeatedly climaxed, soaking the carpet with their fluids and filling the room with their groans of pleasure. The temperature in the room started to rise. They were so exhausted that they lacked the strength to even leave their positions. Meigetsu was lying over Suzume with their breasts in each other's faces, while Umi's head rested on his snatch, forming a scissoring position with Asatsuyu. Kuroka's snatch was on Asatsuyu's mouth as she lay on her back. Kuroka's fingers were still inside the red kitsune, and her face was resting on Guren's stomach. Guren, meanwhile, had her head slightly above Suzume's navel and was embracing her thighs. The scene with the lemon is over. Chapter 18. Time skipped to the following day. While Ino assisted her parents at their flower shop, Naruko was occupied with her training. After yet another failed attempt, premature detonation, she was sent flying and made a reasonable comment. Kakashi looked up from his book and made his way forward, saying, "Ah, Naruko. Keep sporting words like that and I may actually come to like you." He extended his hand to stroke her head, but Naruko mistook the gesture. Everywhere in Konoha the shout went, "Has your brain become rotten from reading ICHA the entire time?" The voice was instantly recognizable as Naruko's, and everyone quickly deduced who she was yelling at. Day in and day out, only Kakashi read those books. "Naruko is back." Naruko's voice had turned into a loud growl. "Stay back. As a lesbian engaged to be married as well as a Jonin of Konoha and as the ambassador of the Uzumaki clan, I order you to stay away from me." Kakashi was unsure of how to proceed. He took a step back, deciding it would be better to explain later. Naruko said, "Good boy." Kakashi developed a tiny tick mark. "Now, let's try this again." When Yamato brought depressing news to the training ground, Naruko simply lost it once more. When Asuma and his group were returning from the fire temple, Akatsuki attacked them. Because he supported the others with his shadow, Shikamaru suffered the fewest injuries. However, Only Asuma perished. A.N. In the same manner as in the original series, after killing Asuma, the two Akatsuki members withdrew after being telepathically contacted. One of them requested more time so he could go and collect the ransom on Asuma's head, while the other asked for more time so he could make more sacrifices to his god. They wouldn't mention it to whoever they were talking to. An hour later, the graveyard of the Sarutobi clan. Asuma's funeral was attended by a sizable crowd. Shortly before the memorial service started, the rain had started. While Choji only had a bandaged torso, Naruko saw that Ino's brother Shiro had both his left arm and leg in a cast. Shikamaru's cheek was merely plastered, but none were as upset as Kurenai. She was sobbing uncontrollably while on her knees. Hinata knelt next to her and gave her a tender hug. Naruko's eyes were wet as well. As Konohamaru sobbed into her black dress, his teammates Moegi and Udon supported and consoled him by placing their hands on his shoulder. The crowd started to disperse after the service. Naruko and Ino remained behind, along with the members of the Kurenai and Asuma teams. They were unable to attend the funeral because the team member was on a mission. Sakura claimed she was needed at the hospital but wanted to stay. According to Sai, the audience might not like his comments. After some time, Naruko approached and touched the memorial stone. Asuma-sensei, I promise to uphold your teachings and to create a futon jutsu that will make you proud, she replied. Early the following day Naruko said to the dressing blonde, Ino Koi, where are you going? Naruko got out of bed and approached Ino, saying, Shika and Choji are going after those two Akatsuki people. Since my brother is out of action for the time being, I will take his place. With resolve evident in her eyes and voice, Ino uttered, Don't try to stop me, Naruko. Please. I owe it to my brother and to Shika and to Choji. They are my friends and I will not abandon them. While she was still gathering her equipment, Ino instructed her to finish your jutsu as soon as you can and follow us. Naruko gave her a long, gentle kiss after saying, I will. Then Ino thought of something naughty and lifted her skirt. Ino took off her underwear, she said. She smiled and gave Naruko another kiss, saying, Give these back to me when you catch up. After giving a nod, Naruko started getting dressed. She had made the decision to complete her jutsu in a week. Together, they left the estate, Naruko going to the training field, A.N. Or should I say crater field? And Ino meeting up with Shikamaru and Choji at the gate. Alongside Ino when Ino arrived, Shikamaru asked, Are you ready? She nodded, showing off the extra bags on her belt and the kunai and senbon holsters strapped to her thighs. She had a deck of Uzumaki-class Kabaku Fuda and storage scrolls in every pocket of her flak jacket. Shikamaru started to inquire about her Kabaku Fuda, saying, Ino, I hope those aren't. They aren't. These are just the normal Uzumaki-class tags. They haven't been charged yet, so they are completely safe. Ino replied. Beside them stood Choji, who for once was not stuffing his face with chips. I thought only the Emergency Response Force and the Special Task Force had access to them, he replied. Ino told him directly, Hey, I live with the person who makes these. The three jumped when a new voice asked, And where do you think you are going? With a start, or as much surprise as Inara can have, Shikamaru exclaimed, Tsunade-sama. The blonde Hokage informed them, I cannot allow you to leave the village without permission, and definitely not without a Jonin leader. Tsunade interrupted Ino just as she was about to complain. There is a difference, Miss Yamanaka. You are a Tokubetsu Jonin, not a Jonin. Even if you were, I would never allow you to carry out your act of retaliation. At least not alone, Tsunade reflected. Tsunade's eyes narrowed when she saw Kakashi's injured, bandaged arm. Then we will go with them, Kakashi said from the side, and Team 10 and Ino turned to face him. She started, Kakashi, your arm, flashback to the crater field an hour earlier. As she held up a light crimson Rasengan with 5 white blades spinning around it, Naruko remarked, This is about as far as I have gotten. Kakashi then formed his own Rasengan. Kakashi looked down at his arm, which was cut dry like paper where it wasn't burned or cut, and he said, Let's see how strong it is then. Both individuals smashed their jutsu against each other's and the ensuing explosion threw them both back. You have nearly finished your technique, Naruko. Congratulations. He turned to Yamato. She is starting to merge her primary natures already? He thought. He said, Tenzo, keep an eye on her. The man said, Please don't call me that, senpai. The end of the flashback Kakashi flexed his fingers to indicate that he was alright and said, It is nothing that I cannot handle, Tsunade-sama. I hope you won't abandon us. A fresh voice raised its voice. They all turned to see the Kurenai team members approaching them, except for the team's namesake. With this many of us, you won't mind letting us go, will you? Kiba went on. Akamaru barked in agreement next to him. Kuromaru barked in agreement with Team Kakashi. The secret couple agreed with a nod. And besides, said Ino, Naru Koi will follow with the rest of the Gonin as well as Team Kitsune as soon as she finishes her jutsu. Tsunade let out a sigh. He looked at them and saw their smiles as they decided to take that as a compliment. I am glad I am using Kage Bunshin to do the paperwork. You brats are almost as bad as Naruko. Very well. I am hereby authorizing part of the Rookie Division to leave Konoha, she said in a loud voice. Rookie Division was what everyone thought but decided not to inquire about it. They would subsequently find out that Tsunade had designated teams 7 through 11 as the Rookie Division because they were a group of exceptionally gifted kids, which also sounds better than Konoha 15 or Rookie 12. Time skip with the group. 2 days later. You have got to be kidding me, both Kino and Kiba snarled. After using her clan's mind transfer jutsu on an eagle to find their target, Ino discovered them with a sizable contingent of mercenaries. Ino informed them, I am not. There are at least 70 mercs with them. Shoji whispered, 77 of them and 10 of us. Sakura muttered, sounds similar to the battle to rescue Gaara. Unaware that a member of the aforementioned Anbu team was only 5 meters away, she went on, except there we had a NBU's Team Kitsune with us, as well as a few teams of Suna Nin. Because he was an ex-Anbu, Kakashi knew who the members of Team Kitsune were, while Shikamaru had already figured it out. Creating a cover story, Kakashi stated, unfortunately they are on a mission elsewhere right now. He wasn't lying in a technical sense. Anbu is still referred to as such even when they are not actually on a mission. Ino pointed to the Kabaku Fuda and remarked, at least we have these. Everyone in Suna recognized them right away, with the exception of Shikamaru, Shoji, and Kakashi, who had been informed by Ino and had anticipated Naruko would have done something similar. Sakura inquired, Ino pig, where did you get those? Ino came back, who do you think makes these, forehead? Anyway, everyone leaned in to listen as Shikamaru said, as annoying as it is, I have a plan. The following day the next morning started with the majority of the camp exploding. During the night, Kakashi had sent his dogs to drop Ino's Kabaku Fuda wherever they could. Ino only needed to send a chakra signal to get rid of half of the mercs, though, and one of the survivors, a missing nin who was a sensor type, was able to locate the Konoha nin. A short while later, the 2 Akatsuki members led the survivors in a counterattack. Kakashi was impressed by the enemy's level of discipline. Teams 7 and 8, without Kakashi, engaged the mercs after they were lured into a canyon that was closed by a rockslide with the assistance of a few traditional Kabaku Fuda. Teams 10 and Ino and Kakashi then attacked Hidan and Kakuzo. A.N. The battle between Team 10 and Akatsuki is essentially similar to that in the anime, minus the attempted ambush in the trees. Shikamaru was able to return before Naruko arrived, but he still defeated Hidan as he did in the anime. Time skip. Fighting for 30 minutes later Naruko and Yamato saved their lives by using their collaboration just after Kakuzo unleashed a huge fire on the group. Sorry, we're late. Naruko said to them as the steam vanished, and 5 figures appeared. Yamato, Naruko, and 3 redheads. They were all armed with their favorite weapons, with Naruko brandishing only Urashi. The redheads and Naruko were dressed in armor that looked ancient. A.N. Like Senju Hashirama's armor. It has been a while since I last saw you this beat up, Kakashi-senpai. Yamato replied. I apologize for that. Did she finish it? Kakashi inquired. Yamato had a somber expression. Yes and no. When Yamato barely finished her sentence, Naruko sent some of her clones on a suicide run, came up with a plan of action, and started to create her jutsu, using her 5 tails as extra hands to help her. She did finish it, but I hope she doesn't need to use it today. She snapped. Shikuden. Rasen Shuriken. They'd barely reached a safe distance when Naruko's jutsu collided with Kakuzo, sending him flying with it until it exploded. Only Yamato didn't have eyes the size of dinner plates at what they saw, at least not this time. I spoke too soon, he muttered. Okay everyone, get back, he called out. When the blast was over, they went around the wooden shield to see Kakuzo falling into a huge crater. At least to everyone except Ino, who was running towards a downed Naruko but was stopped when Yamato used his wood release on her. Incoming, he yelled and made a wooden dome to protect them. You let me go, you, Ino yelled. Yamato squirmed as a cut on his arm started to act strangely and explained, If you go any further, you will be affected by the secondary effects of Naruko's jutsu. Secondary consequences? Kakashi inquired. All Shikamaru could say was, troublesome. The area within 3 times the explosion's diameter turns into a minefield after it occurs. In addition to creating a wood clone and sending it into the area, Yamato said, there are razor winds there that will cut anything that moves. When the clone was only 2 meters ahead of Ino, they noticed that the figure had many deep cuts all over it, transforming it into a badly damaged sculpture. Ino gulped at the display. Don't stress over Naruko. Yamato stated, she will be alright as long as she doesn't move. If only he knew. What is the duration of this field? Ino questioned him. It lasted roughly 10 minutes the last time. However, the explosion's radius was only roughly 5 meters the last time. With concern in his voice, he stated, this one is at least 10 times that. Kakashi simply gazed at the crater and the fire thinking, the razor winds are also far more numerous and powerful than before. That jutsu is amazing, he said, not even my Sharingan could analyze it. As she ran towards Naruko, a certain brunette yelled, Naruko-kun. She and the other mercs were about to cross the line when Yamato's wood stopped them in their tracks. Yamato quickly explained the situation to them, and Hinata activated her Byakugan and took a sharp breath. It is like a mechanical training dummy in there, she replied. Are you able to overcome it? Hinata shook her head, and Sakura asked, taking a soldier pill in case she had to heal her friend too. The traps are placed too close to one another and they extend all the way to the crater, explained Hinata. Where did these traps and that crater originate? Shino inquired, and Yamato sighed before thoroughly describing Naruko's new jutsu. What you see here is the effect of the strongest of those, he said, adding, she has created a couple of S-class kinjutsu. Naruko used the Scorch release, a recently released Kekkei Genkai. Pure Wind Chakra makes up the jutsu's core and blades, while dense Shikuden Chakra makes up the remainder. It doesn't last long, but she can throw it. The maximum distance is 75 meters. There is not enough time for her to reach a safe area. Therefore, why doesn't she use her clones? Shoji inquired. Because for some reason the clones are unable to throw the jutsu, Suzume replied. That is right, Yamato started, but Hinata cut him off. The traps are going away, it will be safe in 1 minute, she said. Hinata gave the all-clear after Ino endured an excruciatingly long minute. The words had just escaped Hinata's lips when Ino bounded forward in a blur of purple and blonde. Narukoi! She yelled as she came to a sliding stop beside her fiancé's prone body. Sakura arrived 10 seconds later and started tending to her right away, shocked by the extent of her injuries. In the meantime, Kakashi and Yamato entered the crater and discovered a mummified Kakuzo lying in the middle. What a jutsu! He replied. You were right when you said that it was a kinjutsu. Fire and wind are the only jutsu techniques used by the other two. While the latter would have shredded anything caught in the explosion, tearing things apart at the molecular level and blowing them away, the former would have superheated the air, creating plasma and melting the floor, Yamato stated. I see now why you were hoping Naruko wouldn't use the jutsu, Kakashi said as they turned to face the corpse. Time jump. Konoha Hospital, 3 days later Tsunade, Yamato, and Kakashi were gathered around Kakuzo's desiccated husk. Tsunade nodded as Yamato remarked, what a jutsu. Reciting Tsunade's explanation to them, Kakashi muttered, he had all of his chakra coils cut at a cellular level and then had all the moisture sucked out of him. What about Naruko? He inquired. She wasn't able to escape far enough, so her own jutsu still struck her. The eyes of Yamato and Kakashi widened when Tsunade said, fortunately, she only received 1% of the damage this guy had. Is it only 1% even though she has such severe damage? Tsunade shook her head when they asked. No, only 1% of the attack was caused by the wind. Naruko must never use that jutsu again. She informed them, and the two men nodded in agreement. She was safe from the scorch part, so in total, she only received 0.5%. Time jump. 3 days later, Naruko. Nami no Kuni is where you and the Gonin are supposed to go. The 5 shinobi were waiting for the Hokage to dismiss them at the gate of Konoha when Tsunade informed them, the daimyo there has sent a request specifically mentioning your name. Just before they began running towards Nami no Kuni, Naruko said to her, see you later, Ba-chan. Naruko and Ino were eager to see how things were over there and were curious about the identity of the daimyo and their necessity. Naruko thought aloud, I wonder how Tazuna and Tsunami are doing. Ino laughed, and Umi, Kuroka and Suzume gave the two a curious look. He is probably still drinking and she probably is still the same as before, probably with a few gray hairs because of Inari's teacher, Ino said. You speak of them like you do of Iruka-sensei, Umi replied. Well, Tsunami is a person who can get along with most people in Tazuna. Well, if he isn't drinking like Ba-chan, he actually is a very nice person to be around. Naruko replied with a grin. I'd rather be around him when he is drunk than with Kakashi-senpai when he had his nose in that smut your godfather wrote, Ino murmured. I wonder what will happen when he finds out that the latest edition he ordered has been, accidentally, replaced by a yaoi version. Naruko laughed, and the others joined in, speculating about his face. That instance involving Kakashi Shizune entered Kakashi's room after receiving an urgent summons from Tsunade. She called his name multiple times before entering the kitchen, where she screamed as she saw a ghost. Kakashi's entire body, including his clothes, was as white as his hair, and a book was on the table in front of him. Shizune, who had rushed to Kakashi to see if she could help him, looked at the title and author, and instantly turned white too, and fell forward, her lips falling on the precise spot where his would have been if he hadn't been wearing a mask. Neither of them noticed, as they were both unconscious. Apparently, Maida Guy was the author, and Guide to Youthful Manly Love was the title. You realize that Guy-sensei will kill you if he finds out about this, Umi was chuckling. Naruko had changed the cover of a yaoi parody of the Icha Icha series. That is if they find out who it was. Technically, I have an alibi, Naruko laughed. And that is? Inquired Kuroka. She replied, I was, entertaining Ino Koi. Ino was relieved to be in the open because it concealed her blush and perverted half-smile. And besides, that green weirdo can for once get some credit for being, well, weird. At Konoha not that she cared, but Guy was too busy sparring with Tenten when he sneezed so hard that he shifted positions just enough so Tenten's kick ended up in his family jewels. Neji, who was standing close by, was taken aback by Guy-sensei's defeat at the hands of the mid-range weapons specialist. Naruko is back with Team 11. Knowing full well that Naruko could hear her, Umi muttered, you entertain her every day, you pair of horny rabbits. Naruko mockingly yelled at her, I take offense at that. I am a fox and I hunt rabbits, not flowers. The group joked and laughed together. 2 kilometers in front of them, boss. We have 5 beauties heading our way. It doesn't look like they know we are here, someone said. The boss remarked, good. The men were getting restless. They could use some relief. You hear that, boys? He yelled. Approval roars and yells followed. Alongside Team Naruko in a whisper, Suzume said, those idiots. They think we aren't aware of their presence. Kuroka, Umi, Ino, and Naruko all agreed with Suzume when they sighed, I sense about 50 of them. In a whisper, Umi said, I sense a trap. Ino questioned, next move? They were all aware of the solution. Naruko smiled and waved her 5 tails in anticipation as she said, spring the trap. Umi moaned mockingly, just leave some for us. Umi growled at the remark as everyone laughed. Don't worry. I am sure some of them are feeling lonely and can keep you company. After 2 minutes as they passed the spot where they knew the ambush would occur, they heard a man yell, get him boys. A motley crew of bandits emerged from the tree line. The 5 girls pretended to be shocked. One of the front runners grabbed Naruko's skirt and ripped it off, exposing her backside and womanhood for everyone to see. She simply gave him a hard slap in return. As a teacher would reprimand a misbehaving student, she said, Oi, that wasn't very nice. Naruko had plenty of experience with that. Her seductive vulpine smile, which was 50 kilowatts, sent most of the bandits flying backwards as if they had been hit by a huge, dense burst of air. However, it wasn't air that sent them flying, but rather massive nosebleeds. But thank you. I can move more freely now. The others dispatched the remaining bandits. After 5 minutes Naruko waited for the people she knocked unconscious to come to. With a vulpine voice, she said, okay boys, class is in session. The boss of the bandits had joined them, she saw. In the meantime, after Naruko had changed her skirt, Ino had opened a video camera. Naruko lectured the tamed bandits for the next 45 minutes, referring to them as bad boys, and explaining what they had done wrong and what they ought to have done instead, all the while posing as a teacher reprimanding her students. While Ino struggled to hold the camera steady, Umi, Suzume, and Kuroka were rolling around on the floor. She then gave them a class dismissed, and they all quietly vanished back into the woods. Those bandits later established a reasonably successful mercenary group that specialized in eliminating other bandit factions and defending small villages, although none of the Gonin were aware of this at the time. Apparently, they called themselves the followers of the flame, in recognition of the person who led them to the correct path. Returning to the present, Kuroko whispered, "You really ought to think about putting on some underwear." "But that stuff feels like a restriction to my movements," jokingly complained Naruko and, surprisingly, Ino, who had just fully transitioned to a commando state. With a laugh in her voice, Suzume remarked, "Let's pick up the pace. We have 1 hour to catch up on." All 5 of them accelerated noticeably. Midday the following day, impressed, Umi exclaimed, "So this is the Great Uzumaki Bridge?" They had read the plaque and were standing at the bridge's entrance, which was shrouded in a thick fog. While both Naruko and Ino were happy to be back here, they were also saddened by what had transpired. Normally, they could laugh it off, but now they recalled the pain and the several days they spent here on a mission as though it had only happened a week ago. Ino choked on the memory as Kuroka asked, "Why the sad look?" after noticing their dejected expressions. Half cryptically, she stated, "We both almost died because of our broken hearts." Unable to comprehend, the 3 of them who had never been here before raised their eyebrows. As tears streamed down her and Ino's cheeks, Naruko said sadly, "We'll explain some other time." The 3 redheads walked behind the 2 lovers who were comfortingly holding each other as they crossed the bridge in silence. Naruko came to a halt as they approached the bridge's end. They were all aware of the crowd that was anticipating them. She muttered, "Let us surprise them," and then leapt over the bridge's edge and ran down it. 3 redheads were shaking their heads and Ino was right behind her. The small detour they took was from the opposite direction. They quickly and silently made a small camp, complete with tents, a small fire, and even a makeshift hammock where Naruko and Ino lay down and cuddled. After they were done, Suzume was gradually sharpening her kunai, Umi was preparing some food she had opened from a scroll, and Kuroka kept herself busy by cleaning her clothes. Naruko noticed Haku's head turning in their direction while she was observing the crowd. Telling him to keep quiet, she raised a finger to her mouth. Zabuza nodded as he leaned over to give him a subtle nod. Almost everyone in the crowd turned to watch the fire as it suddenly snapped. While Naruko called out languidly, Ino pretended to be asleep. With a smile that concealed their laughter, the 3 redheads waved hello, "Joe. How have you been?" Naruko got out of the hammock and kissed Ino. Awake, as the redheads got up from their different jobs. A young boy with brown hair rushed into Naruko as the 5 of them had just left the camp's perimeter. "Naruko Oni-chan!" Inari exclaimed joyfully. The kunoichi with raven hair, who had saved Inari from Naruko's training while they were in Konoha, came right after him. Ino said, "Nozomi-chan." To the girl. At that moment, Naruko slapped a man's ass after he attempted to flirt with her, sending him flying. "I thought everyone here knew I am not into men and that I have a certain condition," Naruko murmured. She observed a number of individuals shaking their heads in comprehension, while other men. The trio of men charged at Aniki, saying, "Oi, how dare you do that to Aniki? Close your eyes and cover your ears, everyone. This is not going to be pretty," Haku yelled. One of the men yelled, "We are going to fuck you." Regretfully, Ino intervened between them and Naruko. Ino snarled, "Don't you dare touch her." The men halted their charge, their faces turning from rage to scorn. Together, they uttered the words, "Are you saying you will take her place? Well then, open your legs," only pausing when Ino started to emit an aura that practically shouted death. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," was Ino's mumbled hand gesture. Behind the men, 3 clones materialized, each as enraged as the original. Their fate was sealed by one of the men. He reached for his belt and said, "Sweet, one for each of us." The 3 clones said, "Just die." As they made the tiger sign and lit their fingertips on fire, they yelled, "Kaden. Konoha Hiden Taijutsu Ugi. Senin Garashi." Fire poured from the men's rectums as they shot skyward like a rocket. They will be walking strangely for weeks or months after they land. Naruko asked Tsunami where her father, Tazuna, was after the somewhat awkward greeting. Tsunami remarked, "Probably complaining right now." Everyone laughed, with the exception of the Konoha shinobi and the 4 men who were literally sent flying. After 20 minutes, Tazuna's home, Naruko and her group were sweating profusely. They were examining a plaque that was erected in front of Tazuna's home, which now appeared to be a modest mansion that had been partially transformed into a hotel. It said, "Please come in. You are welcome as long as you bring sake." All 5 of them deadpanned, "The hell? When Tsunami saw their faces, she giggled. A loud shout from inside the building cut her off as she said, "Since the bridge was completed, we have reconstructed our home into a hotel for all the merchants. It also the... Why in the name of bridge building and alcohol did I agree to become daimyo? I miss my old job. And I miss my sake," said the voice. Naruko said, "Was that, first?" Tsunami gave a nod. "Is he?" One more nod. Ino and Naruko exchanged glances. The deadpanned in perfect unison. How much of this country's income goes to alcohol? Another round of laughter resulted from this, and it continued even after the front door exploded. "Oh, be quiet, you bunch of brats. Can't an old man get?" Tezuna's tirade ended when he saw the 5 attractive women in front of him. He recognized the blonde in the fire though he had a slight nosebleed, but not the 3 redheads. The fact that Naruko and her group wore armor that precisely fit their bodies didn't help either. As they continued their duet, Naruko and Ino said, "Oi, stop staring at my fiancé, Ero-osan." When their words clicked, half of the audience behind them fell silent, while the other half laughed even harder. Tezuna hugged them both and they hugged her back, "And I am surprised that the 2 of you have grown up into such fine ladies, just as I said you would." "You did, when you weren't drunk and trying to touch my ass," they replied. In an attempt to hide his blush, Tezuna remarked, "At least I was drunk when I tried it." "But you were only sober when you were working on the bridge or when you were asleep," the 2 of them deadpanned. "Oh, for Kami's sake, just get in here. Bring out the sake and the food. Let's give our heroes and their friends a proper Nami welcome," Tezuna gasped. After applauding, the crowd dispersed swiftly to prepare everything. In the meantime, Tezuna, Inari, and, surprisingly, Nozomi and Tsunami pulled the gonen inside. After 2 hours, Tezuna's estate people were getting to know each other throughout the entire room. While Nozomi and Inari were conversing with Naruko and Ino, the 3 redheads were starting to feel uneasy due to the constant barrage of questions, some of which were about sensitive topics. The 3 of them finally lost their temper. They let out a terrifying aura and roared, "Stop asking such questions." In the Naruto Shippuden Road to Ninja movie, when Naruko locked himself in his room and Kushina became enraged, their hair was bouncing around above their heads in several tails. After a sigh, Naruko and Ino grinned and told the 2 children they were with to enjoy the performance. The ensuing altercation between the 3 Uzumaki was hilarious. Before long, the whole room was crowded with groaning people, most of them men. Naruko was busy writing a notice sign, and those who were still conscious were staring at him. It said, "Recognizing an Uzumaki for dummies. 1. Uzumaki women are infamous for their violent tendencies and short fuse. 2. The Uzumaki clan is a master of kenjutsu, and they could cut you without your knowledge in unwanted places. 3. Members of the Uzumaki clan typically have enormous chakra reserves and red hair. You would consider what we call a light beating to be severe torture, so don't mess with us." She hung the notice on the wall above her. One inebriated young man didn't fully understand, approaching Naruko with her back to him and grabbing her breasts from behind. Intoxicatedly, he slurred, "I want fuck with you." Those who knew Naruko started chanting funeral prayers, including, "I will just fuck you." The others were either unaware of what was happening or were unconscious. When Naruko seized the poor man's crotch, twisted it, and tore it off, sack and member, everything, they received an explanation. For days to come, the man's scream would cause nightmares for those who weren't chanting. The next day, the front gate of Konoha Tsunade turned to face the multitude of shinobi in front of her. They had all been informed of Sasuke's fate. Rewind the day following Team Naruko's departure. When the group of refugees arrived, Azumo and Katetsu were seated at the main gate as usual, watching the arrivals and departures of shinobi and civilians. The group was wearing the auto headbands, and the 2 Chunin became hostile at once upon seeing them. Just a mutter from one of the refugees, who was obviously the leader. Both Chunin knew the woman for who she was, but they were unaware of her name. "I don't care if you throw us into prison. Just make sure that he never finds us." Before the 2 Chunin knew it, dozens of Anbu squads had surrounded the group and were making demands. The auto nin stripped down to their underwear before they had finished speaking, taking off everything but their hite-8. Well, everything except the leader, who asked to speak with the Hokage. To make sure she wouldn't do anything, she even asked the Anbu to put different seals on her. After 20 minutes after creating multiple shadow clones to complete the paperwork, the woman introduced herself to Tsunade, who had come to observe what was happening. "My name is Karen." Tsunade gave her a weary look as she said, "My allies and I are former auto nin. How did you escape from Orochimaru if you were under his command?" she inquired. When that snake fucker's experiment somehow erupted into a riot, we were able to flee. A large man remarked. Karen-sama was able to remove the seals, saving their lives. The majority of them were once cursed seal bearers. Tsunade gave him a curious look. Most of them? What do you mean? She inquired. Tsunade stared at Karen, her mind yelling at her over a lot of things. There are still 3 whose seals I need to remove and he doesn't have a cursed seal. Are you not a survivor of Uzumaki? The redhead winced but nodded when the blonde asked. I was once. I am currently the clan's final member. Jugo needs someone who can teach him to control his powers, Karen said, pointing to Suigetsu, who yelled at her. But please, don't hurt any of my comrades here, well except for the water bastard there. Shizune and Tsunade grinned, and Taunton the pig stepped forward and placed its hoof reassuringly on Karen's foot. Tsunade assured her, you are not the last. Glancing at the disbelieving expression Karen was holding, she clarified, here in Konoha lives the last member of the Uzumaki clan's main branch, and a few others from the branch families. Tsunade made no mention of Naruko's blood adoption, and Karen collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She managed to say, thank you. Jugo approached and touched her shoulder. Everyone in Konoha laughed when Shizune joked, she is like the polar opposite of Naruko when it comes to males. Karen and the majority of the former Auto Nin nodded in agreement as Jugo said, if we are done here, there is something else we'd like to mention. Uchiha Sasuke has slain Orochimaru and has joined Akatsuki. The laughter instantly stopped. Karen went pale as Tsunade said, I will have to have you interrogated and have people check your memories before we do anything. If it's okay with you, I'd like to skip the interrogation part and go straight to the other thing. What was it? Karen said, adding, I agree to those terms, but I cannot speak for the others. Tsunade sighed and instructed the Anbu to transport her to Inoichi before focusing on the others. T and I Anbu Karen opened, before we begin, I'd like to warn you, but Enko cut her off. We are going to look at every scrap of memory you have, she responded. I was about to say that some of my memories might not be good for his health, Karen grumbled. Inoichi got started on his jutsu. After a few minutes, he paused and became very red. Karen inquired, which memory did you just see? Inoichi's face flushed. He said, the one in the river, Karen grinned. She said, oh that one. Did you enjoy the show? Ibiki questioned, why didn't you warn us about it? Karen looked at Anko and said, because this overinflated bimbo here interrupted me. Anko frowned. Inoichi remarked, we might need some blood packs. 12 soldier pills, 20 pints of blood packs, and 3 hours later. Anko mumbled, and you thought I was bad, Ibiki concurred. Ibiki stated, I believe she is more deserving of the moniker, snake whore, than you are. Oi, I am not a whore. I did what I had to survive, you sex-craving cunt. Karen yelled. Inoichi, meanwhile, had another blood pack fastened to the needle in his arm and was experiencing dizziness. The following day Tsunade said to Karen, morning, Karen-san. How are you feeling? Karen responded as she walked strangely to the chair, please don't ask. That snake bimbo whore is just a bitch. Karen shivered and covered some intimate parts with her hands. I asked her why she wasn't known as a snake slut and she sent her snakes at me. She complained, I never thought something like that was possible. Tsunade's eyebrows went up. You mean having several snakes squirm around inside of you? Replied Tsunade. Karen went pale. She started, how did you, and then let out a sigh. Never mind, as embarrassing as it may be, I actually kinda enjoyed it. She was blushing. Tsunade pulled out a document. The report states that you used to be a kunoichi of the hidden grass. After the Chunin exams 3 years ago you left and became a wanderer, making your living by selling your body. Inoichi was a bit unclear at the point where you joined Orochimaru. Karen let out a sigh. When she started to recount her first encounter with Orochimaru, her eyes went glassy. 2-day time jump with a tone of urgency, and Anbu reported, Hokage-sama. After setting down her pen, Tsunade said, report. He gave Tsunade a scroll and said, a sizable contingent of shinobi are causing trouble along the southeastern border. Her eyebrows went up as she read it. Gather all available teams. Tell them to meet at the main gate in 1 hour. Tsunade yelled. The Anbu immediately departed. Sakura and Shizune gave her a tense look. Shizune said, Tsunade-sama, what is going on? Unconsciously, Tsunade started to release ki, causing both girls to flinch in terror. The end of the flashback. You are to go and protect the southwestern border. Hostile shinobi have begun attacking the border villages. You are to go and protect our home and everyone in it. This enemy will show no mercy and has a no-prisoner doctrine. Note that their jutsu will be a complete unknown to us, but they may very well know about our jutsu. Tsunade began and then stopped. She demanded, "Get moving." The gathered army started to move right away. In the meantime, Tsunade looked at Shizune. "Send out birds to all neighboring lands. Tell them that our mobilization is purely to protect our borders from a possible invasion. Tell them that if they want me to explain my actions, I shall come myself to explain." Tsunade instructed her assistant. "Tsunade-sama, what is going on? Do you know who is attacking us?" replied Shizune. The whole council, including the civilians and shinobi, was standing behind her. Tsunade let out a sigh. "During the days of my grandfather, there was a group of clans who just disappeared literally overnight. They were all small clans living along the coast of Hai no Kuni, near Nami no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni. Translation: Land of Rivers. When Konoha was founded, my grandfather sent envoys to these clans, but couldn't find them. All in all, 23 clans just left their homes." She explained to them. She hoped Naruko's mission in Nami would soon come to an end. Kuni no Nami Haku was being trained by Naruko in Wind Release at the time, at least the way she was taught, which included cutting a waterfall and the group of genin that Zabuza had brought with him when he and Haku visited them. She soon discovered that if they were determined, their progress would greatly increase. Because there were as many boys as girls, Naruko developed a strong determination drive, much to Ino's pity for the children. The warm-up was light, by Naruko's standards, and then he yelled, "All right kids. Form pairs of boy and girl." Breathing hard, they obeyed. After what transpired on the first day, they wanted to curse her. After the light warm-up, they had referred to her as a hag. She had chased them through hell, her braids flying around behind her head like tails, on top of her tails. Nozomi said, "Inari-chan, do you want to pair up?" After giving her a brief glance, Inari nodded. For a brief moment, she was taken aback by the sight of fear in his eyes, but she quickly concluded that it was to be expected given Naruko and her team's presence. Naruko yelled, "Does everyone here have a pair?" Haku shouted from where he stood at the waterfall, "No." Naruko returned the call and said, "Then get to Yuya to keep you company." They could even see the flush that covered Haku's face from where they were standing. "Good. Now I am going to teach you lot about how to use your wind chakra. Go and get a leaf," she said to the genin. When Inari asked, "Why did we have to pair up?" Nozomi and the other genin both nodded. Their backs tingled at Naruko's smirk. "I have thought about a great training drive for you, one that is sure to speed up your training," she replied. The genin was unsure of whether to be afraid or happy. Naruko stated, "You are going to compete with your partner." The genin also smiled as realization struck them, at least until Naruko explained the loser's punishment. "Between the two of you, the one who manages to make less progress in cutting the leaf has to kiss the other." Naruko laughed out loud. 3, 2, 1, "What?" exclaimed the genin and Haku. Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume all grimaced as Ino simply sighed. "Well, if you manage to cut the leaf entirely today, you won't have to go through with the punishment," Naruko stated to them. They started the training right away, sensibly choosing not to argue. Standing together with the genin's parents close to the training field's edge, Zabuza, Tsunami, and Tazuna simply shook their heads. Well, Zabuza snickered. 2 hours later, Naruko approached one of the genin pairs and asked for advice, which Naruko provided. Luckily, Jiraiya wasn't present. 2 of the genin had begun cutting the leaves, but regrettably none of them were able to complete the task. Inari and Nozomi were the team that requested advice. However, because their progress was not equal, both were glowing. Compared to Nozomi, Inari cut the leaf half a millimeter shorter. Luckily, he passed out from embarrassment before they could make contact. Nozomi sighed in relief, but "Why am I feeling so let down?" She pondered before flashbacks of what might have transpired filled her mind, making her blush come back with a vengeance. One former missing nin-turned-sensei wasn't blind to this. Chapter 20. At that time, close to the Kawa no Kuni and Hai no Kuni border. At the beach outside of a small fishing village, a group of young children were occupied with swimming and playing. Inquiring about what lay beyond, one of them chose to gaze out at the horizon. When he saw how many boats were on the ocean, his eyes widened a little. It wasn't typical, although boats were seen practically every day, they were typically only 2 or 3 per square mile. But he was staring at an armada of at least 50 ocean-going ships. When the boy realized what kind of ships were coming, his eyes widened to their greatest extent. He yelled, "Everyone, run," as a tiny flash appeared on one of the leading ships. A loud boom was heard a few moments later, and then there was a huge explosion right in the center of the children. All 5 were struck and fatally injured. Before the first of the invading shinobi touched the sand, they all perished. Shinobi outpost nearby. "What the?" yelled the shinobi on duty. He aimed his telescope in the direction of the explosion's source. Down the ladder, he yelled, "Alarm! We're being invaded." He quickly turned back to the fleet that was invading. As he climbed the ladder, his team leader called out, "Report." Another set of flashes and booming noises cut him off as he said, 50 large-scale ships approaching the shore. I count around 40 transport types and around 10 ships with some sort of heavy weapon mounted. It looks. 10 explosions occurred in and around the nearby fishing village a few seconds later. The populace was already in a panic. The team leader questioned, in the name of the Sage of the Six Paths. "What is this?" He didn't finish his sentence because one of the whatever it is that causes the explosion. Calling them explosive shells sounds far too modern, I'll think of a different name later, landed directly on top of them, leaving only one survivor. "Send word to Konoha immediately. They need to know," he said. Although severely injured, the female genin did not die. She forced herself to ignore the pain and began limping or running in the direction of the closest location that would both unquestionably assist her and convey the message to Konoha. Nami no Kuni. After 2.5 days, Suzume, Umi, and Kuroka heard the call for assistance from a nearby location while they were occupied with running on the water between the island and the mainland. Umi pointed to a figure leaning against a mangrove tree and yelled, "Over there." They moved in swiftly but carefully, until they saw the leaf symbol on the woman's forehead shield. Umi said, "Suzume. Go get a medic." Suzume gave a nod and took off running. "You are from Konoha, thanked Kami," declared the woman. "We are the Gonin of Konoha, otherwise known as Team Naruko. What happened to you?" she was asked. The name caused the female's eye to widen. "Sarutobi Yuki." The woman winced as she felt pain. "My team and I was stationed at a lookout post on the shore near the Kawa border." Another scowl. Then Yuki coughed up a glob of blood and said, "Please. Send word to Konoha and Hokage-sama. We are under attack from an unknown enemy using unknown." Umi reassured her, "Just relax. Help will come soon." Yuki gave a headshake. She quickly told them the rest of what had happened, saying, "I am beyond help. But I will serve Konoha to my last breath." Regretfully, Haku, the medic, failed to arrive in time to save her. Hai no Kuni Force main encampment 3 days later. A 3D map of the enemy foothold, created with a sophisticated Doden Jutsu, was held by Kakashi, Shikaku, and a number of other elite shinobi as they stood around a table. Kakashi remarked, "This will be problematic." Only a small percentage of the Jonin present nodded. One of the people who didn't understand said, "Why? The defenses are easy to overcome. We could just overwhelm them with sheer numbers." Guy was the one who said, "How unyouthful of you not to realize it. The area they are building is far too large for the number of people they have there. It is clear they are expecting reinforcements. Also the weaponry they have placed in each of their forts. Yeah, it is some sort of artillery, though I have never seen anything like it before," Kakashi said. "Troublesome. Though the defenses themselves are weak, they are placed in such a way that they provide cover for each other. Also, we know nothing about this artillery," said Shikaku. Everyone was now nodding in comprehension. At that moment, a Chunin entered the tent. Reporting, Team Naruko has sent word that she and her team are heading out together with Task Force Hashirama. They're heading towards another possible landing zone. The man stopped and picked up a scroll. He hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Uzumaki Dono also sent this scroll with the message that it must remain in the hands of. At last he pulled out a little page. Kakashi felt as if someone had thrown a kunai at him. I quote, "The contents of this scroll are to remain in the hands of one perverted silver-haired cyclops." End quote. The others mumbled, "Ouch," and "That hurt?" while holding back a laugh. Kakashi slowly extended his hand to grab the scroll from the Chunin. His eyes turned into dinner plates when he opened it. He practically yelled, "Is she being fucking serious?" The others gave him a curious look. Kakashi responded by unfolding the scroll in front of him and opening its contents. A huge stack of things materialized in front of him. The note on top was read aloud by Kakashi. This was followed by a number of other items, including a large number of barrier tags. 10 decks Uzumaki explosive tags, 5 decks of Uzumaki high explosive tags, 2 decks of Uzumaki landmines, 40 flashbang balls, 20 smoke balls, 4 scrolls with multi-layered storage seals, 300 meters worth of chakra wire for remote detonations. The majority's faces changed from astonished to shocked to frightened to appalled as he read out the items on the list. There were enough explosives in front of them to level Konoha entirely. Phraseologically, a dazed Jonin asked, "Anyone want to piss her off?" Alongside Naruko, Task Force Hashirama and the Gonin were concealed in the trees that surrounded the enemy camp. They had been waiting for night to fall in that manner for some time. About 1,000 enemy troops were present, and based on their observations, they did not employ chakra. In fact, the Hyuga members of the task force claimed that the chakra coils of the individuals in front of them resembled those of the Konoha civilians. Rewind. A Hyuga nearly yelled, "What on earth? They haven't trained their chakra." He was met with surprise from everyone in the group. Activating their Byakugans, the other two Hyugas verified it. Naruko pondered, so they rely on quantity rather than quality. To the dismay of some members, mainly Uchiha, she had been appointed temporary commander of Task Force Hashirama, A.N. All just abbreviated to TFH. Only because A, the Hokage, promoted her to the role, and B, her service record as a team leader is significantly above average did those members accept her. Even the Uchiha had to acknowledge that she was stronger than they were, which made them feel inferior. When Naruko assured them that it would only be for a short time, they did become a little happier. Looking back at the roughly 50 shinobi in their group, Uchiha Raiga, the only Uchiha to accept her from the start, remarked, "If they can spare that amount of manpower, then it is no wonder they don't use chakra. Our first priority is to take out their artillery. After that come the ships and supplies," said Naruko. "If we can take care of those, we can prevent them from calling for reinforcements as well as starve them out without having to worry about whatever the hell that artillery is." The rest of them were looking at her. One of them questioned, Taicho, do you have any idea just how many kabaku fuda we need to accomplish something like that? We have only a limited supply of. Naruko hurriedly opened one of her scrolls and revealed its contents. She deadpanned while carrying a bunch of explosive tag decks. "You were saying?" she asked. She had a completely bored expression on her face and her eyes were half closed. Some members, Couch Uchiha Koff, would go crazy if she revealed that she also packed 25 inert Shinku kabaku fuda. Sakura said, "What are you, Tenten II?" Although they were wide-eyed, Kino and Kuromaru were nodding in agreement next to her. "Nope. Tenten is just an armory, using the primary force." The tall Hyuga next to her jumped in alarm when a girl with brown hair tied up in multiple buns let out a loud sneeze. "Returning to the TFH, I am an arsenal. I carry almost everything with me. Tags, sealing supplies, food, tools, weapons, and the means to create more of them if I need to." Naruko was deadpanned. The response was deadpan and sweaty. "Arsenal my ass. You are more of a walking warehouse with an attached factory." Naruko simply gave a shrug. The end of the flashback. Skip ahead to the following morning. No plan is perfect. There is always a chance that something will go wrong. The destruction of the ships, supplies, and artillery, with regard to some previously inert kabaku fuda, was a total success. None of the TFH anticipated that the enemy commander would order a full-scale attack on them. It didn't help that they had no idea what the enemy's fighting style and language were. To put it another way, it would be similar to China invading Japan. Naruko was compelled to employ her most well-known jutsu, which was one of her trump cards. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, she yelled, forming a clone army to assault the adversary. The TFH detained anyone who attempted to harm the four girls, while the other Gonin started getting ready for a large-scale collaborative ninjutsu. The original Naruko, who had been given the memories of many clones who were destroyed after lowering their defenses after disarming their opponents, cried out, "Be careful. They can fight even without weapons." She was even more shocked to learn that the enemy, despite lacking chakra, was on par with a typical chunin in terms of their physical prowess without the use of chakra. The response roared, "No shit. They had obviously learned that lesson the hard way as well." The Konoha shinobi was gradually pushed back towards the four Gonin who were working on the jutsu as the battle dragged on. As a tremendous amount of chakra was released, the four girls chanted, "Collaboration ninjutsu, Kyoto Zokyo no Jutsu, Collaboration ninjutsu, Strength Augmentation Jutsu," in order to heal their wounds and restore their depleted chakra reserves. Said chakra spread out and bonded itself to each Konoha shinobi. Naruko yelled, "Now let's get out of here." The TFH quickly withdrew and fought their way out of the battle. Naruko dispatched clones to slow down the assailants along the route. After 15 minutes. We will need some more help if we are going to stop this invasion, said Ryga. At last, they had been able to escape the enemy's pursuit. No shit Shika. A.N. AKA no shit Sherlock, had to keep it in the Naruto-verse cheeky smiley face. We had better send someone to the main camp and get the needed help, someone else said. Naruko turned to the lone member of the Nara clan and said, Nara-san. The others simply believed it to be too bothersome or were too lazy. She asked him, what would you suggest we do? Watch the clouds, the man said, yawning, and everyone turned to faceplant. Speaking into the ground, Naruko questioned, why did I even ask? Time skip. Main encampment, half a day later remembering how many explosives were in Naruko's last scroll, Kakashi, and all the other Jonin in the tent, for that matter, kept the scroll at arm's length, saying, Naruko, this had better not be another one of your pranks, not that it wasn't useful. Naruko took the scroll from them and opened it up so they could see that it only contained writing, from many people, and said, as much as I wish it were, this time it is not filled with additional supplies, for you. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat when she said, this scroll contains reports from myself and all the senior shinobi in Task Force Hashirama. Her voice had the hardness and coldness of chakra metal. Kakashi quickly skimmed the messages, then checked that he had read them correctly by reading them with his Sharingan revealed. The main points in the reports are that the unknown enemy has landed a flanking force and they are more powerful than anticipated. Due to the versatility of their fighting style, they can easily be ranked as chunin. Added to that, they are very well trained in taijutsu, the likes of which none of us have ever seen before. We were fortunate that they don't use chakra. Naruko unexpectedly noticed the deadpanning expressions that Jonin were wearing. What? She inquired. Guy said, please tell me you didn't say that. The enemy did use chakra, but Naruko was unaware of this. Flashback. Beachhead's initial attack, the Anbu squads placed explosive tags, which detonated and destroyed the artillery and other defensive structures, causing a loud explosion that rocked the night. It served as the cue for the Konoha forces to launch their attack, and 1,300 Leaf shinobi swiftly overran the disorganized defenders by attacking the defensive lines and barricades. The unexpected surprise of a group of monks fighting them with only their fists stopped them in their tracks as they approached the third-to-last line of enemy defense. When they launched an unwarranted attack, boasting of their past achievements, nearly 50 shinobi suffered a terrible death. They were all killed by a single blow to the chest. The nearby Hyuga froze after activating their Byakugan. The end of the flashback. Naruko half yelled, half inquired, you are telling me that those monks used chakra to enhance their taijutsu? Guy and all the other Jonin there nodded. They used a style that seems to have some elements of Juken mixed in. Their attacks deal internal damage as well as external. Added to the fact they don't say anything while attacking, they are a pain to deal with. Kakashi stated. After giving it some thought, Naruko said something. She abruptly changed the topic and asked, are there any prisoners? The Jonin nodded, dumbfounded. Would it be possible to dive into their minds and gain access to their language? She inquired. Kakashi gave a headshake. We already tried that. Unfortunately, their willpower is so powerful that none of the Yamanaka can successfully perform a mind walk on them. Uchiha Fugaku responded. Naruko reconsidered. Naruko questioned, what if we do the opposite? The others gaped at her in disbelief. If we cannot take from them what we need to communicate with them, why don't we give them that opportunity? Shikamaru questioned her, are you certain you are not a part Nara? Naruko gave a shrug. She then became serious, saying, meh. I was thinking like a prankster, always doing the unexpected. She was interrupted by a blonde fiancé who grabbed her shirt collar. I am willing to risk myself in negotiating with them if this works. Also, I will go alone and mostly unarmed and unarmored, to show that I mean no harm, she said. Don't, you, dare, Ino snarled, causing the others to perspire. Every other Jonin blushed as she screamed, have you forgotten that you always go commando? The more perverted Jonin blasted back with a nosebleed. Also, if you go like that, do you think the enemy will see you as an envoy or will they try to take advantage of your dress code? When Naruko saw her fiancé so furious, she shuddered a little. Though her attitude remained mostly unchanged, Ino let go after saying, I said unarmored, not naked. Also, I have my hair kunai still. I won't be streaking nor will I be defenseless here. There was no time for debate as she snarled, fine, but I am going with you. Every head turned to stare at three specific redheads as three more growls concurred. Overly excited Lee put his hand on Naruko's shoulder and started yelling, Yush, if I. Encampment of the enemy 3.5 miles away. The loud scream. Yeoow sent chills down the invading Foss's spines. As soon as the scream was believed to be a native war cry, men rushed to gather their supplies and get ready for an attack. Naruko is back. Lee lay at the bottom of a deep hole that was precisely the shape of his body. The fire had moved faster than Guy himself had imagined, and he had forgotten what happens when most men touch her. Whispering into Ino's ear, Fugaku turned to face her. "You sure you will be happy with her?" he asked, his voice displaying fear. Returning the whisper, Ino grinned and said, "I sure am. It means that males will stay away from me as well and I get to keep her." "Just try to keep the males away from her. If this continues, Konoha may just become a village whose entire shinobi force consists of kunoichi," was the response. Ino agreed inwardly, but pouted at that. Fast forward to 2 days later, one of his own men appeared to be leading the group of 5 smoking hot girls as they approached them, and the leader glanced at them. When they were within calling distance, roughly 30 meters from the front lines, the man greeted them, "My lord." After giving it some thought, the leader said, "I bring a messenger from the native populace. She has agreed to leave her weapons behind in order to speak to you." He then gave them the all clear. Several men in the front ranks suffered nosebleeds as he watched the woman with the flame-like hair, red turning to blonde, take out her weapons, including some concealed ones from awkward spots. After that, she trailed the man as they made their way to the gathered men, who parted their ranks to let her in. Then they heard her speak to him a few times. "Do not touch her, for she will retaliate any form of physical contact from a male in a violent manner." "I know this because I saw it happen," the guide said. "She wants to apologize in advance if anything happens. She will try to keep the damage done to a minimum, but she requests that she be given at least a 3-meter distance from her at all times," he said after hearing the woman say a few words to the man. Disregarding the warning, one of the men attempted to seize her. She grabbed his arms and threw him several meters over his comrades' heads, landing him heavily among them before his hands had even touched her breasts. They did give her more room after that, but the leering and innuendos persisted. When she was 10 meters from the leader, she stopped walking, and he gave the guide a curious look. "She wishes to keep a respectful distance from you so to enforce the idea that she isn't here to harm you in any way," the guide stated to him. Then the girl knelt before him on the ground. The guide positioned himself halfway between them and slightly off to the side. Then he declared aloud that he would use his best translation skills. "My name is Uzumaki Naruko, Jonin of Konohagakure. I come in peace," the child spoke. "Her name is Uzumaki Naruko, Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. She comes in peace," the guide stated. The leader said, "I greet you, whore. State the reason you are here." The guide seemed to gather his thoughts before speaking. Actually, he was starting to feel bad about letting Naruko's lover steal his native language skills and pass them on to Naruko. He was perspiring inwardly as he said, "He greets you, Uzumaki-san. He wishes for you to state the reason you are here." Even though she was trying to maintain a straight face, he could tell she was getting angry. Naruko was able to maintain a completely neutral tone when she said, "I bring questions from my leaders. Who are you people? Why are you attacking us? Where do you come from?" Her thoughts were, "That bastard." The leader started laughing after the guide finished translating. "If you and your escort out there were to offer your bodies, he and everyone else in the vicinity, save for the guide, were stunned by a sudden surge of ki." Naruko had reached her breaking point, and her tails were swishing menacingly behind her. "My friends and I are not people who will accept that. I came in peace, but you are spitting on the very motion. Choose your words very carefully. They will determine whether or not I will let you live." Her azure eyes, which had vertical slits, had turned blood red. She was keeping her ki away from him, which is why the guide was unaffected by it. When the leader realized that the girl in front of him had spoken, his eyes grew wide. When he saw her eyes and tails, he did what kept him alive, for the time being. He let out a terrified cry, "I am sorry." The pressure instantly subsided, restoring breathing for everyone in the vicinity. The happy-faced Naruko said, "Now, answer my questions, or you will experience me being more than just annoyed." Her kneeling body was surrounded by a pure black aura. 6 hours later, time jump, so they came from across the ocean and were sent by their emperor? Kakashi responded. Naruko gave a nod. With a hint of surprise, Ryuga questioned, "How come they are still alive?" "As a messenger, I couldn't do anything to them consciously. I also promised them not to kill anyone, although I did throw someone," Naruko stated to him. An amusing shinobi inquired, "Because he touched your fiancé's cushions?" Ino merely grinned, but Naruko snarled. After saying, "Fortunately for me, She only lets me use them as cushions. She instantly started to feel down. The others laughed however, she begins strangling me thinking I am a teddy bear. In order to handle the flanking maneuver, Kakashi had designated about 20 teams and 80 shinobi as backup. Even so, they were still outnumbered 9-1. Time skipped to the TFH base camp early the following day. Naruko asked the task force members who stayed behind to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Has anything odd happened while we were away? Sure did. They began sending out raiding and foraging parties. We attacked when we could, however they still managed to get some supplies back to their camp. During the night we placed traps around their camp, primarily at the main entrances. In total we caused an additional 40 casualties to their numbers. A Sarutobi Jonin replied. A Chunin remarked, we also kinda ran out of kunai and shuriken. When Naruko opened a complete blacksmith set, the members of the reinforcement group's eyes went to dinner plates and their jaws hit the floor. The set included a Kaden-powered furnace, multiple anvils, hundreds of iron and steel bars, at least 40 hammers of various sizes, ranging from large, heavy ones for hammering and folding metal to small ones for very fine details, a complete set of grinding stones of different grits, gloves, vests, tongs, charcoal, and even a dowsing pit. She even had a tatara, look up, traditional Japanese smelting furnace, and a big pile of iron sand on one side. This was all on top of a big stone slab with lots of seals on the floor. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruko declared as he made a dozen clones. The makeshift smithy was soon operational, but to the astonishment of the onlookers, neither heat nor sound was audible. Naruko clarified, heat and sound barrier seals. A half hour later, one of the perspiring clones produced a crate of shuriken and another a crate of kunai. I kinda feel disappointed by the quality of these. Yes, they are above average quality, but compared to your seals, Kuroka put the speaker down. She is still learning the Uzumaki forging techniques. This is the best she can do at the moment at such short notice, she stated to her. Besides, the normal forging process should take twice as long. So shut up and distribute these amongst those who need them. Naruko thought about opening her mobile armory, but she changed her mind after realizing how many chakra swords she had stored there. One of the youngest shinobi there, who graduated the year after Naruko, asked her, still, Uzumaki Oni-sama, is there anything you are not carrying around with you? The boy went pale as Naruko whispered, an academy. Everyone else made fun of him. Time skipping, they attacked the beachhead once more that evening. Using her Shinku Kabaku Fuda, Naruko silently made holes in the defenses that allowed the leaf shinobi to enter. They intended to use explosive tags scattered throughout the camp to make it a minefield. This time, in contrast to their previous attempt, they succeeded. Naruko collected a big bundle of tags, attached them to a slow fuse that emitted very little smoke, and concealed it close to one of the campfires that were still burning. She didn't realize a white snake was observing her from the tree line as she withdrew. Chapter 21 Boom. The rushing Naruko was flung off her feet and into a tent by the shockwave from the delayed explosion. Because the occupants were still in shock from the explosion, Naruko had valuable time to quickly end their lives by turning her tails into lethal weapons. Unfortunately for her, one of them was able to shout, but the weaponized tail interrupted. With a curse, Naruko hurried from the tent into a crowded camp where men were running around and detonating when they stepped on a landmine. When they saw her, a number of them instantly yelled a war cry. In a matter of seconds, Naruko was engaged in combat, with Himiko acting as a steel barrier between her and her adversary's weapons. Before the enemy gave up, she fought for 5 minutes, leaving a trail of dead in her fighting retreat. Naruko looked around and saw that more than 3/4 of the enemy force was either dead or dying, primarily as a result of the explosions. Then she saw that, off to the side, there was another fight. To get to her fiancé, Ino was destroying the enemy in front of her by fighting like a woman possessed. Naruko fought on the offensive, attempting to connect with Ino for the first time since she started fighting that day. Ino was a little perspiring when they gathered. To Naruko's astonishment, however, she had constructed a corridor through which the remainder of her meager force battled their way to her as well. The remaining enemies started to surrender after realizing they were losing the battle. Orochimaru's quarters in Otogakure according to Sanin, the pale snake, Kukuku. How interesting. A tall, silver-haired shinobi stood beside him and said, have the bingo books updated? What for? Inquired Kabuto, the man. Sasuke was standing in the doorway, looking bored. He desired to learn new jutsu from Orochimaru. Both Kabuto and Sasuke were drawn to the statement, Have a bounty placed for the live capture of Uzumaki Naruko. Make sure that the message says she is to be turned in alive. Orochimaru said, Sasuke, you still want her to carry your child? Fast forward to 2 weeks later. The shinobi triumphantly returned to Konoha, but to her and no one else's surprise, Naruko was the most acclaimed individual, not just as a war hero. Naruko and the Gonin returned to the main camp after defeating the enemy flanking maneuver, only to discover that the leader was demanding her head on a plate. When his demand was not met, he started putting prisoners to death. Naruko was obviously not pleased. Rewind. Naruko's character completely changed after learning of the executions. Everyone in the vicinity retreated a few paces, frequently bumping into those behind them. Her normal clothes burned away, leaving Himiko strapped to her back as red chakra began to cover her body, compressing and solidifying into a rather revealing armor. If they want my head, they can try taking it from me, she growled. Since the armor didn't cover the space between Naruko's enormous breasts, the majority of the males, if not all of them, would have been sent flying with a nosebleed in a different scenario. Naruko rushed in the direction of the enemy lines with a shockwave. Returning to the main force, Kakashi said, shouldn't we aid her? Only if you have a death wish. Ino, Suzume, Kuroka, and Umi all expressed their disapproval. Nani? Asked Kakashi. There were a lot of explosions in response. His visible eyes, like the eyes of everyone else watching the fight, slaughter, widened as he looked toward the camp. Naruko had assembled a vast army of shadow clones and was using large-scale jutsu to bombard the enemy camp with volley after volley. Anyone who was unlucky enough to be caught in the ensuing inferno was burned alive. The ground trembled as Naruko and her army rushed forward after the fires had stopped bombarding. Since the majority of the enemy gave up as soon as they broke through the defenses, it goes without saying that the battle was rather brief. She made their leader's final moments a living hell when she discovered him attempting to escape. She was unaware of the state of her armor, which was starting to crack, when she returned to the shinobi camp. Thankfully, Ino noticed. She didn't make it in time, but she had rushed forward with a cloak to wrap her in. Once more, Naruko became aware of her predicament. She screamed as she attempted to hide. Kya! Some of the females and even the majority of the males had nosebleeds blown back. A little blood was dripping from Ino's nose, as was the case with the other Gonin. The end of the flashback. As Naruko led her small shinobi division through Konoha, she was met with a lot of excitement about her victory. However, the men, who were mostly civilians, showed the most enthusiasm by shouting, "Long live Flaming Buster," with a focus on the bust part, which was met with a lot of ki from a certain blonde woman who was walking next to her and holding her hand. The males weren't bothered by this at all. They had moved past the fact that Naruko had been taken, but they were also afraid of what would happen to them if they attempted to do anything with the flaming explosive sword and the blonde death, titles that Naruko and Ino had recently obtained from the recent war, respectively. Naruko's flaming hair, chakra, seemingly limitless supply of kabaku fuda, and sword skills earned her new title. Ino was named for both her platinum blonde hair and her vicious attack on the enemy to reach Naruko's side. But the celebration didn't last long because Shizune ran over to her. As she rushed closer, she yelled, "Kakashi-san! Naruko-san! The Hokage requests your immediate presence." A chill ran up Naruko's spine as they heard the urgency in her voice, and the cheering and shouting ceased. After a few minutes, the Hokage office Tsunade was chewing her fingernails and staring out the window when Naruko and Kakashi came through the door. Anko, Naruko's adoptive mother, showed up shortly after in her typical fashion, complete with a broken window that Tsunade had purposefully closed moments earlier. She was asked by the blonde Hokage, "Naruko, have you seen the newest bingo book?" Naruko gave a headshake. Tsunade let out a sigh. Tsunade turned to them and said, "Tell Kitsune and her team to head over to Anbu HQ for an updated version. I also have a mission for Team Kitsune." Naruko let out a moan. A peaceful night spent by herself with Ino was what she was hoping for. She started to say, "The other thing is your marriage. Civilian Council is heavily against you marrying anyone," but Naruko's loud growl cut her off. She snarled, "Do any of the CIVs have bounties?" After glancing at her, the other three burst out laughing. Tsunade became serious and said, "I am afraid not." Naruko and a certain purple-haired sadist started releasing ki. What is worse, they have reinstated Homura and Utatane, not as elders, but as official council members. Tsunade said, "Naruko, Anko, calm down." The two reluctantly did. She threw the two of them away, relieved. Then she looked at Kakashi. He questioned, "What exactly is going on?" Tsunade took out a small black book from one of her drawers. She handed it to Kakashi after opening it to a specific page, and as he read the entry, his visible eye widened. Name: Naruko K. Uzumaki. Clan and status: Clan head, Uzumaki clan. Other names: Flaming Demon of Konoha, Demon Bitch of Konoha, and Konoha's Prankster Queen. Connection: Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato rank, Jonin. Expertise: Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Kenjutsu. Rank: High A rank. The bounty: 500,000 Ryo for Otogakure, only alive. 600,000 Ryo, alive only, is a Megakure. 1 million Ryo, dead or alive, in Iwagakure. Additional information: Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Kitsune has an enormous healing factor, a severe case of androphobia, and ridiculously large chakra reserves. Excluding Biju chakra, she also has no talent in Genjutsu. Verified daughter of Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha's Red Hot Habanero. Kakashi inquired, when did this get released? Tsunade stated, 2 days before you returned. He inquired, and her mission? She replied, I'll tell her then. Time skip. Anbu headquarters, half an hour later. Tatsu almost instantly threw her a pack of bingo books and told them to read them after Kitsune said, Team Kitsune, reporting in. He barely succeeded in keeping a door between himself and the girls when he heard all 5 of them yell in shock and surprise. Kitsune cried, what the hell is this? We believe that Orochimaru was the first to place the bounty on your head. AIM has been confirmed to support Akatsuki, and Iwa still bears a grudge against your father for what he did to them during the Third Shinobi War. Neko said as she rubbed her ears. And how many times do I have to tell you to stop putting chakra into your voice? Kitsune chuckled. She stated, occasional habit. Neko retorted, try occasional hazard. Oh. Kitsune came back, displeased. Anyway, why would that pale bastard want to get his hands on her? I could understand it if he wanted her dead, but alive? Asked Kuma. Saru and Habi both gave nods of agreement. Kitsune's arm was in Tori's grasp. A fresh voice said, probably that fucker Sasuke's doing. Saru cried out, Itachi-senpai. A.N. Itachi, as in weasel, not Uchiha Itachi. Despite the fact that they are the same, a tall, black-haired Anbu entered the light wearing a weasel mask. My former brother probably still has his eyes on having you carry his first child. I also think that Orochimaru will then keep you to use in his experiments, seeing as you are the last Uzumaki alive, at least the last original Uzumaki that we know of, Itachi replied. How is Kakashi-senpai? Lazy as always and still is nose deep in his smut novels that my perverted godfather keeps writing. Kitsune murmured. Before Itachi put a silent seal on her throat, she screamed, and there is no fucking way that I am going to carry that fucker's children or letting myself become a toy of that snake fucker. Her chakra-enhanced yell was reduced to a low whisper. Tori snarled, I agree. Kitsune belongs to me and me alone. Saru, Kuma, and Habi chanted, if anyone wants to mess around with her body, other than Tori, they will have to get past us. Abruptly, Naruko heard a heavily muffled chuckle and the faint sound of scribbling. She felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Itachi gestured them forward into a room with screens after observing her response. There are hundreds of hidden cameras around Konoha, a necessary precaution whenever we were on a Naruko hunt, Itachi informed them. What is the record for fastest time catching her? Tori inquired. Itachi gestured toward an ancient, dusty scoreboard. 6 hours, 59 minutes, 40 seconds in Iruka 2 days, 11 hours, 35 minutes, and 13 seconds for Team Inu. 2 days, 11 hours, 35 minutes, and 14 seconds for Team Neko. 2 days, 11 hours, 35 minutes, and 15 seconds for Team Habi. Tori's question, so Iruka-sensei is a far better shinobi than you Anbu were? Caused Kitsune and all the other ANBUs in the vicinity, aside from the redhead trio, to tense up. Tori, Iruka-sensei grew up as the second person besides the Hokage whom Naruko truly trusted. He was also the only one who managed to discover how Naruko thought when she was on the run, or at least came the closest to understanding her. And before you ask why the scores between places 2 and 4 are so damn close, let me show you the rest. Itachi showed them the remainder of the list. Only Team Habi, Inu, and Neko have been able to apprehend her independently out of all the teams in Konoha's Anbu. After 3 days, the others either gave up or requested additional help. He forgot to mention that Iruka-sensei has to deal with little kids on a daily basis, Kitsune replied. At that moment, she noticed a particular set of monitors. Or at least, the person pictured there. She yelled, "Bring camera hashtag 098E onto the big screen please." Shortly after, that specific screen appeared on the large screen. It featured a well-known pervert with white hair clutching a tiny telescope. Neko snarled and slowly reached for her sword, asking, "Why that little? Where is this?" One of the Anbu said, "Konoha's hot spring." A few minutes later, a humorous scene of a group of enraged kunoichi pursuing a Jiraiya who was running for his life while brandishing swords and hurling kunai and shuriken at him was displayed on the main screen. That night, office of the Hokage. When Team Kitsune arrived, Tsunade had just finished a day's work on paperwork, Akage's nemesis. "Team Kitsune, I have a mission for you," she stated. Tsunade turned to face the 5 female Anbu who were waiting for her to assign them the task. "The Cage has asked for our help in dealing with another Akatsuki mercenary stronghold, this one located well within their territory, but not in the desert," Tsunade informed them. Kitsune's head cocked slightly. "As far as I know, the only places in K's no Kuni that aren't a desert biome are along the coast. Yes. I gave them a beach, look at any of the maps in the Naruto wiki, all of them end at the southernmost point of Kawa no Kuni, land of rivers. Which just so happens to be along the border between Kawa and K's as well as at the coast, to the south, the areas along the northern and northeastern borders and the mostly uninhabited mountain range one their western border. They never specified what lies to the west," she continued. Tsunade gave a nod. "The messenger hawk didn't mention exactly where the stronghold is, only that it lies within K's no Kuni and it isn't in the desert. Also, Gaara will be sending a platoon of experienced shinobi as their contribution," Hubby interrupted Tsunade. Hokage-sama. There will be nearly 40 of them and only 5 of us? Isn't that a bit cheap from our side?" she said. Tsunade grinned. She had barely finished saying, "I never said I was sending just the 5 of you," when the door suddenly flew open and an excited Team Guy, well, half of Team Guy was excited, the other half were suffering from a migraine, entered, followed by Team Kurenai, Team Lazy, and the rest of Team Perv, Kakashi. It appeared to Kitsune that the air between Kino and Sakura was shimmering from something she couldn't identify rather than tension. While Neji had proposed to Tenten, Kiba and Hinata appeared to have become closer in recent weeks. Everyone recalled the day he proposed, primarily because of how red his face was and how it was obvious he was related to Hinata. For some reason, Tenten accepted with joy, but he passed out from too much excitement and shame. Hinata was relieved that she wasn't the only one who fainted. The others acknowledged Guy's question, "Ahem, Hokage-sama, are we early or did we interrupt an Anbu briefing?" As her name suggests, Kitsune played a practical joke. Tori, Hubby, Inu, Saru, and Tsunade could hardly keep a straight face. Well, Tsunade did. While the other 4 barely managed to keep their laughter under their masks. I can understand the Jonin coming along for the ride, as well as the 2 infamous fainting Hyugas and the Aburame clan heir, but the green I am gay spandex guy? The panda bear? The 2 canine brats? The bubblegum banshee? The walking boulder? Mr. Girly? However, the members Kitsune mentioned? Kitsune was ranting about youth with Guy, and Lee wasn't quite sure what exactly he meant. Neji abruptly moved away from the furious woman and asked, "What did you call me?" before adding his own key, which complemented hers. It didn't really make a difference, though, given the blatant insult to his fiancée. Kino snarled, "At least we can use our teeth." Kiba nodded in agreement. Kuromaru and Akamaru shook their heads, having almost instantly recognized Kitsune's scent. Choji kept munching on his chips. Shiro's face turned red with rage. Sakura was just grinning, until she used Knuckle Express V.2 to send Kitsune to the basement. Naturally, this led to Kitsune's mask breaking when it struck the floor, scattering the pieces throughout Tsunade's office. The enormous amount of Ki that Tori was releasing made Tenten's tantrum seem like a child's tantrum in comparison, and Sakura and everyone else who had been mocked by Kitsune, now Naruko, were all jolted out of their rage. Tsunade, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, "Sakura, you shouldn't have done that." Sakura started, "Why Suna?" before a furious Naruko, still in her Anbu uniform but without the mask, rushed through the opening. "You," the growl said. When Sakura saw nothing but a red-eyed woman with 9 hair braids floating menacingly above her head, she started to perspire profusely. On the roof above them, Neko asked her fellow Anbu, "You think we should go in there and help?" The response was, "I don't think that Kitsune needs our help." Neko sneered, I wasn't talking about Kitsune. Returning to the room, Naruko hurriedly opened a backup mask and covered her face before anyone could identify her. Sakura dropped to her knees, feeling as if she had soiled herself when she stopped releasing ki. Tsunade remarked, "You are lucky that I am not arresting you." By saying, "Not that I would be able to," Shikamaru became interested. He inquired, "What do you mean by that? Where is Team Naruko, by the way? I thought they would be joining us on this mission," Tsunade murmured. Using the cover story, she informed them, "Team Naruko is currently on another mission in Nami no Kuni, aiding in the training of the new shinobi there. Instead, I am sending Team Kitsune in their place." Adding to the cover, Kakashi said, "Too bad. We could have used her tags." She was buried in a pile of explosive tags when a puff of smoke appeared above him. Tsunade assured them, "I probably should have mentioned that Naruko is Team Kitsune's supplier of explosive tags and seals." Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and said, "Besides, she just covered you in fake tags." 3 days later, at Sanagakure's entrance, one of the gate guards inquired, "When do you think the group from Konoha will arrive?" The other said, pulling out a cigarette, "I don't know." They held up a lighter for him. Before he leapt out of his shoes, he said, "Thanks." Leaf Anbu, wearing a Kitsune mask, stood between the two Suna shinobi. Kitsune casually informed them, "You are welcome. Just wanted to inform you that the others from Konoha will arrive in about 10 minutes. Because of the shock, the two Suna nin were unsure of her status as a friend or an enemy. They recovered at last. The first one said, "Who the hell are you?" "Her name is Kitsune, and from what I heard she is one of the strongest Anbu since the last Great War." A fresh voice spoke. Everybody turned to watch Baki as he approached them. She also completely contradicts the term, "Kabaku Fuda comes in small packages, a.n. To us it is, dynamite comes in small packages." Kitsune bowed slightly and said, "It has been a while, Baki-san." A tiny puff of smoke cut off the second sand gate guard as Kitsune opened one of her storage seals, revealing a deck of tags that, unbeknownst to the others, were duds. "Bullshit. Everyone knows that Kabaku Fuda can only be," Kitsune said. "I just remembered this. Naruko-chan wanted me to pass these on to you, Baki-san. They are harmless, but then again, no one except your seal masters will realize the difference at first. She told me to tell you to have fun pranking the pranksters." She glanced at the guards. She opened a few tags, lit them, and tossed them to the guards, saying, "That deck is small in comparison compared to what Uzumaki Naruko hands out every month." She laughed and then leapt back, saying, "Have fun." The cracker tags went off after a brief game of symbolic hot potato, leaving two unconscious gate guards and a groaning Baki in their wake. As she got closer, Baki said, "I could have you arrested for that." She laughed and said, "Sorry, I just couldn't resist." Their expressions were breathtaking. "Just be thankful that Keisuke-sama knows of your real identity and warned me of your habit." Baki sighed. The other members of the Konoha group showed up shortly after. Baki appeared taken aback. He turned to Kakashi and said, "Hokage-sama sent you brats? I am kind of feeling sorry for the mercs now." Lazy Cyclops looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you'll need our help, or will we need to come along just for the show?" "Well, you have a better understanding about what we will be facing. Also, the way I understand it, none of the Sand Shinobi will be able to live under the fact that we did their work without them, seeing as this is supposed to be a joint op," Baki replied. Despite acknowledging that Kakashi was correct, Baki stated, "Anyway, let's get you into your rooms. We leave tomorrow." The K's Cage meeting room that night. Gaara pointed to a location close to K's no Kuni's northeastern border and stated, "The enemy stronghold is located in this region. It appears to be a comparatively unexplored area based on the map's details." Kakashi questioned, "Any idea what the opposition is like?" Gaara gave a nod. "Our recon teams said that there is at least a small battalion, several mounted weapons such as catapults and lance throwers. A.N. I don't know what the Japanese name for ballistae is, as well as a possible minefield. We don't know whether or not there are any Akatsuki agents there, however." Kankuro stated to them. He had taken off his war paint for a change. Kitsune inquired, "And which teams are you sending with us?" Gaara gave her a look. Before his mood turned serious, Gaara informed them, "Tamari and Kankuro will join you with their teams, as well as 2 squads of our Anbu. I will also send 4 more teams when they return. I have also sent a message to Konoha with the updated news. We also have unconfirmed reports of Auto Nin in the area. Be extra careful," he concluded. Later, with Kitsune, Naruko and the elder Konoha Jonin. "I feel uneasy about this," Kitsune uttered. Kakashi said languidly, you can take off that mask. We are all Jonin here. Reaching up, Kitsune took off her mask. There are 20 of us and about 40 Sunanin. That makes about 60. The enemy has around 500 mercs. Not to mention the defenses of their stronghold, added to the possible operations of Orochimaru and the fact that there may be Akatsuki agents, there are just too many unknown variables to this operation. Also, we don't know if the mercs have training in chakra or if there are any Ronin samurai in their ranks. Naruko stated to them. Kakashi told her, surprisingly thoughtful of you. Guy smiled. I am merely thinking about this like a prankster would. When we rescued Gaara, the stronghold was much smaller and weaker than this one. Also, I want to keep as many of us alive as possible. Naruko stated before removing her mask. Kakashi felt a chill go up his spine as he said, I have got to go, fetch my team and meet the Suna Anbu teams. I am going to distribute some toys among them. Suna Anbu headquarters. Inu whistled. This place is amazing. They were standing in the building's main hall, examining the different items, which included maintenance areas, planning tables, and training dummies, all of which were set up to make movement easy. A blue Oni-masked Anbu came up to them and said, I know, right? I never got to see your HQ, but I bet it isn't as practical as ours. He introduced himself, saying, I am Blue Oni, team leader of the blue team that will be joining you. A second figure approached, a woman. I am Red Oni, leader of Red Team. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, she replied. Kitsune greeted them, saying, I am Orange Kitsune, leader of Team Kitsune. Likewise. She pointed to each in turn, saying, this is Tori, Habi, Inu, and Kuma. Blue Oni remarked, so you are the famous Team Kitsune. We never got to thank you for saving the cage back then. We heard you wished to distribute something amongst us. Red Oni replied. After giving a nod, Kitsune went to a table. In the meantime, the remaining members of Red and Blue teams had shown up. As he unlocked 4 stacks of explosive tag decks and 16 Uzumaki-grade sealing scrolls, Kitsune said to them, I know you have explosive tags of your own, as well as sealing scrolls, but as fellow Anbu from an allied village, I found it adequate to give you some better material. An Anbu from Team Red questioned, are you certain you are not here to blow up the entire hidden village? Kitsune gave a headshake. Before giving each member a pair of decks and a sealing scroll, she cautioned them, saying, these tags are currently inert. They need to be first charged with chakra before they can become usable. The more chakra, the bigger the explosion. But be careful. If you put in too much, the seals will become unstable, resulting in a premature detonation. These scrolls can hold far greater amounts of things than the standard sealing scrolls. If you want to copy the seals, by all means, try. Unless you have an Uzumaki-grade sealing master, you won't be able to replicate them, she stated. The following morning at the main entrance, Team Kitsune waited for the remainder of their assault group. It was the Sand Anbu who arrived first, then the Sand Nin. Konkuro growled angrily at Kitsune's joke. You know Konkuro, if you ever were to become an ANBU, Gaara could name you Makeup Oni. Everyone else laughed. Before a series of loud bangs erupted from the hotel where the Leaf Shinobi were housed, Tamari started. Anyway, I see the Leaf Anbu are still punctual as always, but where are the others of the... This was followed by a lot of shouts of surprise. Tori, Inu, Habi, and Kuma all laughed when she asked, Kitsune-chan, did you forget to disarm your backup alarm clock? Again? Both Anbu and the Sand Shinobi perspired. Kitsune scratched the back of her head and said, I might have inadvertently put one in each of their rooms as we left the hotel, after possibly placing silence seals on their walls. I usually use them when pulling pranks on our civilian council. They're a pain in the ass for Hokage-sama. Then Red Oni burst out laughing. I could use some of those alarm clocks. Habi told her, I don't think your crush is going to like you for that, and she responded with a loud, hey, and more laughter. After 5 minutes Kakashi whispered, you didn't have to go that far to wake us, Kitsune. Kitsune gave a shrug. She grinned beneath her mask and said, true, but this way was more fun. She froze just as Sakura was ready to clonk her. The lethargic Jonin was told by Kitsune, much appreciated, Nara-san. Having been in Sakura's shoes multiple times, Tamari knew exactly how she felt and stifled a laugh at her face. Tenten was leaning against Neji as Guy and Lee muttered something about unyouthful wake-ups. Yukata, a black-haired girl on Temari's team, remarked, nice catch, Pineapple Head. Shoji gave her a look. Naturally, Shiro wasn't amused by that, which led to more laughter. A black-haired, female Shiro. Kiba's question to the woman who smelled familiar to him and Kino was, Kitsune-chan. Did you bring some of your special tags or are we safe? Both Akamaru and Kuromaru nodded in agreement as they stated, she helped us out on several missions, such as when we rescued the K's cage. After being freed, Sakura returned to her team on foot. Tamari said, let's get going then. After 6 hours, the Allied base camp. The strike teams were awaiting the return of the Anbu teams from their recon mission. They had swiftly set up camp and some defenses after arriving at their current location an hour earlier. Meanwhile, the Anbu had gone to reconnoiter the enemy. In the shade of one of the trees, Shikamaru and Tamari were lying together, the former sleeping while the latter used the former as a pillow. The others were aware of their relationship and the fact that they didn't spend much time together because they came from different villages. As a result, they essentially told the two to hang out together while the others took care of the camp, which Shikamaru didn't mind. Matsuri was occupied with Yukata's training. Lee and Guy were performing push-ups while strapping some enormous rocks to their backs. An argument broke out between Choji and one of the chefs. The team as a whole had designated a small, isolated pond as the bathing area, and Kino and Sakura were currently using it to wash themselves, with a lot of giggling and moaning. Some of the sand shinobi were chatting idly with Kiba and Hinata. Shiro was surreptitiously observing a girl with raven hair. Shino was busy hiding in plain sight, which is what he does best. If the anime characters aren't moving, when do they realize that the Aburame clan members are present? Correct me if I'm wrong. When the Anbu teams arrived, the calm was broken. Blue Oni stated, things have become a lot more complicated. At that, Kakashi and Kankuro cocked their heads in confusion. The stronghold is surrounded by a barrier and there are prisoners in there as well, Red Oni stated. Meaning I cannot simply blow the place into bits and pieces, Kitsune replied. And the methods we used last time wouldn't work, due to the barrier. But we have another problem, said Tori. The Jonin gave her a look. We stumbled upon one of Orochimaru's bases. The place reeks of death, blood and monsters. Inu stated to them. We may need more teams from Suna and Konoha. With a nod, Kakashi called forth 2 of his canines. Kakashi winced as Pakun whispered, I know you try to keep us healthy, but why don't you try the running for once? Firstly, we need to find a way to bring the barrier down, Guy stated. The barrier is already down, but it created an alarm putting the entire place on lockdown. Kitsune informed them. Seeing the scowls from the other patrons, she added, hey, it wasn't me that destroyed it. While we were watching, a group of Auto Nin assaulted the place. It was actually thanks to Kitsune that we found the entrance to the base. Red Oni informed them. After a little while, the Hokage office Pakun arrived in a puff of smoke, sending the pile of papers flying. Tsunade had just finished a day's work with her shadow clones and had everything neatly stacked on her desk. The dog yelled, Joe. I bring Kami help me, as Tsunade lost her temper at the sight of the meticulously organized pages flying everywhere. After 10 minutes as Shizune was tending to the bruised dog, Tsunade snarled, so, why are you here? Pakun winced as Shizune repaired a fractured bone in his leg. They found one of Orochimaru's bases near the enemy stronghold. Some of the snake's subordinates attacked the mercs, making them go on high alert. Kakashi requests additional support. Is the Cyclops pursuing him? Tsunade inquired. Pakun gave a headshake. I don't know what he is planning, but if his lackeys are interfering, then there must be something inside the stronghold that he really wants. Tsunade concluded. She produced a list of available shinobi right away. When she saw that the majority of the strong shinobi were on missions, she quickly skimmed through it and bit her bottom lip. She could send 2 teams at most. Since she needed Anbu to protect Konoha and the majority of them were currently busy, she was unable to send any more of them. The only alternative was this. She snarled, this will be problematic. Shizune stood aside, while Pakun had gone back to his house. Asking, Tsunade-sama, have all available Jonin and Haichunin rank shinobi assemble at the main gate in 1 hour equipped for an extended time and combat. Tsunade said. The Anbu entered her room right away and then vanished after saying, hi. Tsunade told her assistant, Shizune, get a group of medical nin and accompany them. They will require every bit of assistance possible. The assistant nodded and departed the room. Tsunade moaned as she surveyed the room, then created a few shadow clones and resumed organizing the strewn about pages. After an hour, main gate Tsunade stood in front of about 50 shinobi, excluding the 6 dogs and 10 med nin. You are to head out and reinforce the strike force that has been sent to support Suna. Teams Kakashi and Guy, formerly teams Kurenai and Asuma as well as Team Kitsune from our Anbu Corps are already there. Unfortunately, they have had confirmed sightings of Orochimaru's shinobi in the area, so be careful. Never head out alone. She examined them all. She rang. Mitarashi Anko. Naruko's sadistic mother came forward. Tsunade said, "Give this scroll to Kitsune. She and her team need to go and switch places with Naruko's team in Nami. We need Naruko's expertise in seals and her slips of paper." The majority of the shinobi in the room either laughed in amusement or cowered in fear. Naruko's legendary and nearly limitless supply of Kabaku Fuda is the root cause of both cases. Before realizing what she had just said, Anko told her, "Will do, Tsunade Bachan. My kit must be rubbing off on me." Tsunade was able to scowl and smirk simultaneously. With a shout, the blonde asked, "What are you waiting for?" Almost instantly, the group started to move. After 5 days, Sandleaf Camp. As they arrived at the camp, Naruko was having a conversation with her team about, and that time when Inari had to kiss Nozomi. They pretended not to be aware of the recent events, in which they participated as Team Kitsune, and they welcomed the other members of the Konoha 14 in the customary way, with an overly excited Lee who ended up in a human-shaped hole once more. Naruko yelled, "Joe guys. Been a while." Her hair was in a single long ponytail that reached her lower legs by this point, which was unusual for her. I neglected to mention this earlier, but when assuming the persona of Kitsune, Naruko uses hair manipulation techniques to cut her hair in half and avoids adding kunai endings, leaving it in 9 different braids. The reason for this is that Kitsune is a huge fan of Naruko because of her skill in Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu, or at least that is the cover story I created for her. Yukata said aloud, "Does she always do that to him?" Ino smiled and informed her, she has a severe case of androphobia, with a slightly physical unconscious reaction. Bullshit. There is no scale that would label sending someone into the ground like that as slightly physical, it is more like brutal, a shinobi from Sand yelled. At that, practically every member of the Konoha 14, with the exception of Naruko and Lee, as well as their Jonin senseis, sighed. If Lee were much older and didn't approach her with friendly intent, he would be unmanned, beaten black and blue and have most of his bones fractured, if not broken. The hospital in Konoha have created a call sign just for males who come in after actively touching Naruko when not in a spar of fight. Only a few males exist who don't affect Naruko, Anko stated to Yukata. The third Hokage was one of them. My boyfriend, Amino Iruka, is another. Naruko sees him as an older brother as he is the only person during her time in the academy who didn't try to prevent her from becoming a shinobi. Kakashi here is also one, as he was the leader of the Anbu squad who was charged with keeping her alive. She sees him as a father figure. There are a few others, but due to the nature of their situation, I won't name them, Anko concluded. Ino spat out the name, her voice as thick with venom as Naruko's chakra. After being raped by that ex-Uchiha fucker, she went into a state of mind where it took the combined effort of 5 people to revive her. After being revived, well, that was when she started her very brutal reactions. Naruko distanced herself from the outside world to prevent herself from crying at the recollection. When Ino saw this, he broke the dam by giving her a hug. Yukata's question, "Sorry, but what is androphobia?" caused many people to laugh at her lack of intelligence. "How can you not know after having it basically explained to you just now?" replied Shikamaru. Shikamaru found it too troublesome to explain it himself, but he somehow persuaded Tamari to do it for the stupid girl. In the meantime, Ino had escorted Naruko away, and they were sitting beneath a tree until Naruko had relaxed. Time skipped to the following day. From a safe distance, Naruko was examining the stronghold, taking in its layout, defenses, patrol schedule, and other features. She was already planning to put some vortex tags in during the evening. She was about to depart when Orochimaru's goons attacked the stronghold. Returning to the camp, "You what?" a few Jonin exclaimed. "For our assault to be successful, we need to stop the Atonin from interfering. In order to do that we need to take out Orochimaru's outpost," Naruko clarified. Kakashi inquired, "Do you have a plan for that?" Naruko gave a nod. Naruko replied right away, "Yeah, we get the mercs to attack the outpost." The shout was, "We what?" After a few days, Naruko and a number of other shinobi attacked the Auto Nin when they launched another attack. They had changed into some different attire instead of their usual uniforms. The mercs emerged from the stronghold following the battle, in which they were able to capture one of the Auto Nin. They demanded to know, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" All the others responded after Konkuro changed the color and shape of his war paint to black paint and black stripes. He informed them, "We are the last members of the Kurosakura clan." The merc remarked, "Never heard of them before." In his words, Kankuro poured as much hate as he could. Not surprising. We tended to stay out of the affairs of other clans and shinobi. At least until that snake bastard and his music note marked assholes came. We have vowed to take him down. The merc was interrupted by a scream as the captured Otto Nin was killed. Not so fast. Those symbol you described, we have been constantly plagued by them for a while, but we never found there. Actually, it was already a corpse. But Kankuro's puppet jutsu was the only thing controlling it. Sakura used genjutsu to cause the scream. Anko disguised himself and said, "Sir, we found the location of their base. Should we go there now?" "Screw that. We were in this area first. We get to choose who gets to attack that son of a bitch," the mercenary gasped. Tamari put her hand on Kankuro's shoulder just as he was about to respond. "Nisan. This is not getting us anywhere. They are right. We are in their territory. Unless you wish to fight them and then go after Orochimaru, you will do so with fewer clansmen. We are so few already," she stated to him. In the end, Kankuro said, "Fine." He got the interrogator to tell the mercs where the entrance was, saying, "But if you find any scrolls that contain any clan jutsu, bring them to us first. Our clan scrolls were stolen by him and they may be in this base. You are welcome to stay in our stronghold while you wait for us to return," the thief replied. Everything went as planned. Naruko grinned in his head. That evening, to advance on Orochimaru, most of the mercenaries left the stronghold. Naturally, they had dispatched a scout in advance, who discovered the entrance close to the address he had been given. Only 100 mercs and 20 sand and leaf shinobi remained in the stronghold. Naruko left their room just after midnight and slipped through the corridors, soon learning where the stronghold commander was and how to get to the dungeon. Fortunately, the Ko's office was empty, so Naruko swiftly and stealthily applied seals to the walls, floor, and roof before enclosing the entire space in one of her scrolls and going back to the others. In order to avoid suspicion, they were currently henging into sentries and moving stealthily in the direction of the main gate. When they reached the gate, they opened it to the remaining sand and leaf shinobi, who dispersed silently. The alarm was triggered shortly after a loud scream was heard. However, 1/3 of the mercs in the stronghold had already been slain by that point. Foxy Group. "Head down to the dungeon. See if you can save any of the prisoners," Kakashi said. Naruko responded over the radio, "This is Fox Leader. Kakashi, if you call us that one more time, I will change your name to Old Man." The Konoha and Suna shinobi battled for control of the stronghold for the remainder of the night. Skip ahead to the following morning. When the sun came up, Naruko was strolling along the stronghold's inner wall. The women and children that Akatsuki had imprisoned were below her. They were already being healed by the med nin. Baki approached her, staying well away, and said, "Uzumaki-san. Congratulations on a well-thought-out plan." "We mostly owe it to Mr. Makeup, who knew he was such a good actor," replied Naruko. Baki laughed. "I am just glad that we managed to save so many. Who knows what happened to the rest," he replied. He questioned, "What do you intend to do now?" To his surprise, she replied, "Take a shot at Orochimaru's base." Her expression was serious as she gazed at him. It took Baki's years of experience to keep his jaw from dropping when he said, "That bastard placed a cursed seal on my mother. She's already getting together some of the leaf shinobi, volunteers only, to attack that base." Finally, with a hint of rage, he said, "And why not any from Suna? Your Suna shinobi will have your hands full at the moment with keeping this fort, and I also have a personal problem with one of his more powerful lackeys," she stated to him. He sighed, then his eyes widened when Naruko rolled up her sleeve. "I see your point. At least let me ask the Anbu if they wish to assist you. Pity Team Kitsune isn't here." She showed him her Anbu tattoo and said, "I trust you to keep this a secret from the others." Under her breath, she said, "I am Kitsune." Baki came to the realization, but he chose to remain silent. "Good hunting. And if Orochimaru is there, let us have a go. You leaf shinobi aren't the only ones who have a bone to pick with him," he replied. Grinning, she raised her fist. As their fists collided, she said, "Deal." The following morning. 15. In order to help Team Naruko plus Anko attack Orochimaru's outpost, that many leaf shinobi offered their services. Only Shikamaru, Lee, Neji, and Tenten offered their services out of the other 14 Konoha members. The others were too exhausted or hurt. Shizune made the decision to participate, as did Kakashi and Guy. The remaining 8 were essentially all of the Jonin who belonged to the Konoha group. The Chunin made the decision to remain and assist Suna in guarding the fort until their reinforcements showed up, tending to the injured, and then returning to Konoha. Before observing Ino and Naruko running through some hand seals and biting their thumbs, Shikamaru remarked, "We might need more help." With a shout, Kachiyose no Jutsu, Shirayuri appeared with puffs of smoke, followed by Kosa. To the relief of the females and the dismay of the males who noticed their cleavages, both were covering themselves with their tails. Together, they said, "Naruko-sama, Ino-chan. You called us?" Both the white kitsunes and the platinum blonde were bending down to their summoners. Naruko smiled mischievously and said, "We are going to assault one of Orochimaru's bases. Feel like letting loose?" Which both summonses quickly mirrored. Shirayuri gave Naruko a look. Naruko blushed as she said, "I see you have grown a tail since we last saw each other. Congratulations." The 5 tails behind her were wagging unconsciously. Sakura snarled as she watched. In her typical voice, she yelled, "Naruko, I accuse you of having a forbidden jutsu. Those tails are just too cute. You could start a frickin' war because of it." In fact, it was difficult for the majority of the females from Konoha and Suna to resist approaching and petting the fluffy tails. "Are you feeling jealous, cutting board Banshee?" was Shirayuri's response. Before Naruko could stop her, she loosening the tails covering her breasts to show off more of her assets, which had grown to a low E-cup size. 30 minutes after one pink tantrum and multiple nosebleeds. Naruko said into her microphone, "This is Fox. Entrance secured. Dog, Snake, you can bring in your teams." From both team leaders, "Roger," was the response. Before long, everyone was inside. Kakashi ordered silently, "Move out." After 20 minutes, Dog Team, "This is Fox 0-1. We have encountered a room full of Orochimaru's pet monsters. Place looks like a dungeon. I think I found the mercs that went in." Naruko was speaking on the radio. Anko said over the radio, "This is Snake 0-1. We found the armory. Naruko, some of these weapons have the Uzumaki sign." Naruko said angrily, "Gather them all. I will sort them later when we are back home. Some of these monsters found us." Kakashi spoke into his microphone, "This is Dog 0-1. We have just arrived at a large hall. Bodies are scattered all over the damn place." He knelt to examine one of the bodies. "Less than a day old. Definitely from when the mercs attacked," he murmured. He noticed a cough. A man was seated against a pillar to the side. He closed his eyes for the last time and gasped, "You have to leave now. There are monsters in there. Snake Team, Fox Team. Beware of monsters as you move from the armory. Apparently there are some moving around the base." Anko's response was, "Finally, some fun." Amidst the sounds of combat, Naruko growled, "No shit Shika. What else are we fighting? Oh fuck." With concern in her voice, Anko called over the radio, "Fox 0-1, what happened?" During the radio, Ino said, "This is Fox 1-1. Watch out for possible presence of Orochimaru." "This is Snake 0-1. What do you mean?" The response was, "Sasuke is here," but then there was a rumbling noise. Alongside Snake Team Dog 0-1, Kakashi yelled, "Fox 0-1, clear out." Shirayuri said, "Fox 0-2 here. A cave-in has separated us from Naruko-sama." Anko yelled into her microphone, "Naruko." The radio said, "Io, Jeed, Ipia, Dio, damn," before static. Anko called, "Fox 2-1. Get her out of there." The rest could hardly be heard over the static. Easier said than done. "The roof is coming down and the monsters are attacking us. We managed to get to one of the adjacent tunnels. We are cut off. We'll try for alternate route to reach Fox 0-1. After 15 minutes, Naruko, Sasuke and Naruko were fig-thing wildly, taking and giving blows. Sasuke had just revealed his Sharingan when Naruko had put on her chakra armor. While Naruko was having trouble hitting Sasuke, Sasuke was enraged that his sword was unable to even scratch, much less cut, his armor. "You should just have become a breeding sow. It is the only thing you are good at," Sasuke replied. Naruko retorted, "And you should just die." After that, she observed Sasuke wielding his Chidori Senbon. However, he fired them to the side rather than at her. Naruko turned her head when she heard a scream. When she witnessed the lightning needles striking Ino, her heart stopped. Naruko raced to her side faster than even Sasuke's Sharingan could follow. She screamed, shaking the blonde, "Ino, Ino, Ino," in an attempt to rouse her. Sasuke muttered, "Weak. She is not worthy to live." "He's dead," Shirayuri and Kosa thought. As Naruko's sixth tail grew, she abruptly screamed in agony. Though the private areas were hardly covered this time, her armor also changed, expanding to cover the majority of her body in a pattern resembling a rib cage. Additionally, her breasts grew back to a high C-cup size. Sasuke was wondering what was happening when Naruko abruptly launched him into the air with a flying kick. Sasuke had to use his cursed mark as a last resort because Naruko left no gaps in her ferocious attack, making it difficult for him to go on the attack this time. Chidori, he snarled, spraying black lightning chakra over his left arm. Rasengan was Naruko's signature expression. She failed to notice that it had turned opaque dark purple instead of the usual clear blue. As Naruko charged at the bat like Sasuke who was charging at her, she yelled, "Kosa! Shirayuri! Get Ino to a safe distance and keep her safe." The entire area began to collapse due to the ensuing explosion. An hour later, back on the surface, the rest of the assault group was not in a cheerful mood as they returned from the base. The first person to notice them was Temari. She ran to meet them and yelled, "Welcome back." "What happened?" she inquired after observing their facial expressions. Baki inquired, "Were Naruko-san and Ino-san?" Kakashi could only manage, as Anko sobbed. Some of the Konoha 14 members said, No, that cannot be." 2 days later, Konoha's messenger birdroom, one of the Chunin on duty, was struck by a hawk that flew in at high speed. Shortly after that, Tsunade's office messenger suddenly entered the room while Tsunade was occupied talking to Inoichi about Naruko's wedding to Ino, which was scheduled for a few months from now. When the messenger called, "Tsunade-sama," Tsunade and Inoichi could tell by the expression on her face that the news wasn't good. While on an operation to take out one of Orochimaru's bases, the sender gasped, "Jonin Uzumaki Naruko and Tokubetsu Jonin Yamanaka Ino have gone missing." It was almost as if Inoichi's life had ended. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Yamanaka Azumi's heart started to hurt all of a sudden. At the end of a very long tunnel, however, a wounded and naked Ino was being carried toward the end of the tunnel by a now naked Naruko. She looked down as Ino started to stir again, relieved to be out of this hellhole at last. Ino whispered, "So hungry." Naruko kissed her and whispered back, "Join the club. We are almost out of here." The two of them were in a strange place when they came out of the tunnel. Ino pouted, smiled, and then lifted her head to nurse on Naruko's nipple, causing Naruko to yell in surprise. "I still cannot believe I had to offer my clothes to you in order to carry all our stuff." She made a shadow clone who took everything they owned and started to camp out before she set out to get payback. Thankfully, Naruko had made scrolls that would not be damaged by her Biju chakra, and she put the most crucial things in them. Regretfully, that list did not include clothing. They had left the rest of their clothing at the stronghold. After an hour when Naruko awoke, he was still on top of Ino, who was busy stirring as well. "Sleep well?" inquired the blonde. Naruko gave a nod. "We need to go hunting soon, unless you want to return to Konoha like this," Naruko stated to her. In the meantime, Konoha, when they saw the dejected expressions on the faces of the large group of shinobi, the crowd that had initially cheered their return fell silent. They also witnessed the cause. Photographs of the two Miya shinobi and their personal belongings were spread out on 2 stretchers. "People of Konoha. During the recent events in Kase no Kuni, 2 of our shinobi, Uzumaki Naruko and Yamanaka Ino, went missing while fighting to remove a threat to Konoha," Tsunade yelled. A man shouted, "We should never have trusted Suna," and was instantly surrounded by an angry Suzume, Kuroka, and Umi. He was being beaten by the 3 sobbing Kunoichi without using chakra to increase their strength. "Suna is the one leading the search for them, you bastard," they cried. The civilians who agreed with the man were glared at by the other shinobi. Ichiraku yelled, "Those 2 have done more for the village than you would know." He was among the few civilians who had a genuine understanding of the true character of the civilians. "You support her now, but what about 4 years ago? What about when she was 5? How many of you stood up for her? How many of you didn't make her life miserable?" Ayame yelled at them. After removing the 3 redheads from the poor man with Guy's assistance, Kakashi exclaimed, "Yet even now Naruko rarely held a grudge against any of you. 3 years ago during the Chunin exams she went above and beyond the call of duty to save as many of you as she could." To the surprise of many, Uchiha Fugaku started, "Let me ask you this. How many of you remember the Uzumaki clan and what they have done for Konoha? Now I know that due to the actions of my clan many years ago I don't really have a right to say this, but I am ashamed of many of you. Her dream, other than rebuilding Uzu Shiogakure and the entire Uzumaki clan, was to create a world of peace. Yet you just tried creating a war. Next to him was his spouse, Uchiha Makoto. Many of you have called her a demon. Yet ask yourselves this. Who is the real demon? Her, or the ones who made her life a living hell? Have any of you ever thought about why she never retaliated against you for the abuse she had suffered at your hands? She inquired. Somewhere in a room with a view of the people, true words, but still doesn't deny the fact that Naruko could become the monster that is sealed inside of her. Utatane said to Homura. True, but still, since their destruction, I have all but forgotten the department we owe the Uzumaki clan. He replied. Utatane agreed and nodded. After 2 days, with Naruko and Ino as they traveled together, Ino complained. These things are still gross. If a leather miniskirt and a thick strip covering the entire chest qualify as clothing, they had killed 2 small boars and made rudimentary but functional clothing from their hides. They used the remaining hide to make leather cord that held both pieces of clothing in place. In search of the coast or a village where they could get assistance, they were heading east toward the rising sun. Their clothing's leather, of course, was still wet. The fact that they were climbing a mountain had not helped either, as the wind made them feel a little chilly and the person below could see up the other's skirt. They were able to locate themselves once they reached the summit. Before reaching the exit, Naruko had been carrying Ino for about 48 hours while underground. They could now see the vast desert in front of them as they stood atop the mountain. Ino inquired, "How far did we travel?" Naruko was incredulous. She muttered, "We are on the western side of Kei's no Kuni." Then she noticed a sizable building in the distance. She adjusted the sword on her back and said, "Ino koi. We may be home sooner than you think." 5 hours later, Kei's no Kuni's western outpost. A sand shunin exclaimed, "Ah, this is so boring. Nothing ever happens out here to the west," as the outlook exclaimed. The current leader of the patrol-sized group of shinobi, who was playing shogi with another jonin at the table, got up and said, "Sir. 2 figures approaching. Distance 2 clicks." He yelled, "Defensive positions, 2 kilometers away." Ino inquired, "You think there is anyone there?" Although she initially had doubts about discovering an outpost this far west, she had faith in her fiancé. "Well, we are walking out in the open. If there is anyone there, they'd have seen us by now." Whether or not they recognize us, Naruko mentioned their clothes. They continued to move while monitoring the surroundings, saying, "If we are lucky we will find someone who has seen us before and will hopefully recognize us." After 1.5 kilometers, at the outpost they were talking among the sand shinobi. One of them said, "The one with the tails is hot. I place first dibs on her." Another said, "Clean your eyes. The pure blonde one is way more pretty." While one of the 2 females giggled, the other said, "How about keeping your pants on and letting us find out whether or not you are worthy of them?" The leader said, "Or we just leave them alone and find out what they want." At that, the others sulked. In the meantime, Naruko and Ino remarked, "There are definitely people there." Then Naruko nodded, "Let's hurry." In the outpost one of the chunin exclaimed, "Sir. They have accelerated and are approaching at high speed." He saw 2 dust clouds coming at a really high speed, but they stopped 50 meters short of the wall. One of them, the one with the tails, called out, "Anybody there?" The outlook yelled back at the leader's order, "Identify yourselves. We are from Konoha. A recent mission trapped us underground in a tunnel which led us into the mountains to the west. We request entrance." The girl with long hair replied. The leader called out, "Approach but keep your arms where they can be seen." The 2 girls followed instructions. The leader yelled as they arrived at the entrance. Names. The tailed female said, "Uzumaki Naruko. Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato." The blonde girl said, "Yamanaka Ino. Tokubetsu Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato." The leader yelled, "Bullshit. There is no way that the 2 of you can be them." "Very well. When we meet him next, we shall tell the Cage about your behavior, especially the fact that several of you were planning on using us to relieve themselves." Naruko yelled. Then, before the sand leader could speak, she and Ino turned east and drove off. "Damn it. Send a hawk to the village. Tell them that there are 2 unknown people who claim to be Uzumaki Naruko and Yamanaka Ino heading their way. They entered Suna without permit, now." 2 days later, Sunagakure no Sato's entrance at the entrance to his village, there was just one man. He had pale skin and short red hair. He was waiting for his first real friend to arrive while carrying a big gourd full of sand on his back. Flashback. 2 days prior the shinobi from the Sand Messenger Division yelled, "Kage-sama." A message from the Western Outpost. Since the Western Outpost was the most isolated outpost in Kei's no Kuni, where not much ever happened. This caught everyone's attention in the council room. Gaara questioned, "What does it say?" The messenger stammered, Apparently, 2 females managed to get past the outpost. Kankuro flinched as he slammed his fist on the table after hearing a loud bang. The message said that the female claimed to be Uzumaki Naruko. In the meantime, Gaara's eyes widened. Send out recon teams. Have the long-range communication division begin their devices. I want every team that goes out to carry one. Also, send a message that all teams currently on the search are to return to Suna ASAP. Send a hawk to Konoha. Tell them we may have a new lead on their Mia shinobi. Gaara started giving directions. The messenger was still there, he realized then. Gaara inquired, "Was there anything else?" The messenger gave a nod. They were dressed like Amazons, the end of the flashback. Gaara would always remember the expressions on the faces of some of the council members. Since they didn't know anyone foolish enough to walk in the sand essentially nude, many people began to have their doubts about the 2 women. 20 minutes ago, one of the recon teams called in to report that they had found the 2 females and were following orders to escort them back to Suna. However, less than a minute later, they called in to say they needed backup because half of them had been knocked out. Flashback. 19 minutes before Gaara's voice was recorded. He was surprised to hear a familiar female voice ask, "What happened? Were you attacked?" Gaara. "Finally, someone who can really help us. Listen, Ino and I are in a bit of a problem here. Our clothes were destroyed during my fight with Sasuke, and we had to improvise with what we had. The 2 guys who guarded the rear fell over with a nosebleed. Could you send a team here with some extra clothes please?" Temari and Kankuro cheered that their friends were still alive, or at least that's what they were doing until Ino spoke. "And please send Temari-san. We could use that huge fan of hers for some shade, it is so damn hot here." Temari's growl was audible over the speaker. Flashback's conclusion. Gaara noticed a group of figures appear as he turned to face the horizon. Knowing that he would be able to see his friend's face once more, without a mask this time, made him smile. After 20 minutes when Naruko voiced her grievances regarding the western outpost, Kankuro roared, "They what?" Gaara asked the 2 very tanned girls, "First, tell us what happened." After 15 minutes, after I said those words, Ino and I left the outpost and headed east. The rest you should know already. Naruko concluded her narrative. Naruko was feeling exhausted, and Ino had long since dozed off on her shoulder. "Let's keep the questions for later, shall we?" Gaara replied. "One of you is already asleep and the other is basically sleepwalking and sleep-talking. Have a bed made ready for them." An aide said, "Shouldn't we make 2 ready for them?" Kankuro chuckled. He pointed to Naruko and Ino, the latter of whom was embracing the former like a teddy bear, and said, "Do you think you can separate those 2? Temari growled, still not forgiving the 2 for daring to believe that she would use her fan to provide them with shade or a refreshing cold breeze. "Also, send word to Konoha. We have found their 2 missing morons." The following day, Konoha, early in the morning, very early morning. The sound of a glass breaking, what came from the Hokage office as Azuma and Katetsu were seated at the entrance counter as usual. Katetsu questioned, "Do you think it has anything to do with the prank mistress?" "I'll bet you a bottle of sake that it has everything to do with it," Azuma responded. They exchanged handshakes. After 8 minutes and 1 second the yell was, "You are late," and, a minute later, "Get moving." After teams Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai, and the remaining members of Team Naruko, along with 3 additional figures, fled the village, Azuma and Katetsu watched as a clone of Kakashi returned a few moments later, delivered a scroll, and then instantly dispelled itself. Katetsu frowned as he opened the scroll. He growled, "I owe you a bottle of sake." Chapter 24. After 1.5 days, Sanagakure. In the village buried in the sand, a unique event occurred. Shinero was yelled by a pink-haired girl, and there were 2 punches and 2 human-shaped holes. 1.5 weeks. For 1.5 weeks we hear nothing from you. And here we find you, tanned as though you were on the beach. Sakura yelled at them. Since she was still envious of the 2 lovers' growth spurts, primarily in the upper body, she secretly rejoiced that she now had a reason to beat them up. While holding Temari by the waist, Shikamaru was muttering his favorite word. Choji was munching on chips. Shiro was chatting with Yukata. Umi, Kuroka, and Suzume were laughing. Kakashi was reading his book. Kino and Kiba were laughing so hard they were gasping for air while their dog companions were merely letting out canine sighs. Shino was leaning against a house. Hinata was contemplating whether or not to assist her ex-crush. and the 3 kitsune lovers of the 3 redheads were laughing themselves. A rope of sand caught Sakura's arm as she was ready to send them back onto the Knuckle Express V2, and it gradually started to envelop her body. Sakura and everyone else in the vicinity froze upon hearing the words and voice, Sabaku no, with the exception of Tamari. Though Kino mirrored the color, believing she would lose her beloved, Sakura turned whiter than paper, believing this was her demise. Kusuguri was the last word, and Sakura instantly burst out laughing as the sand started to tickle her. A.N. Desert tickle is Sabaku no Kusuguri. From where he had been observing, Gaara walked around the corner. In his typical monotone, he questioned, "What are you doing? They were missing and the first thing you do is try to kill them?" Before releasing Sakura's unconscious form into the arms of a concerned Kino, he held her in the tickling jutsu for a few more minutes. In the meantime, Naruko and Ino, who may have suffered blunt force injuries, were being transported to the closest hospital. After an hour, Sakura blushed in embarrassment and Gaara said, "So mind explaining yourself?" As she stared at the literally bandaged Naruko and Ino, she stumbled, They were away so long and didn't send word that they were all right." Gaara questioned, "Does that warrant beating them up?" Sakura's embarrassment caused her blush to turn atomic. "Then why?" inquired Gaara. Naruko spoke at this point. Naruko informed them, "Our summons was not working, so we were unable to send word." Almost everyone turned to look at the two when Kino asked, "And the wardrobe malfunction the two of you had?" Naruko remarked, "I had to fight Sasuke with my chakra armor." Ino mock growled and punched Naruko, saying, "And when her 6th tail grew, the chakra she released destroyed my clothes." Sakura yelled, "Ah, that is go. Wait, 6th tail?" When Naruko revealed her new status, her expression was priceless. The pinkette thought, "Those look so warm and comfortable." "Hey forehead. Don't even think about it," Ino replied. Sakura interrupted, saying, "I have already called dibs on them including the next 3. You cannot call dibs on something that isn't there yet." Naruko told her, "I gave her allowance for it, so shut up, cutting board." A lethal aura emanated from Tsunade's pupil, and almost everyone backed away. Sakura cried, "Stop calling me flat, you bastards." Shinero, out loud. The building fell apart with her next punch. After a week, the Hokage office in Konoha, with a note of pride in her voice at her student's strength, Tsunade said, "Let me get this straight. Sakura destroyed the entire building with one punch? You really didn't have to teach her to have a practically non-existent fuse, like yourself, Oba-chan," replied Naruko. A huge, scaled tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead at the jab, but vanished at the second bit. Gaara almost reverted to his former self. She inquired, "By the way, where is Sakura?" "Half asleep," Shikamaru muttered, "still in Suna, together with Kino and Kakashi-sensei. Sakura has to help rebuild the building she destroyed. Kino didn't want to leave her alone, for certain reasons that I will not mention," Naruko started. "Why not?" Kiba inquired. After responding, Naruko turned back to Tsunade and said, "She is your sister. You should know." The evil smile on her face made the other people in the room uneasy. Kakashi, being her official sensei, had to remain behind as well and help. "Something about those who abandoned their comrades," she said. With an evil laugh, Naruko concluded, "are worse than trash and deserve to have their books burned." Tsunade informed her, "That wouldn't have been enough to keep him there. I told him I'd make a deal with Guy. If he didn't help with the rebuilding, I'd tie Kakashi up to a training pole, with those eye hooks. A.N. I don't know what those hooks that keep eyes open during eye operations are called, and let Guy and Lee use their collaboration genjutsu on him, with the Sharingan open, mind you. Guy in return will be able to see this as a challenge towards Kakashi to see which is stronger. Kakashi's ability to dispel genjutsu or Guy and Lee's genjutsu." Naruko stated to her. Everyone, or nearly everyone, felt a tremendous chill go through their bodies, including the hidden Anbu. Ino laughed and said, "You, my love, have a very mean streak." With a closer look, Naruko replied, "That's why you love me, Ino-koi. Get a room, you two," Tsunade yelled before literally flinging the two lovers out of the window. A certain, brutal pink banshee, would be absent, and Konoha would enjoy a period of quiet. 2 weeks later, actually 12 days and 4 hours later, time skip. When a certain, banshee arrived, Konoha's tranquility was upended. Sakura Sho asked, "We are finally back. Why did it take so long?" "We would have been finished earlier if you hadn't destroyed the nearly finished structure. You really need to work on that temper of yours," Kino said to her girlfriend. It was accurate. If Sakura hadn't thrown another tantrum when the building was nearly finished, that is, just needed a coat of paint and some furniture before people could move in, they would have been finished sooner. Sakura attempted to defend herself by saying, "It wasn't my fault, the idiot called me a guy." Is that still a reason for destroying a building? At this rate you will end up without a house, Kino replied. Now, Kakashi started, only to discover that his two students were not paying attention. He pulled out his favorite pastime, Icha tactics, to lift his spirits, until he saw how busy the village was. Azumo-san, Katetsu-san. What is going on? He demanded. He caught the attention of both Chunin. Azumo questioned, "You mean you haven't heard whilst in Suna?" Team Kakashi's heads were covered in question marks as they gazed at him. Azumo informed them that everyone was getting ready for Naruko-chan's wedding. Kakashi remarked, "I thought it was supposed to be next month." Sakura and Kino had already cut off their conversation and were looking at the two Chunin and Kakashi with wide eyes. "It is, but Tsunade-sama wants to make sure it meets the Uzumaki standards, seeing as it is an Uzumaki marriage and all," Katetsu replied. "So in other words the festivities will be way over our heads," Kino recalled Naruko's explanation of Uzumaki customs. Unfortunately, Sakura would have to wear a silence seal because loud voices at inappropriate times, that is, when not cheering, are disrespectful and will cause the ceremony to end immediately. N. Extreme, I realize, but what else do the anime and manga tell us about Uzumaki traditions? Other than the fact that they were rigid, formal, and extremely complex, at least for the seals, I guessed that some of their customs sounded just as complex. Sakura's health would obviously suffer from this for a number of reasons, including the fact that she is currently engaged to two women. Somewhere else the man in the orange mask asked, "What do you plan on doing now?" The orange-haired man declared, "I am going after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki with the broken seal." He had purple eyes with rings in them, and his face was pierced all over. As 5 more figures emerged from the shadows, all with piercings, purple eyes, and only one without orange hair, he said, "Conan, get ready to move out. We are going to Konoha." But the first one said, "We will show Konoha and the world the true meaning of pain." The body of the largest pervert in the world, Jiraiya, the Sannin, was found at the bottom of a deep lake nearby, grinning broadly. Heaven. Let's see here. Uncountable incidents of peeping at the onsen, all but one of his literature is smut. Kami-sama, are you sure we should let him in? Asked the angle in front of the gate. Jiraiya interrupted Kami, saying, "If he promises to begin work on a seal that will calm Kushina down." With all due respect, if Kushina is angry, there is nothing I can do to calm her down. If I am allowed to enter, may I ask for a place as far away as possible from her? Asked the man. After a moment of reflection, Kami flashed a grin that was reminiscent of Naruko. Kami held out a key and said, "I agree with most of your terms." Joyously, Jiraiya snatched up the key and headed for the house indicated on the tag. The guard angel inquired, "Kami-sama, which house did you give him?" Suddenly there was a loud scream of surprise and terror. Kami and the angels around her laughed when Kami said, "Let's just say his neighbors are a certain redhead and her husband." One of the female angels laughed and said, "Take that, you perverted old man."
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.